Good morning everyone and welcome to the 2017 British Rowing Junior Championships presented by Visit Sarasota County. Today the under 15, 16 and 18 rowers will be competing in time trials followed by minor finals, with winners of the time trials going through to tomorrow's semis and finals. We are live streaming all the action from the British Rowing Junior Championships this year. Subscribe to the British Rowing YouTube channel to catch up on all the races. Obviously don't forget to smile as you could well be on camera throughout the day. So we'll enjoy a fantastic day of racing here at the British Rowing Junior Championships live streamed on YouTube for the whole day. The time trials will be underway in the next few minutes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Saturday at the British Rowing Junior Championships. Our time trials are now underway and they're coming in towards the last 500 metres as the first boats have set off. The first time trial coming down the course is the Open Junior 18 coxless pairs. And we'll be talking you through the boats as they come in just a moment. And the first boat coming down the course is from Tideway Sculls School, crew number 1.
That's the Tideway Sculls School there, approaching the last 100 metres, which is signified by the red buoys on your screen there. So it's the first 12 that will go through to the AB semi-finals tomorrow, and the rest will contend the C finals. So that's Tideway Sculls School making an approach for the line, bidding for those first 12 spots. And we should then be able to see hot on their heels the crew from the Windsor Boys School. That's crew number 3. And indeed, there they are. That's the Windsor Boys School with about 15 strokes to go in this time trial of the Open Junior Coxless pairs.
So as with all the events that we will see coming through in time trials this morning, those who make it through to the AB semi-finals will race those tomorrow on Sunday. And those making to the minor finals, in this case a C final, will race those later on this afternoon. So the next two crews coming down towards the finish, we can see crew number 6 over far side from Tideway Sculls School, and crew number 4 on the near side from King's Rochester and Maidstone Invicta. That's a composite boat.
Of course, in these time trial events, it's these boats are set off at set periods away from each other, so it's great to see a good competition here going through to the line, pushing each other hard. And of course, that's the second boat we've seen from Tideway Sculls in this time trial this morning. We've actually got one more to come as well. Tideway Sculls have a C crew in this Open coxless pairs, so plenty more to come from Tideway Sculls across the course of this weekend, I'm sure.
So the next crew coming in towards the line, crew number 7 from Ardingly Rowing Club.
And a crew from north of the border here. This is Strathclyde Apologies. The crew on your screen is crew number 16. That's a crew from Stoke Trentham. It's a Trentham Boat Club there. And crew number 11 making a big push for the finish now. That's the crew from Walton Rowing Club. So that's crew number 11 from Walton Rowing Club there, raising the rating into the finish line, keen to contest the semi-finals tomorrow for those AB places, and they look pleased. The final few meters of that race, heads go down. Of course, only 12 places and 19 boats in this Open Junior Coxless pairs.
So the next two crews coming in towards the line. On the finish tower side, we can see crew number 15 from Monmouth Comprehensive. And on the far side, crew number 14 from Greater Marlow School.
And the crew we mentioned earlier, this is the crew from Trentham Rowing Club, based in Stoke, so reasonably local to here. Looking very smooth as they approach the final 5 strokes of their race. They're being chased down the track by a composite crew. That's crew number 12. Crew number 17, apologies, from Llandaff Rowing Club.
The next pair coming in towards the end of their time trial. Crew number 18 from Hinksey Sculling School.
So the final few crews in this Open Junior Coxless pairs, as I say, 19 crews to head down the track in this time trial. And the final crew that's crossing the line in front of us is the crew from Marlow Rowing Club, and that will round off the field, top 12 through, as we've already said, in this Open Junior Coxless pairs event to the AB semi-finals, which will take place tomorrow. And the next event we should have on the screen that you can see there, panning across all of the lanes, is the Open Junior 16 coxed fours, and we've got 8 crews in this event, so racing for times to be able to contest finals later on. And the first crew that I can see is the composite from Chesterler Street, Durham School, Torquay Tarn and Tyne United. A nice northeastern composite there, Jack.
Yeah, we've seen a few of these composites of those 3 or 4 clubs coming in yesterday in the Junior 14 event, and it's good to see more composite rowing coming in today. A great opportunity for rowers in smaller clubs who may not have as many rowers of their age to join into crews with, getting to row with other clubs in the local area and to compete at big events like this. Important to point out, obviously, all of these crews going through to semi-finals A and B, but they are racing for times in order to get the best seeded lanes in those finals, and that helps to ensure that they've got the best chance of getting through to the A final later on today.
So the first crew that you'll be able to see here on the course and on your screens now is the crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, affectionately known as ASRA. They've probably travelled one of the furthest distances to be here at Nottingham today, and they're making a sterling effort of it as well, because they're leading this field in this time trial. Looks like they've created a little bit of a gap back to the crew behind them in this field. That's crew 22, following them up from Marlow Rowing Club.
Important to point out, for those crews racing from Scotland, the term dates are a little bit different at our schools, which means that for many of the crews racing here, they would have had a good 2 weeks of solid training just for this event after the end of their school year, if they are rowing from a schools club like Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. So there's some real commitment from these crews who are coming down to race here at the British Rowing Junior Championships.
And a good battle you can see there on your screens going on between Walton Rowing Club and Maidstone Invicta. Maidstone Invicta, of course, in that wonderful lilac colour. You'll be able to see them coming down the track a little bit later on. But we're focusing there on the crew, the composite crew we mentioned earlier from the northeast between Chester Street, Durham School, Tyne United Rowing Club.
Always nice to see all the different club colours in the boat as they come in towards the last 200 metres of their time trial here. All these crews going through to the semi-finals that will take place tomorrow, but racing for the best times they can get to get the best seeded lanes.
And it's wonderful to hear so much support here so early on a Saturday morning here at Home Pivot. There's plenty of cheering going on from the banks here in these last few strokes for the composite crew from the northeast there. And they'll be followed up by that battle that we saw earlier on the course. So rare to see crews side by side at a time trial, but it's the crew from Walton Rowing Club that have managed to push on ahead of the crew from Maidstone Invicta. As you can see there, Walton with the hoops around their middles there, and Maidstone Invicta, as I say, in that wonderful lilac colour that differentiates them so well. So it's Walton Rowing Club over the line in this Open Junior 16 Cox 4 event, followed by Maidstone Invicta.
The next boat coming in to finish their time trial, Queen Elizabeth High School, crew 26.
So the final crew in this Open J16 Cox 4 event is a secondary crew from the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, ASRA. And as they press through the line there, you can see the look of absolute exhaustion on that stroke man's face. We'll cut to our next event, which will be the Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4 event. All of these crews will go through to the AB semi-finals, but again, racing for times. And on your screens there is the first crew from Sir William Borlase School from down in Marlow. That's crew number 28 to kickstart this Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4's men. So a very tidy crew from Sir William Borlase there through the line in that time trial for these women's Coxless 4s, and that's the crew there from Lady Eleanor Hollis. That's crew number 29 there through the line, and these crews coming thick and fast now. That's Glasgow Academy that we've got on the far side of the lake, heading towards the finish. We've got a number of crews in this event. All will be contesting these semi-finals tomorrow. So that's Glasgow Academy, apologies.
The next two boats coming in towards the finish line for their time trial in the Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4s. Crew 33 from William Perkins School and crew 35 from Marlow Rowing Club.
The final crew in this Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4s event is the crew from Henley Rowing Club. A really good contingent of junior women at Henley Rowing Club. And I'm sure we'll see more of them throughout the weekend.
Visit Sarasota County are proud to be the title sponsors of this year's British Rowing Junior Championships. Sarasota, Bradenton on Florida's beautiful Gulf Coast, with America's #1 beach, Siesta Key, will be hosting the 2017 World Rowing Championships in September this year, and the 2018 World Rowing Masters Regatta at the Nathan Benderson Park. Make sure you stop by their stand on the patio lawn to find out the best deals and head over for the rowing and the holiday of a lifetime in the Florida sunshine. Meantime, when you visit the team here, they've got lots of delicious Florida oranges to give away, so make sure you say hi to Visit Sarasota County today.
So the first of our women's junior 16 quadruple sculls now entering the final stages of their race. This event will go through to two semi-finals worth, and the remainder will go to the C-finals. So these crews contesting for the top 12 spaces to try and bag themselves a place in the A final taking place tomorrow afternoon. And the first crew we can see there is the crew from Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely Rowing Club, and Kings Ely Rowing Club as well. A composite that we've already spoken about this morning. Great to see these smaller clubs getting involved across the board to be able to bring crews to the British Junior Rowing Championships. And these guys have been doing really well all season. They've produced crews that have been competing at the Henley Women's Regatta, doing really well. So this is one to watch out for, this composite from the east of England, Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely and Kings Ely Rowing Club.
Crew coming down, Kingston Grammar School, crew number 39. Crew from Worcester Rowing Club there in this women's junior 16 quadruple sculls event. Looking very tidy as they cross the yellow buoys there that signify the end of their time trial. We're seeing so many crews putting so much effort into this time trial, and when there are only 12 spaces in the AB semi-finals tomorrow, they'll really be giving it their all. There's no second chances with this one. And on the approach to the finish now, we've got a crew from Tideway Scullers School. That's crew number 42.
Quick in-house announcement for those of you in the boating area. Please observe the one-way system. We have landing stages going out, landing stages coming in, but we also have a one-way system on the land, and we need to observe it to ensure a smooth flow of boats going in and out, coming on and off the lake. So please observe the one-way system in the boating area. Thank you.
Final few strokes there for the crew from Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club. That's crew 43, and they'll be being chased down by the crew from Thames Rowing Club, crew number 44.
next crew just going to the finish line now is the composite from Castle Semple and Strathclyde Park. We can hear lots of shouting from the bank as this crew finish their time trial.
Bit of a battle here going on between these two women's J16 quadruple sculls, between QEH on your screens now, Queen Elizabeth High School from the north of England, and they're being hunted down by the crew from Henley Rowing Club. We mentioned earlier, Henley of course bringing a strong junior women's squad to this championships, and they've there got overlap from the crew ahead of them, crew 45 in this time trial for the women's Junior 16 quadruple sculls.
And just behind them, crew 48, the composite of Norwich Rowing Club and Warrington Rowing Club. Sorry, that's Northwich Rowing Club and Warrington Rowing Club composite.
So, Maidenhead Rowing Club here, approaching the final 250 metres. They've managed to create a bit of a void for themselves, rowing in a bit of a world of their own, really, which is quite tough, especially in a time trial where you're contending for those top 12 spots. 14 crews contesting this women's J16 event, which means 2 crews will unfortunately contest the C final, and the rest will go through to the AB semi-finals. So Maidenhead here making a real push for the line to try and make their way into those top 12 spots ready for tomorrow.
Three more crews coming in towards the line to finish off their time trial in the women's J16 coxless quads. And the first of those is crew number 47. And they're from Tyne United Rowing Club. Behind them, we've got 2 crews very much battling it out neck and neck there in this time trial. So one's obviously caught up, and they're getting a good challenge going on. And that's between Wallingford Rowing Club, crew 49, on the near side, and on the far side, Peterborough Rowing Club, crew 51. These 3 crews coming into their last 100 metres of their time trial for the event. We're looking to get really good times to make through to those AB semi-finals tomorrow. 2 crews will be going to the C final later on today. coming into the last 500 metres now, we can see the first boats in the women's J15 double sculls time trial. This is race number 205. In this race, again, 12 boats will go through to the A, B semi-finals tomorrow. The remainder, which should be 18 crews, provided no one has scratched, will go through to the minor finals later on today. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can see some of these crews as they make it down towards the last 500 metres. And we'll start to pick them up from the tower as they come in towards the finish. And we can see our first crew coming in now. This is crew number 52 from Runcorn Rowing Club. And they are followed by crew number 55 from Evesham Rowing Club on the further side over. So Runcorn crew 52 coming in towards their last 100 metres of the time trial. They've got two crews coming up hot on their heels that they'll be looking to push away from. They come in towards the finish.
Hotly contested event here in the women's junior 15 double sculls, and a big sprint to the line there coming from crew 54 from Beckett's Rowing Club. And they're being followed up by the double scull from Kingston Grammar School. Final 100 metres now for the crew from Evesham Rowing Club. That's crew number 55. And then we've got a real deluge of crews heading into the final 250 metres now. That's about 30 strokes for these women's junior 15 double sculls.
So 3 more crews coming in towards the finish now. In the lead, it looks to be Gloucester, crew 57. Over on the far side, we can see Henley Rowing Club going through the line now, and they're followed by Liverpool Victoria, crew 58.
crew number 61 are now through the line. That's the crew from Castle Semple. And they'll be followed up by the double scull from Sir William Borlase School. That's crew number 59. Staines Rowing Club there in the ever recognisable stripes in green. That's crew number 63. We're about a third of the way through this time trial for the women's junior 15 double sculls.
Going through the line now, crew 64 from Reading Rowing Club.
Crew 65 now. This is the crew from Mossbourne Academy. Again, rowing in a little bit of a void. They've managed to push away from the crews behind them. Vouching for a spot in the top 12. So we're about halfway through now. This time trial, as we mentioned already, top 12 to go through to the AB semi-finals, and further 18 will then contest the minor finals, which will take place later on this afternoon, so watch out for those. And the next crew that you'll see coming into the finish will be crew 67, City of Bristol. City of Bristol, this is their B crew. They've obviously got another crew contesting this event as well, so good to see so many juniors from different clubs being able to make multiple crews in some of these events.
Two very tight crews coming in towards the finish. Coming through in the green boat is Ross Rowing Club, crew 68.
We've got Penguin Rowing Club now starting their sprint for the finish as a challenge from George Watson's is being mounted. Two crews quite close together, both starting to raise the ratings, and a real sprint going on from both the Penguin crew and the crew from George Watson's. So that's crew 60 and crew 69.
The next two crews coming in towards the finish, the Maidenhead B crew in the green, and Trent behind them in the blue as they come in to finish their time trial. This for the women's Junior 15 double sculls.
Crew number 71 now. This is the A crew from London Youth Rowing, from Tradesmen. London Youth Rowing, of course, have a big programme that encourages junior rowers across London to and this particular crew row out of the Tradesmen branch of that scheme. They look pretty pleased with their time trial. And the next crew that we will have in front of us is crew 72. That's the crew from Queen's Park High School. Crossing the line, this is the second crew that we'll see from Gloucester Rowing Club that row on the canal on the west coast. Gloucester actually have 3 crews in this event, so 6 junior women competing in this Junior 15 double sculls event, and crew 74 from Rob Roy Boat Club. Now through the red buoys and about 2 strokes from the line.
The next boat coming in to finish their time trial for the Women's Junior 15 double sculls, boat 76 from Tideway Scullers School. Nice distinctive colours on the one piece, distinctive colours on the blades, making it really easy for us in the commentary box to recognise this club, Tideway Scullers, as they come down and through the finish line to finish their time trial.
Nice. Women's Junior 15 double here from Liverpool, Victoria. This is their A crew, crew number 75. And being chased down by another crew from Henley Rowing Club. This will be Henley B. We saw their A crew earlier in this time trial. That would be crew number 82. Crew 81, this is Maidenhead Rowing.
So while this time trial continues, we can link to Howard, who has been speaking to some spectators on the bank.
Down on the bank with some very, very vocal supporters. The Tyne fans just along from me are making a lot of noise. The Gloucester fans are here. Right, look at the noise here from the Gloucester. Who's in the Gloucester boat?
Liv and Hattie.
Are they having fun out there?
Not at the moment. Not at this stage of the race, no. Fun is not what I'd call it.
You're having lots of fun, though.
Oh, yeah. Even though it's this time in the morning and we have to get up early, but it's great to see them rowing.
And you're taking the dogs out as well at the same time.
Oh, they love it. They're always here, always rowing dogs.
And you're enjoying the whole competition and everything?
Absolutely. We've been here several years, so we're really enjoying this one, yeah. It's one we always come to. We're camping over, so making a whole weekend of it.
You're camping over?
I'm not. I'm in a hotel.
Very wise! The one with the brains in the team.
Absolutely.
Well, great stuff. Best of luck to you girls. Come on, cheer them on!
Oh, Gloucester!
Crew number 80 now. This is the crew from Hingsey Sculling School. And crew number 83 from Globe Rowing Club. And quite in quick succession, that will be crew 85 from Walton, hot on their heels through the final 2 strokes.
So 2 more crews coming in to finish their time trial in the Women's Junior 15 double sculls. First up, number 88. And they are from Gloucester Rowing Club. They're followed by number 82. Sorry, number 87. Which is Maidstone Invicta. Here comes 88, in towards the line from Gloucester Rowing Club.
Of course, we've just heard that fantastic interview from the spectators of this Gloucester crew. I'm sure they'll be very pleased with the performance of these ladies here today. And we can certainly hear the support coming from the bank, and there's the Maidstone Invicta crew just crossing the line in this time trial for the Women's Junior 15 double sculls. And a big event here, as we've already said. A lot of crews contesting for those top 12 spaces in the semi-finals.
The next crew just crossing the line there, crew number 90, and they're from City of Bristol. Looking knackered as they go through the finish there. They've obviously rowed hard in this time trial. 2 more just coming through the finish now. On the near side, crew 84, which are from Pengworm Boat Club. On the far side, we think that's 89. Make them London Youth Rowing tradesmen. Those 2 just through the line to finish their time trial.
So we're into the final few crews now for this time trial, and it's crew number 91 that's approaching the finish tower, and that's crew from Marlow Rowing Club.
And here coming in towards the line, we can see number 92, And these are from Tideway Scullers School. Another Tideway Scullers double coming through in this race.
As we've already said, Tideway Scullers, that's the second crew they've got, as Jack's just mentioned. Plenty of multiple crews from lots of different clubs in this very popular Women's Junior 15 double sculls event. So we've got 30 crews contesting this morning in this time trial, and that is another crew from Henley Rowing Club. So another club that's put out plenty of scullers in this double sculls event.
The largest ever entry at a British Rowing Junior Championships, which gives us long racing days, but plenty to be looking out for and enjoying over the course of this weekend. We had some fantastic racing yesterday on the Friday, 2 photo finishes in the finals of the Women's Junior 14 and Men's Junior 14 coxed quads. We look forward to more races side by side later on today.
Time United just entering 5 strokes to go. That's crew number 94. So we've got around about 5 crews to go in this time trial. And the first of those that we should be seeing entering their final 100 metres is the crew from Hinksey Sculling School. This is their B crew, number 95.
Next to go through the line, crew number 97 from Maidenhead Rowing Club. And going through the line now, crew number 96 from North Staffs Rowing Club.
So the final crew in this Women's Junior 15 double sculls event is crew number 98 from Stratford-upon-Avon, which is where I've travelled here from this morning. This is the final boat that will contest the time trial for those top 12 spaces in the Women's Junior 15 double sculls.
While we wait for the next time trial coming down, we're looking forward to the Open Junior 15 single sculls. They'll be setting off from the start shortly. While we wait for that race, we're going to pass over to Howard, who's over on the patio terrace.
Absolutely right. Yes, trying to get ourselves a bargain down on the British Rowing official merchandise stand. Chatting with Richard. Show us your wares, Richard.
No problem. Okay. We've got polo shirts, hoodies, and the big seller at the moment is obviously the event tee, which features all the names of the competitors.
And that's got everyone that's competing here over the weekend. Their name is on that T-shirt.
It is indeed, yes. Yeah.
I've seen lots of people under 14s yesterday that were wearing that, so flying off the shelves, are they?
They are, yeah. We sold most of the smaller sizes yesterday, so we've got the mediums and larges. But yeah, get yourself down to the row show.
And finally, because in case the weather turns...
Hopefully, we won't need many of these today, yeah. But we have got umbrellas just in case.
Get yourself along to the British Rowing official merchandise stand on the patio lawn. The GB rowing team Paralympic coaches are looking for PR3 rowers, formerly LTA, to race at the 2017 World Championships in Sarasota in Florida. If you take your rowing seriously, then you could be competing on the world stage this year. To find out how to book your seat on the plane, get onto the British Rowing website and search Para Rowing Talent ID. Let's get back to the action and rejoin our commentary team.
So the next race we have on the course is the time trial of the Open Junior 15 single sculls. This is again another heavily contested event with a really big fight for those top 12 semi-final A and B places. So the first crew to be approaching the finish line is crew number 102. This is the sculler from Maidenhead Rowing Club, O'Connor. And if they have been set off in order, this particular sculler has done incredibly well to set himself at the head of the field. That's his bow ball through the red buoys, signifying 100 metres to go. He's made it all the way down the track, and it looks like, unless anything dramatically changes, he's going to be the first sculler through the line in this time trial for this Junior 15 single sculls event.
That is O'Connor of Maidenhead Rowing Club, number 109. Next we have the distinctive red and yellow colours of Midway colours. And that 99, first one off in the time trial, and that is Thompson.
Crew 103 there. Then this is the B crew from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, Fielding, crew 103. So we also have the first few sets of time trial results from this morning's time trials for the Open Junior 18 coxless pairs, the Open Junior 16 coxed fours, and the Women's J18 coxless fours. So for the Open J18 coxless pairs, the top 12 that will go through have now been published. So go and check those out. You'll be able to find the results both online and at the course if you're here today. If you want to see where you finished and where you'll be racing in the semi-finals or, in fact, in the finals, go and check out the results. that are now published. And the next crew that you'll see entering the final few strokes is the crew from Merchant Taylors. This is crew 111. This is Almond.
Now coming across the line, we have Taylor of Rob Roy Rowing Club, followed by two more crews. Their last 100 metres, I can certainly see her from Clydesdale at the back. And number 113, that is Black of Nithsdale Amateur Rowing Club. And Morrison of Clydesdale, so two Scottish crews coming across the line just behind each other.
Crew number 115 now heading towards us. This is the B Sculler from Maidenhead. This is Overturf. We saw his colleague earlier from Maidenhead through the line safely. That was O'Connor. This is now Overturf of Maidenhead Rowing Club.
We now have Bowery of Chester Street Rowing Club, crew number 107, looking very strong in the last 50 metres. A little look over the shoulder, just trying to see where the finish line is, and across the line for Bowery of Chester Street. And just coming up to the Red Boys now, we have Jobling of Clares Court School, crew number 117. And then following the sculler from Clares Court School, we have number 119, and that is White of Glasgow Academy. It's Reading Rowing Club in lane number 2, just a short way behind. That's crew 120. That is Rundle. That's Reading Rowing Club A. Just coming across the line now.
Lots of support for these junior 15 single sculls, and if you are here at the course, make sure that you're getting down to watch your colleagues, friends, teammates, and these time trials can be very tough, as we've already discussed. Quite lonely out there on the lake when it's not side by side, so make sure, if you are around, get down to the lake to support your fellow crewmates and friends. And a nice sculler here from Ross Rowing Club. This is crew 121, Clatworthy of Ross on Y.
number 124, Huntley of RGS High Wycombe coming across the line with Queen Elizabeth High School, number 122, that is Wilkinson. Nice blue boat just behind that. And a very, very visible lycra from the next crew, just waiting to see the number. This is number 105, that is Dixon of Hereford Cathedral.
So crew number 126 now from Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club. Just a quick look over the shoulder there as he approaches the final 20 or so strokes, having to be careful of the buoy line there. Just clipping the buoys with his right hand blade. But is just managing to get himself back into the middle of the lane there to complete the time trial. Only 12 spots, as we say, in the A-B semi-finals for this event, and plenty of competition for those. So this is one of the highly contested events of the day.
Two more scullers into the last 100 metres of their time trial in the Open Junior 15 single sculls. And in lane number 2, we've got the sculler from Globe Rowing Club A, that is Watson Gandy, looking very impressive, winding up the rate in the last 100 metres. And just around a length or so behind him, we have Dolman of Derwent Rowing Club. And then number 125, that is McGinn of the Grange School.
Crew 114 now. This is the crew from Northwich Rowing Club, the first crew from Northwich Rowing Club, I might add. This is their A crew, Brogan, and quite a relaxed style about this sculler. We'll have to wait and see who the top 12 going through to the A-B semi-finals tomorrow morning will be, but very chilled out here by Brogan of Northwich. We'll wait to see his teammate come down later on in this time trial. Plenty more boats to come. We're probably about halfway through this Open Junior 15 single sculls time trial. And heading towards the finish line now, we've got crew 128 from Exeter Rowing Club. That's Fuller.
Crew number 132, the last 5 or so strokes of his time trial. That is Borrett of Molesey Boat Club in the very distinctive black lycras and blades.
Make sure you follow British Rowing on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube for all the latest from this year's event. At British Rowing with the hashtag BRJC17. That's hashtag BRJC17. And keep a lookout over the course of the weekend to see if you feature. If you spot yourself or your friends, do make sure you tag yourself in. At British Rowing on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube, hashtag BRJC17.
So over the line there, a very tired-looking sculler from Maidenhead Rowing Club. That's crew 131, Hughes of Maidenhead, Maidenhead C, in fact. So at least 3 crews here from Maidenhead Rowing Club in this Junior 15 single sculls event. And on the far side of the lake, that's Twickenham Rowing Club 135, Benton.
Crews 134 and 133 just crossing the line there. Looks like the sculler 134, that's Sloane of Poplar, Blackwall and District, just moving past crew 133, Snape of North Staffs.
Crew 130 now. This is a crew from the Windsor Boys School. Oh gosh, and that's the first capsize that we've seen this morning.
And we have a sculler from Reading Rowing Club just going through the first of the Red Boys now. And that is Chatfield, Reading Rowing Club B, number 136. The sculler from Gloucester Rowing Club, Rothwell, into his last 50 metres. After that, we just have one sculler remaining in the Open Junior 15 single sculls event before we move on to the Open Junior 18 single sculls. Must have been a mistake of mine earlier before. This is now crew 134, Sloane of Poplar, Blackwall and District. So that concludes the time trial for the Open Junior 15 single sculls. A little bit of a break now before we go to the Open Junior 18 single sculls. They're on the course now, but they won't be with us by the finish for a few minutes.
Visit Sarasota County are proud to be title sponsors of this year's British Rowing Junior Championships. Sarasota Bradenton on Florida's beautiful Gulf Coast with America's #1 beach, Siesta Key, will be hosting the 2017 World Rowing Championships in September this year and the 2018 World Rowing Masters Regatta at Nathan Benderson Park. Make sure you stop by the stand on the patio lawn to find out the best deals and to head over for the rowing and a holiday in the Florida sunshine. Whilst you're here, of course, at the British Rowing Junior Championships, lots of delicious Florida oranges to enjoy as well. They're giving them away on the stand, so make sure you say hi to Visit Sarasota County today.
So just a bit of a recap from the time trial events early this morning. The results of the Open Junior 18 coxless pairs. The following crews will go through to the A-B semi-finals. Crew 6, Tideway Scullers School A. Crew 17, Llandaff Rowing Club. Crew number 9, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. Crew 15, Monmouth Comprehensive School. Crew 19, Marlow Rowing Club. Crew 7, Ardingly Rowing Club. Crew number 1, Tideway Scullers School B. Crew 11, Walton Rowing Club. Crew 3, the Windsor Boys School. Crew 16, Trenton Boat Club. Crew 18, Hinksey Sculling School. And crew number 4, King's Rochester and Maidstone Invicta. And you join us with the first crew in the time trial of the Open Junior 18 singles sculls. We have a lot of crews contesting this very tricky event of the championships, and the first crew that we'll see here is crew number 138 from Sir William Borlase School, Jones.
Jones of Sir William Borlase School, crew 138, across the line, the first of our Open Junior 18 single sculls. And he is followed by crew number 140, that is the sculler from Falcon Rowing Club. And then sculler 141, Whitfield, and his Leander Club A, a very, very distinctive cerise pink of Leander Club. Harney of Merchant Tailors, that is sculler 142.
So this is crew 143 now. This is the B crew from Sir William Borlase School at Fisher. And I can see from the lineup that we've got later on in the time trials, there are more crews from Sir William Borlase yet to come in this Junior 18 Open Single Sculls event.
Two more scullers in the last 100 metres now. Sculler 144, Jameson of Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, and 145, Day of Broxbourne Rowing Club, coming across the line just now.
.146 now in a very bright yellow crossing the line. That's crew number 146 from Norwich Rowing Club. It's Lewis Williams. And crew 147, this is the crew from St Andrews University, Chisholm. Of course, some of the Scottish university students still in their junior year, still under 18, so are contesting here over the course of the weekend, as Jack mentioned earlier. So we've already spoken of several crews from Sir William Borlase, and here's yet another. They've all come in close succession. This is crew 149. This is the third crew this morning we've seen in this event for Sir William Borlase School, and this is Smith. Really punchy style here from this junior 18 single sculler. I'd say the first sculler we've seen this morning that's made a real wind on the rate through the Red Boys in a bid to make the top 12 for this event. A very, very tough semi-final set to get into this one. Plenty of crews yet to come. We're barely a third of the way through this time trial in this single sculls event. And we've got a close race going on here into the finish line between 152 Emmanuel on the far side and 151 Trent on the near side.
Sculler 153 from Kings Ely and Berondo. And we have another university, Scottish University under 18 rower. This time it's Murray of Edinburgh University, very successful university program from north of the border. Murray from Edinburgh, sculler 155. And sculler 154, Gibson Cabrero of Birmingham Rowing Club.
Birmingham Rowing Club, of course, natives to the Edgbaston Reservoir. And crew 157, sculler 157 from Bewdley Rowing Club, another crew from the West Midlands to follow up. This is Bewdley's B crew, Charlton, who's trying to hold off a sculler in the lane to his right from Hollingworth Lake, apologies, 158. That's Swithenbank of Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. And a good tight race there. Only a boat length to separate them in that time trial. So really good for both crews to push on. I'm sure that will contribute towards their times for the places in the semi-final.
Two scullers very tight as they approach the last few strokes, 159 and 160. 159 is Hancock of York City Rowing Club, And 160 is Smith of the Glasgow Academy. Glasgow Academy sculler looking absolutely exhausted as he crosses the line, slumped over his sculls. Definitely put everything out on the line there in that time trial for a bid to get into the AB semi-finals tomorrow morning.
Plenty of Scottish scullers in this open event. This is the crew 161 from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club Ray. Looking extremely relaxed, especially around the front end. Although, don't be fooled, you can absolutely see there how much effort Ray's put into that time trial, making it look easy.
Any race you go to, you can always spot the rowers from Doncaster. The boats in their red, yellow and green, incredibly distinctive. And this is sculler 162 Phillips of the Doncaster Schools Rowing Association.
So crew 163 now into the final 20 strokes. This is a crew from Huntingdon Rowing Club, where I believe east of England. This is Searle of Huntingdon. A little look round there to the finish. Searching for that finish line. These time trials are extremely tough, especially when there's only limited spaces to contest in the AB semi-finals. Of course, all the minor finals will be happening this afternoon, so keep an eye out for the results from these time trials to see what time you might need to be getting back onto the water. And this is crew 164 from Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe. This is Kutsia.
Sculler 165, that's the B sculler from King's School Ely Fellows. You've seen plenty of scullers finishing their time trial and looking absolutely spent. Now have Lee of Warrington, sculler 167, just taking a look over his shoulder, trying to see where the finish line is. He hasn't got far to go. And Lee of Warrington just coming up to the finish line now.
A big sprint now for the sculler from Tyne United, the second sculler from Tyne United B. This is Shrewsbury and City of Bristol to follow that up. Crew 168, Mr. Linton. We're about halfway through this time trial for the Open Junior 18 Single Sculls. As we mentioned, a very popular event here at the British Rowing Junior Championships. And I believe heading towards the line now is the crew from St Andrew Boat Club, crew 171.
Reed of Henley Rowing Club, sculler 170. That is the Henley Rowing Club B crew.
Bewdley Rowing Club now, crew 172. And just look at the rating go up. It's only got about 3 strokes to go to complete this time trial. And a bit of a gap between himself and the next sculler down the track, and that's crew number 175 from Notts County Rowing Association. That's Larkin. That's the second crew again. That's their B crew. The local in some beautifully distinctive kit. It's great to see them back racing here on home water in Nottingham.
Two northeastern crews, local rivals, made the journey down from Nottingham, to Nottingham. We've got 176 Barnes of Queen Elizabeth High School, just with around a length over 177. That is Phillipson of Tyne United.
Crew 178 now. This is the crew from Star Club. For those of you who aren't aware, Star, of course, row on the Bedford rowing stretch on the river that runs through Bedford. And sticking very well to their name, you'll be able to see the beautiful little stars on the spoons of the blades as they go in and out of the water. And this sculler here, White of Star Club, just takes his final couple of strokes over the line ahead of another local from Nottingham Rowing Club, 179. I'm sure Parker in this J18 event is very used to trucking up and down, doing many miles on this particular stretch of lake.
Still of an absolute armada of Open Junior 18 single sculls making their way down the course. The next one we're going to see coming through the finish line is Crew 180, Peel of Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club. And Crew 181, that is the sculler from Henley Rowing Club A, Turnell.
Barn Elms Rowing Club, one of the many rowing clubs on the Putney stretch of the embankment on the Thames. This is Jackson of Barn Elms, crew number 182, through the line. Crew 185 now. This is the crew from St Leonard's School. This is Rushforth. Rushforth, of course, been contesting on the northeastern rowing scene for a very long time, a very successful junior sculler previously of Durham Rowing Club, amateur rowing club, so I'm sure he'll be one of the names we'll be seeing later on through the competition.
Into the last 100 metres, sculler 186, Wilkinson of Walton Rowing Club with those lovely tri-coloured stripes across the chest and on the blades. Really gripping and ripping it as he winds the rate up in the last 20 metres. Trying to add as much speed as he can, emptying the tank. And across the line for Wilkinson of Walton, followed by 187, Gowing of Star Rowing Club. That's Star Rowing Club B.
The second single we've seen in this time trial from Queen Elizabeth High School. This is Ryan, crew number 188.
Just going to bring you one more set of results quickly from race 204, the women's junior 16 quad sculls. The following 12 crews will go through to the A-B semi-finals, the remainder to the C final. Crew 40, Cambridge 99, Isle of Ely and Kings Ely. Crew 48, Northwich and Warrington. 42, Tideway Scullers School. 46, Henley Rowing Club. 44, Thames Rowing Club. 41, Worcester Rowing Club. 49, Wallingford Rowing Club. 38, Castle Semple and Strathclyde Park. 43, Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club. 45, Queen Elizabeth High School. 50, Maidenhead Rowing Club. And 51, Peterborough City Rowing Club.
And through the line, we've got the sculler from Tideway Scullers School, 190, and they're just crossing the line, Rob Roy Boat Club, that's Turnbull, crew 189. And as he glances across there, the sculler from Globe, it's the Globe B crew, Sullivan, crew 191, is through the line. And just one more crew to complete the lineup in this Junior 18 single scull time trial. This is the open event for this trophy. And it's crew 192 from Notts County Rowing Association.
And as we have a little break in racing, I'll just give you one more set of results from race number 205, the women's junior 15 double sculls. The first 12 crews will go through to the AB semi-finals, the next 18 to minor finals. So those 12 crews through to the AB semi-finals are crew 90, City of Bristol A, crew 62, Henley Rowing Club A, 97, Maidenhead Rowing Club A, 82, Henley Rowing Club B, 63, Staines Boat Club, 54, Beckett Rowing Club, 61, Castle Semple Rowing Club, 64, Reading Rowing Club, 70, Maidenhead Rowing Club B, 76, Tideway Scullers School A, 91, Marlow Rowing Club, and 65, Mossbourne Rowing Academy.
This year's British Rowing Indoor Championships will be taking place on Saturday the 9th of December at the Lee Valley Velo Park. Head to the British Rowing website for more details, but get that date in the diary. Saturday 9th of December at the Lee Valley Velo Park for the British Rowing Indoor Championships.
Okay, all right, I'm on my way back. Cheers.
So like even if you just come for a walk, you still have to pay the same as what you would.
So we have the first cruise of the next race on the course, that is race 208, the Open Junior 16 double sculls. And the first crew we have coming down is crew number 194, Castle Semple Rowing Club. So the first crew in Junior 16 double sculls, Castle Semple Rowing Club crossing the line there. All crews sticking to order so far, as we now have crew number 196, Tyne United Rowing Club, in their last couple of strokes, with Peterborough Rowing Club, crew number 197, around about 50 metres behind them.
And there go crew 197 across the line. That, of course, Peterborough United. Sorry, Peterborough. Two more crews coming in towards the line. First of all, Clydesdale, number 198. And they're followed by Lee Rowing Club on the far side, number 199 in the bright orange.
Crews 201 and 200 into their last 50 metres. A very impressive double from Henley Rowing Club, just with around a length or so over crew number 200. That is Falcon Rowing Club.
Next, coming in towards the line, crew number 202 from Thames Rowing Club. They're approaching their last 100 metres now, so about 10 strokes to go for these boys.
very racy looking crew from the city of Bristol. That is crew number 203, really winding up the rate in the last 50 metres or so. And then just going down to a gentle paddle across the line.
Next in towards the line is crew number 205 from Evesham Rowing Club.
Crew number 207, Leander Club, stroked by Devereaux. Always expect Leander Club crews to be very fast. 207 across the line. Like they might have pushed through a crew that's next going to be through the finish line, 206, which is Trentham Boat Club. And crew 209 from RGS High Wycombe, stroked by Forster. Two incredibly strong looking rowers from Globe Rowing Club, and is crew number 211. Stroke rower really driving it through, really impressive power through the middle of the stroke, really utilising the leg drive and opening up the bodies, and you can see how much that's really tired him out. And 210 coming up just behind them, Birmingham Rowing Club, stroked by Alloway. Crew number 212, Hereford Cathedral, stroked by Leicester. Just finishing off their effort in the time trial of the Open Junior 16 double sculls. Just over 20 crews in this event, so those 12 places in the AB semi-finals tomorrow will be very hotly contested. The remainder of the crews will be going to minor finals later on today. The next crew we have coming up is crew number 204 from the Hinksey Sculling School, stroked by Clark. With crew number 213 from Star Club just behind them. Our lone composite in the Junior 16 double sculls event, crew 215, the composite of Reading Rowing Club and Twickenham Rowing Club. And And then 216, Falcon Rowing Club B. And it looks as though we have our last double in the Junior 16 double sculls event, just coming up to the last 250 metres now. We now have the last crew in the Open Junior 16 double sculls time trial, number 217, Clare's Court School, stroked by Sharma. They're just going through the first of the red boys now. And crew 217 from Clare's Court School across the line now to conclude the Junior 16 double sculls time trial.
You can find out all the results from today's action and indeed from the weekend's competition. Check out how your club is doing. res.britchamps.org. That's res.britchamps.org. And do make sure you follow British Rowing on social media, on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube. The latest from this year's event at British Rowing. Use the hashtag BRJC17. That's hashtag BRJC17. And do keep a lookout over the course of the weekend to see if you're featuring on social media. If you do spot yourself or your friends, make sure you tag yourself in. At British Rowing on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube with the hashtag BRJC17. Welcome to the tower on the finishing line. You're in the commentary box, and I'm sitting next to our volunteer commentator, Jack Dryden. Jack, what got you into volunteering?
Well, I had a bit of free time at a competition that was at in Scotland, and they put out an announcement on the commentary saying, do you have any volunteers who want to help out in the finished towers of commentary? And I went to go, and it was just really good fun. Really enjoyed it, and then got into doing that more regularly, and then eventually I'm here doing British rowing.
And where in the world has it taken you?
I mean, I've done lots of volunteering, both with commentary here at Nottingham, which is where most of the events are held, but also I'm support staff for Scotland's home international team, so I got to go to Ireland, Wales, we went to the home country international regatta, so that was really good to get to travel around a little bit with the team and support the athletes.
Aside from the travelling, what's in it for you, volunteering?
Most importantly is lots of fun. I'm here in my free time, as are all the volunteers, so you've got to be enjoying what you're doing. And you get a real buzz out of the really good races. But also it's great for experience. So I'm interested in media and production and things like that. So this is a great opportunity for me to practice those kind of skills and managing a team and things like that. So experience, but most important.
And volunteers come in all ages too.
Oh, absolutely. We've got a huge range here. So you tend to find for the bigger roles, like the umpires, that they've trained for a few years in order to do that role. So you have a few older people doing that. But we've got a huge range of younger people here also helping out with me in the commentary box. But there's also all the DFE volunteers who are out on the stake boats and doing all the really important jobs, but often seen behind the scenes at the event. So we wouldn't be able to run the event without that huge volunteer body of all the different.
And how have you found being live on YouTube for this event?
New challenges. We've obviously got camera footage going out online, and we've got to match that with what we're saying in the park, whilst not saying, if you can see on the video now, and if you're sat in the park, you're not seeing the video. So there's some new challenges there to make sure the two sync up. But it's always entertaining to keep the commentators on their toes, so we really enjoyed the challenge.
And you're a former rower, so what's easier, sitting in the commentary box commentating or a 2K race on the water?
I think both have their challenges. Obviously, this is much physically easier, but in terms of what's more fun, I certainly enjoy being in the commentary box. It's great to have a link with rowing, but not have to go through the pain of that third 500 when it comes to a 2K race.
Jack Dryden, our commentator in the tower. Let's get back to the action.
So you join us as the time trial for the Women's Junior 18 Quad Sculls is underway. We've already had a few crews through the finish. And the crew just approaching the red boys now is crew number 228, Runcorn Rowing Club. We have two more sets of results to bring you. We're going to start with the results of race number 206, the Open Junior 15 Single Sculls. The first 12 crews will go through to the AB semi-finals, the next 18 to minor finals. The 12 crews going through to AB semi-finals are crew 127, Globe Rowing Club A, 104, Trenton Boat Club, 116, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club A, 107, Chester Street Amateur Rowing Club, 101, Rob Roy Boat Club, 102, Maidenhead Rowing Club A, 112, York City Rowing Club, 124, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, 105, Hereford Cathedral School, 129, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, 128, Exeter Rowing Club, and 120, Reading Rowing Club A. And following that, we also have the results of the Open Junior 18 Single Sculls. The first 12 crews will go through to AB semi-finals, the next 18 to minor finals. The 12 crews going through to the AB semi-finals are crew 171, St Andrew Boat Club, 190, Tideway Scullers School, 147, University of St Andrews, 177, Tyne United Rowing Club A, 179, Nottingham Rowing Club, 145, Broxbourne Rowing Club, 191, Globe Rowing Club B, 182, Barn Elms Rowing Club, 160, Glasgow Academy, 146, Norwich Rowing Club, 155, Edinburgh University, and 181, Henley Rowing Club A.
Well, the next time trial is now steadily approaching the finishing line, and this is the women's junior 16 coxless pairs. And the first crew we can see coming in towards the line now, crew 229 from Greater Marlow School. And this pair have developed quite a lead in this time trial as they come in through the line to finish off.
The next crew in the women's junior 16 coxless pairs that we all see coming into the finish is crew number 231 from Glasgow Academy. Always easy to spot in their purple stamp fleece.
So two more crews coming in towards the finish. In the yellow boat, it is Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, number 232. And just behind them, the crew from Kingston Grammar School, boat 230. The fastest three crews in this time trial will go to the A final. The remainder will go to a semi-final to decide the remaining places in that final.
And crew 234 from Marlow Rowing Club finish off their effort looking very well kit coordinated, kit matching the boat as well.
Next down the course, number 233 from Hollingworth Lake. And they are just coming in towards their last 100 metres now, so a good 12 strokes, and they'll be over the line.
That was crew 233, Hollingworth Lake, coming across the finish line. And I believe that is the last of the women's junior 16 coxless pairs finishing their time trial. The next event we should have coming down the course is race number 211, the Open Junior Coxless Fours. I can already see the first boats coming towards us in the finish tower, and so we're sure they'll be here very, very soon.
So just coming into the finish now, the first crew time trialling for the Open Junior Coxless Fours, crew number 236 from Tideway Sculling School. And now we have the composite of George Heriot's and George Watson's College, both from Scotland, crew number 237. The next crew through the finish line, another composite, Ardingly Rowing Club, Kings Rochester and Maidstone Invicta, crew number 238. And they're followed shortly by 239 Marlow Rowing Club. Next to come in to the last 100 metres, another composite, Bedford School and Bedford Modern School, 240. And just about to cross the line, crew number 241 from Windsor Boys School. Next over the line, crew number 242 from Hampton School, and this is their B crew. They have an A crew who we're expecting to come down shortly. Following them through is crew number 244 from Maidenhead Rowing Club. Next across the finish line, crew number 243 from Greater Marlow School.
Another composite on the course now from the Henley stretch. We've got a composite of Leander Club and Shiplake College. Crew number 246. So we have just two more crews in this Open Junior Coxless Fours time trial. Another composite between Clare's Court School in King's Canterbury. Clare's Court in the stern 3, King's Canterbury in the bow seat. That is number 245. And the final crew in the time trial of the Open Junior Coxless Fours, crew number 247, Hampton School. We saw their B crew looking pretty strong a little earlier. Now we get their A crew coming down to finish off this time trial.
The GB rowing team Paralympic coaches are looking for PR3 rowers, formerly LTA, to race at the 2017 World Championships in Sarasota, Florida. If you take your rowing seriously, then you could be competing on the world stage this year. To find out how to book your seat on the plane, get onto the British Rowing website and search Para Rowing Talent ID.
We now have the time trial for the Open Junior 16 Coxless pairs on the water, and the first pair has crossed the water. That's crew number 249, Walton Rowing Club. And they must have set off quite some way ahead. Either that or they've had a pretty good row, because there's quite a gap between them and the next 2 or 3 crews. So Walton got off to a good start. Also in this time trial are Tideway Scullers, Wallingford, City of Bristol, Northwich, Marlow and Clares Court. So that's the times trial for the Open Junior 16 Coxless pairs.
Final few strokes now for the crew from Tideway Scullers School. This is crew 250 and closely followed by a crew from Wallingford Rowing Club. That's crew number 251.
Some 100 metres back from the Wallingford crew is the City of Bristol Open Junior 16 Coxless pair. I must say, for Coxless pairs, Junior 16, early days for their sweep rowing, and these crews steering very good courses. Not always easy in a Coxless pair. When you're putting in a lot of effort, sometimes you end up going around in circles. But these crews are maintaining a good straight course as they come down towards the finish.
Through into the Red Boys, it's the City of Bristol crew in this Junior 16 Coxless Open Coxless pairs. This is City of Bristol with Northwich having been through the line. So crew 252, City of Bristol, being followed up by the crew from Marlow Rowing Club. That's crew 254.
Let's get a word then with Warrant Officer Class 2, Bill Sinclair, who's from the Royal Navy. Good to see the Navy here, Bill. What are you hoping to achieve?
We're trying to sort of lift the profile of the Royal Navy. Royal Navy's for everybody, male, female, from 16 right up to 36. All sorts of roles right across the spectrum, from pilot right down to steward, Royal Marine, engineering, we've got everything.
Yeah, tell us about the opportunities that are on offer in your service.
Well, the Royal Navy is a very good employer. It's got opportunities across a broad spectrum of jobs. Engineering is very good. We've got soldiering for the Royal Marines. You can get lifelong skills. You learn to travel, sport. We're big into sport. So there's something for everybody in the Royal Marines.
Yeah, let's touch on the sporting opportunities. There's plenty of those.
Well, Royal Navy, we'll cover every sport, everything from whitewater rafting to tiddlywinks and everything in between. Any sport we will promote in the Navy, and there's a Royal Naval Association for just about every sport you can think of, because it fosters team spirit, keeping fit, all things that the Navy aspire to.
And as far as rowing's concerned, obviously you've got a superstar in the ranks.
We have. Lieutenant Pete Reid has won 2 gold medals in 2012 and 2016. And we also have indoor rowing as well. We have the Navy Indoor Rowing Championships, October, November time, which we're very, very proud of, very passionate about, and we have a big attendance at that.
I admire your passion. Have you ever been in a rowing boat?
I've been in a rowing boat, fell out, so I prefer the indoor rower. We like indoor rowing because it can be packed away and can be put on ships. So when the guys and girls want to keep themselves fit, they can just jump on the rower and knock out a quick 2 or 3K. So very good for keeping fit.
Come along and meet the team and meet Warrant Officer Class 2, Bill Sinclair, here on the Royal Navy stand.
So next on the course, we should have the women's junior 18 eights, and they're approaching around about halfway through their time trial now. So the first boat we should see coming down the course is a composite from St. Paul's Girls' School and Tideway Scullers School. So 500 metres to go now for the first crew in this time trial of the Women's Junior 8s. All of these crews will go through to AB semi-finals, but of course contesting for the fastest times in order to see themselves well in those semi-finals, put themselves in a good place to get into that very hotly contested A final. And it is in fact the crew from St Paul's Girls and Tideway Scullers School, number 256, that will be the first ones to come into view. St Paul's Girls and Tideway Scullers, of course, at various points on that infamous Tideway stretch. Tideway Scullers, of course, up nearer to the Kew Bridge end, and St Paul's Girls School rowing out of their boat club just on Hammersmith Bridge. So I'm sure very easy for them to coordinate training in this composite crew, being just a couple of kilometres downriver from one another. And they're looking very tidy now as they come into 100 metres to go. As I mentioned, very tidy crew here, a composite crew from Tideway Sculler School and St Paul's Girls' School. And rating nice and gently through the line. No need for a big push. As I say, all crews here will go through to the semi-finals. So it'll be interesting to see what tactics are taken, who wants to go out and post a fast time for everyone to see. And it's the crew here from Nottingham, Notts County Rowing Association, who are making a big comeback this year, who furiously pressed through the line, and they all look pretty exhausted. So I'm sure they'll be gunning for a quick time to post through into the semi-finals. And the next crew in this Women's Junior 18 8s race will be the crew from Worcester Rowing Club. That's crew 258. Worcester through the red boys, and lots of support on the bank here at the centre for this Worcester crew from the West Midlands. And again, another big roar of support for the crew from Sir William Perkins School, who are really starting to wind the rate up high through into the finish. And they really did give that absolutely everything. As I say, lots of varying different tactics here in this Women's Junior 8s time trial. And a good little battle here going on between the composite from Kingston Grammar School and Molesey Boat Club and Queen Elizabeth High School. Queen Elizabeth High School in the green, and of course the composite boat spattered between red and white and black and white. That's the Molesey and Kingston Grammar School composite. And it really is stroke for stroke, and fantastic for both of these boats to have a little bit of competition as they head into the final few hundred metres, as it'll just help their time if they've got that little bit of pressure on them to make sure that they push as hard as they can, and they cross the line practically together. What a fantastic bit of racing for those two crews to have. Again, good to see another neighbouring crew compositing, Kingston Grammar School, Molesey Boat Club. We saw that other composite earlier. And here is the crew from Henley Rowing Club that we're seeing crossing the line. Henley, again, we've seen a lot of their crews this weekend, and they certainly came here in force. So this is Royal Chester now, 263, in a little bit of a bubble, but they've done extremely well to keep it right up nice and high, and a little tap there from the 7 girl to the stroke girl to say good job. What a good time trial they've had. So I'll have to wait for the results to find out how they've done, and they'll be followed up by the crew from Maidstone Invicta. That's crew 265. Crew 266, that's York City Rowing Club. And this is the crew from Great Marlow School. And the final crew for this Women's Junior 18 8 event is the composite crew from Glasgow Academy, Glasgow Schools and St Andrew Boat Club.
Visit Sarasota County are proud to be title sponsors of this year's British Rowing Junior Championships. Sarasota Bradenton on Florida's beautiful Gulf Coast with America's #1 beach, Siesta Key, will be hosting the 2017 World Rowing Championships in September this year and the 2018 World Rowing Masters Regatta at the Nathan Benderson Park. Make sure you stop by their stand on the patio lawn to find out the best deals to head over for the rowing and a holiday in the Florida sunshine. And up your vitamin C content too. They've got lots of delicious Florida oranges to give away, so make sure you say hi to Visit Sarasota County today.
So you're joining us here at the finish of the Women's Junior 16 single sculls. We've got lots of boats contesting this event here this weekend. And this is the first of them. This is the sculler from Lady Eleanor Hollies, Miss Witt, crew number 269.
And it looks like crew 272 from Tyne Rowing Club has rowed through a couple of others on the course now. As she crosses the finishing line, she's got a lovely, long, powerful stroke. Not overrating as she crosses the finishing line, but big, strong girl, and she's going well. 271 is Nottingham and Union, Miss Thomas. Coming across nicely.
And just a few results from this morning's time trials. We've got the results of the Open Junior 16 double sculls, where 12 will progress through to the semi-finals, the AB semi-finals. Crew 216, Falcon B, Falcon Rowing Club. We've got crew 199, Lee Rowing Club, 201, Henley Rowing Club, 211, Globe Rowing Club, 214, Hinksey Sculling School, 212, Hereford Cathedral School, 207, Leander Club, 215, Reading and Twickenham, 297, Peterborough City Rowing Club, 203, City of Bristol Rowing Club, 209, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, and 202, Thames Rowing Club.
Just crossing the line in this time trial for the Women's Junior 16 single sculls, Twickenham and Tyne. 272 and 273. Also Llandaff, Miss Broughton, 274. Next to come down is Miss Stenning from Walton Rowing Club. Really putting a lot into that finish. Of course, it does make a difference if you put some effort into your time trial. It can make the difference between which final you're in. The first 12 are going through to the semi-finals A and B, the remainder to the minor finals. And if you're not in the semi-finals A and B, you don't get a chance to compete in the finals. So it really does matter to get a really good time in these time trials.
And looking to get a really good time in this time trial is the sculler from Camas Rowing Club. That's Cohen of Camas. She takes a bit of a glance towards the finish tower. She knows that she's not far from the finish now. Another look over as the supporters scream from the bank to take her through these final few strokes. And furiously chasing her is the sculler from Tideway Scullers. That's their B crew. Again, we've seen Tideway Scullers entering plenty of crews into all of these junior events. In fact, multiple into many of the events. So there goes Miss Supple across the line.
Now coming down is crew number 280 in the Women's Junior 16 single sculls. This is Miss Heath from Trenton Boat Club. Very successful junior club in recent years, and they've got a very good entry again at this year's British Rowing Junior Championships. 281 is Miss Pollard from Reading Rowing Club. Looking very long and very strong. I'm slightly surprised to see that most of the scullers are taking a fairly low rating across the finishing line. I do hope they're putting everything into it. I'm sure they have, and that's the way to get a good position in the semi-finals.
A great battle into the finish here between Rob Roy Boat Club's Wolfson and the sculler from Yom School, Wake. This is crews 282 and 283 respectively. And wow, it's so unusual. As I've already mentioned this morning, to see two crews so close together in a time trial. Not only that, but in single sculls as well. So great to see them heading over the line together, and a good nod of the head there from the sculler from Rob Roy. I think she enjoyed having some company, taking her through the final few strokes.
Next coming down in the women's junior 16 single sculls is Miss Garrett from Kings Ely. Lovely clean catches, strong finishes as she crosses the line now.
I believe coming into the final straight now is crew 288. That's the crew from St Ives Rowing Club. Fantastic to see them here this weekend, all the way up from the south coast. Indeed, it is a very strong swing through to the finish there for Miss Madison of St Ives Rowing Club, who's being followed up by crew 285, I believe, from Hinksey Sculling School.
So Lauren Madison had actually pulled through perhaps four places in this time trial, which certainly sets her up for a good position in the semi-finals. 287 is Monmouth Comprehensive, Miss Kersey, or Kersey. So she may have come a long way from St Ives, but it looks like it's going to be a worthwhile trip.
Finishing strokes here for Miss Dingwall of the Isle of Ely Rowing Club. Another Eastern sculler from the east of England, being followed up by crew 289 from the northwest Grange School, Miss Cushion.
And coming down now is Cambridge 99's Miss Morgan, crew number 291. Being chased down by Miss Van Varkum of Tideway Scullers School A. It's Tideway Scullers rower takes her rating up as she comes down towards the finish. She's really pushing it along nicely. although she stopped before the finishing line, so that'll cost her a second or two. So Miss Lancaster from King's School Ely, I think the penultimate sculler in this time trial for the women's junior 16 single sculls. Crew number 293, Lancaster from King's Ely. And as Camilla points out, she's got a very long stroke, good geometry. Must have an arm span of about two and a bit meters there, I reckon. And this is another King's School Ely sculler who may not have started in numerical sequence by the look of it. So we've got one more, and that should be Miss Humphrey from Kingston Grammar School.
So next up, we should have the Open Junior 15 coxed quadruple sculls. So with a cox on board, another big entry into this event where there will be semi-finals taking place, and only the first 12 will go through to those, with the minor finals happening for the remainder of crews this afternoon. So that's coming up as they approach probably about 500 metres into their time trial, with one remaining sculler here in this women's junior 16 single scull entering the last 200 metres. And it's crew 270, so that's the fourth sculler from the King's School Ely in this event. 4 scullers in this women's junior 16 event, and good for them all to come through the line relatively close together, obviously supporting each other through this British Rowing Junior Championships. Good to have your teammates all around you. So that completes that roundup for the women's junior 16 single sculls. The first 12 of those from the time trial will go through to the AB semi-finals tomorrow, and the remainder will race in the minor finals this afternoon. So keep an eye out for those, and keep an eye out for the results, which we should be getting anytime soon. So you're joining us with 200 metres to go with the first cruise in this Open Junior 15 coxed quadruple sculls. And the first crew is crew 295, which is, as it should be, on the running order. So we've got Canterbridgian Rowing Club, and they've probably got about 30 strokes to go. Their cocks will be wishing them through the last stages of their race. And this is Clare's Court School. This is their C crew coming through the line. So we've got at least 3 crews here from Clare's Court. Of course, Clare's Court got into the final of Henley Royal Regatta this year as a club. Since their win last year, apologies, in the Forley Challenge Cup. So good to see that they've got generations of junior scullers coming through to fill up those more senior spots that will be coming available as people move on to other things. And another school who are often associated with good senior levels of sculling at school level, it's the Sir William Borlase School. That would have been crew 303. Oh. Through the line there, that was Warrington. And a real sprint finish here coming from the crew from Chester Street Rowing Club.
Yeah, that crew from Chester Street, if they started in numerical order, they've had a storming time trial. Pulled out quite a big gap over the rest of the field. I think that's crew number 298, Queen Elizabeth High School. Coming across the line now. Another good rundown from QEH, Queen Elizabeth High School, 306. And Walton Rowing Club 308 coming across now as well. We're having some, looking across, there's some fantastic sculling from these quite young scullers. Junior 15 coxed quads. Or as Mr. Anton was saying, we should call them coxed quadruple sculls. Clare's Court now coming through again. This is 307. Clare's Court B crew. And certainly they look as if they put every effort in. There's a lot of exhaustion evident in that crew. So good to see they've worked hard. Put them in, stand them in good stead for the semi-finals. Number 300, which is RGS High Wycombe.
This year's British Rowing Indoor Championships will be taking place on Saturday the 9th of December at the Lee Valley Velo Park, where you'll see lots of the Concept 2 machines. In fact, we're inside the Concept 2 tent at the moment with Rob Parks from the company. Just watching all the athletes going through their paces here, Rob. In fact, you've got a very famous customer, haven't you? Tell us a story.
Is this the Bradley Wiggins one, or? Yeah, so he bought a rowing machine off us recently. He actually brought it online, but I assume most people have seen that he's planning on entering the British indoors in December. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do. I think some people have taken his cycling figures and converted them into splits on the rowing machine, and they're pretty impressive. So whether he can do that or not, we'll see. I think he's planning on bulking up a bit. But it'll be interesting to see if he comes down and competes.
How about that? A famous customer. And we've got a young competitor here going through a warm-up routine from the Mossbourne Club. So tell us how you use the machines for your warm-up.
I just row for about 10 minutes just to warm up, and then I'll go for an under 8, an over 8, and an on 8 burst, and repeat so I'm sweating.
And then you get back on for warm down afterwards?
Yes, and warm down afterwards.
You are sweating?
Yes, I know.
I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
We'll leave her getting herself ready. And obviously mentioning the British Rowing Indoor Championships, Rob, we've got, what, a dozen machines in here. How many machines do we see on the floor of the Velo Park?
So last year there were 60 race machines and 60 warm-up machines. So obviously bring them down from Nottingham's quite a big bit of logistics. About 4 or 5 of us go down with vans, take them all down. I think we take about 1 kilometre of cabling as well, 5 or 6 laptops. So it's a great event for us to go to. See so many machines there is great.
Well, it's a very impressive day out. So make sure you got that note in your diary, won't you? Saturday, 9th of December for this year's British Rowing Indoor Championships at the Velo Park in Lee Valley in London.
So back to the course now, and we've had a few crews from this Open Junior 15 coxed quadruple sculls come through the line, including Windsor Boys, AB7, Mossbourne, who of course we've just seen one of their athletes warming up in that interview and heard the interview there with their squad warming up. And coming into the final 100 metres now of this race and time trial, it's Tideway Scullers, and I think this is Tideway Scullers' A crew. They've got 2 crews contesting this event this morning, so we'll have to wait and see how they get on when the results come out later on today. Crew 301, this is the B crew from Windsor Boys, who heading towards the line. We were talking about success at Henley, and actually the Windsor Boys School won the Fawley Challenge Cup this year for boys quadruple sculls, so a fantastic achievement for them. They first time they've won it in many, many years, and they were all absolutely ecstatic. So again, future generation senior level junior athletes coming through the ranks here in these Open Junior 15 Cox quadruple sculls event, and good practice, Robin, for later years, isn't it?
Yeah, I can remember back in the early 2000s, Windsor Boys were very strong in boys quadruple sculls, and good to see, as Camilla says there, it's great to see them coming on strong at the British Rowing Junior Championships this year. It's a proud rowing school, and it's good to see them performing well. Across the line now is Trenton Boat Club, 314. And being followed by, is that Clare's Court? No, it's not. 312, that's Birmingham University. Birmingham Boat Club. 312. Now they train on a funny little reservoir in Edgbaston, which is about 700 metres long when it's been raining for a while. So to get on this course is quite an achievement for them. And it's good to see them extending themselves over this distance. They're being followed by TS Tideway Scullers B. Followed by Rob Roy, that's 315. And this is a nice looking crew. Very good, very clean together. Tapping it along very well, keeping it moving right through to the finish. In fact, they haven't even stopped when they got through to the finish, which is a sign of a crew which is capable of a bit more, I think. Oh, they're showing some signs of fatigue now, but they've really crossed that finishing line in style.
So don't get confused. We've got two crews who are rowing in extremely similar colours. This first crew is 317. That's Doncaster Schools Rowing Association there, just heading towards the line. And behind them, crew 316, which is Abingdon Rowing Club, both rowing green and yellow. But it was the crew from Doncaster through the line first, followed by Abingdon Rowing Club.
Yes, the kit suppliers certainly have something to answer for there in terms of supplying some very similar kit. However, the blades are different, so that's how Camilla managed to spot the difference, I'm sure.
And a good fight here going on between Clare's Court School on the near side and on the far side, that's Maidstone Invicta, I believe. And the bowman of the Clare's Court boat just taking a peek across to Maidstone Invicta, keeping them at bay, even though this is all based on time, as we've said this morning, so it's time only that this will be taken from for those semi-finals. Maidstone Invicta were kept at bay by Clare's Court School, so that will give them a little bit of confidence heading through either to this afternoon's minor finals or to tomorrow's semi-finals.
And completing the time trial for the Open Junior 15 coxed quadruple sculls is the crew from Kingston Grammar School, number 321. Oh, just behind them is Henley Rowing Club through 320. Is that it? I think it is.
So the next event on the course will be heading towards us now. This is the Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls. This is race 216 for the time trials. Again, very competitive. Only the first 12 will make it through to the AB semi-finals tomorrow, and the next 18 will then make it through to minor finals later on this afternoon. So the first crew of these women's junior 15 single sculls now, and it's crew 322, Miss Rowley of Abingdon Rowing Club. Abingdon Rowing Club have got more than one single. This is Abingdon A, so Miss Rowley has a teammate also contesting in this time trial. A very upright style around the catch for this sculler from Abingdon.
Next to come down in this massive time trial of the Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls is Miss Lack from Tideway Scullers, crew number 324. And she may be called Lack, but I don't think she lacks much in technique or power. She's really driving that boat along. And hopefully pleased with her performance. Over in the next lane is the sculler from Ross B, that's Miss Smith. Ross been a very successful club at junior level for several years. It's good to see them represented again here at the British Rowing Junior Championships. I think they got a silver medal yesterday in the Junior 14s with Miss Brodholt. and Miss Barker from Beckett Rowing Club in a rather fetching celeste and white sculling boat. Celeste being the Bianchi colours in cycling terms. Rather fetching shade of turquoise. Number 226 next is from Tyne Rowing Club. That's Miss Mosscrop. And she's taken the rating up in the last 100 metres. She's batting it along nicely. Looks over her shoulders. She's not going to stop before the finishing line. Very strong sculling from Miss Mosscrop as she crosses the line for Tyne. And a familiar boat, I've seen it over several years at this and other regattas, is from Doncaster Schools Rowing Association, number 327, Miss Haig. Being chased down by City of Oxford, 328, Miss Ruiseal. Okay, next is a sculler from York City, Miss Maul, who caught a buoy but recovered well. And coming down now, Miss Cowdell from Royal Chester Rowing Club.
Final 200 metres now for the crew, the sculler even, from Falcon Rowing Club, Miss Sagner. Nice. Pause around the finish to let the boat run underneath her. Very composed as she passes through. About 50 metres left to go of this time trial in the Women's Junior 15 single sculls.
I'm glad you pointed that out, Camilla, because it's certainly a part of rowing technique that has significantly changed in the last few years. We were always taught when I was rowing to have a very quick finish, but of course it's now recognised that puts the brakes on, and actually if you pause at the finish, it lets the boat run. So nice to see that being put into practice by these scullers.
So we should have now, I believe this is crew 332. This is the B crew from Abingdon Rowing Club, Miss Lovibond or Lovibond. Crew 334 now, the sculler from Nottingham and Union, Miss Patchett. Another sculler with a really long stroke and levering off the catch very nicely there. You could see all the real arc of her body as she swung it backwards in order to drive her bow ball towards the line. So really nice to see that for these Junior 15 women.
Close finish here from Nithsdale on the near side, ahead just behind Who's that on the far side? Merchant Taylors, we believe. Next is number 336, Pangbourne, Miss Allen, Pangbourne College.
We're on a beautiful stretch of water at Pangbourne College, don't they, Robin? It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
Unfortunately, I never managed to row there, but I've driven past it several times.
And we were talking about how strong the programme at Ross Rowing Club is for junior rowers, and here is another Ross Junior 15 single sculler. So, a good time trial there performed by the sculler from Ross, and heading towards the line now we've got the sculler from York City Rowing Club. This is their A sculler, Miss Widowson. It's crew 339. So through the line, crew 342 of Llandaff Rowing Club.
Here with some very, very noisy fans from the Tyne Rowing Club. Let's hear it, girls. Great stuff. And I tell you what, they're such big fans. They're actually watching the live streaming. How's it looking?
It's really good.
You're following the boats in, are you?
Yeah, we're watching them all the way.
Great stuff. We've got Caroline next to me, actually. Where are you all staying?
Well, some of us staying on the caravan site, and others are staying at accommodation close by.
All right, okay. You're not all camping, are you?
Not all camping. Some are. The braver ones are.
Who are the posh ones that went for the hotel?
I wouldn't go that far. If you can call a travel lodge posh.
Well, fair enough. Tell us about Tyne Rowing Club then, because there's quite a history to it.
Yeah, it's been going since 1852. It's got a great junior squad, and it's quite a close club, isn't it? So we're all members, and this is some of our finest junior members here.
And what got you into it?
Well, actually, I've never rowed myself, but my daughter here, she got into it after London 2012 Olympics, watched it on the television, fancied giving it a go. The rest's history.
Inspired by the Olympics. That's fantastic to hear, that is. And actually, one of the competitors was in the J14s yesterday. How did you find that?
Yeah, it was really good. It was quite fun. The skills took the stress off the competing. It was really good.
So you didn't fall in doing the rigger dippers?
No, but I was close.
Look very entertaining, actually, and some great boatmanship going on there. Lisa, as well, you've come down with the crew. How have you found it?
Yeah, it's been a really good day so far, and I think it's a great experience for all the kids. Really good.
And how they've been getting on?
I think they've been enjoying it. I mean, I think it's a really nice setup, a nice day. As I said, I think it teaches them all some good life skills, so good.
Going to be some medals by the end of tomorrow?
I hope so. We're planning on it. We'll see.
Let's hear it one more time. Come on, Tyne Rowing Club!
So great to hear from the guys at Tyne Rowing Club there. Hopefully they were cheering on their women's J15 single scull earlier on in this time trial. They had Miss Mosscrop cross the line earlier, and we're back now to that time trial in the women's junior 15 single scull. And we've got a few crews heading towards 250 metres to go, which is about a minute left, maybe a little bit more in these single sculls. So heading towards us is crew 349. This is from Evesham Rowing Club. So Robin will be really pleased, who's just been commentating here, to see his Evesham sculler holding off the crew from Hollingworth Lake. Hollingworth Lake making a real sprint for the line, though, and starting to press through. Great to see some competition side on in these time trials.
Good to see the sculler from Hollingworth Lake as well, in a wonderfully crafted wooden single scull in these days of plastics and carbon fibre. Good to see some of the old techniques are still being used as those two scullers from Evesham and Hollingworth Lake come across the line. We now have sculler number 345, that is Beach of City of Sunderland Rowing Club.
City of Sunderland, as I say, we've just heard from Tyne, another big northeastern presence up there on the Tyne and in County Durham. And it's crew 350 now that heads towards us. This is Loch Lomond Rowing Club, so great to see them here. Quite a small rowing club up on the Loch Lomond and the Trossachs Park. Can get quite windy there from what I believe, so good practice for some of the conditions that we'll see over the course of the weekend. And upcoming next, it's sculler 353 from Reading Rowing Club, Miss Cookson.
Yes, absolutely. If you use scull and Loch Lomond, you're definitely prepared for anything that Nottingham might be prepared to throw at you. As we see the sculler from Reading Rowing Club 353 coming across the line now. Still a fair few more singles to come in this Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls event. Crew number 352, apologies if I get this wrong, Calp Rowing Club. It's got Chincossa just coming across the line there, sculler 352 in a Derby Rowing Club boat, so I'm guessing it might be just in the Midlands. And then just behind that we have the sculler from Kingston Grammar School 348, that is Blake. It's in the Kingston Grammar School B boat. And looking very composed and relaxed, coming up to the line now with a nice big swing back crew 354, Heslop of Durham School. McAteer of Trenton Rowing Club, sculler number 355, finishing off her effort in the women's junior 15 single sculls.
And crew 356 from Exeter Rowing Club, taking a final few strokes. So we've got only a handful of crews left in this time trial for the women's junior 15 single sculls. Up at the top of the course, just starting their time trial now, are the Open Junior 18 double sculls. Again, another event where it's very important to race your time trial well, as only 12 crews will be contesting in the AB semi-finals. Back to the course in this women's J15 single sculls, and it's the sculler from Evesham Rowing Club, crew 357. That's Miss Shalom, and she's just entered the red boys now, so that's 100 meters to go, around about 10 to 15 strokes, depending on how fast you are, I suppose. But Miss Shalom seems to be moving through them really nicely. And what a fantastic trial from her. Quick glance there just to make sure that she's on track. She's nicely in the middle of her lane. And, she's probably got about 3 strokes to go until she's completed that time trial.
Indeed, when you're racing in an 8, that last 100 meters goes by very, very quickly, and you can really open up the tanks in a single. Important not to burn all your matches too early and end up fading a little bit by the time you get to the finish line. 359. Another sculler from the Kingston Grammar School crossing the line. That's Abbott of Kingston Grammar School and their A crew. And crew number 360, that is the sculler from St Paul's Girls' School, Stuart Smith.
We were actually corrected earlier. I think I mentioned that St Paul's Girls' School rowed out of a boathouse in Hammersmith, which they always used to do back. This shows how old I'm getting now. But I believe now they row out of the Tideway Scullers School. A little bit of information we were given over Twitter. So thank you very much to Mr. Biddle for sending that through. Again, a good social media plug. You've been hearing them all morning, but hashtag BJRC17, BRJC17 for all of your social media needs for the event.
The first of our Open Junior 18 double sculls. Approaching the last 250 meters now. We've got 2 boats side by side. I believe looks like a double from St Leonard's School, row on the River Wear in Durham. Crew number 364, they're leading the way. appears as though they have rowed through a double from the Hinksey sculling school. It's very neat and tidy looking St Leonard's double. They produced some very fine athletes over the last few years. Two of their former athletes will be going to the under-23 World's Championships this week, competing in the lightweight sculling events, both the lightweight quad and the lightweight double. And crew 363 from Hinksey Sculling School crossing the line. .365 is approaching their last 20 metres, really winding up the rate. That is the Maidenhead Rowing Club B crew.
So a deluge of boats coming towards us now. A real fight for three crews between Gloucester Rowing Club, Leander Club, and also crew 366 from Calpe Rowing Club.
It is the double from Gloucester Rowing Club currently leading the way. A bit of a size difference in that crew between the two rowers in the Gloucester Rowing Club boat, but it's not going to affect their speed too much. Leander Club, two very large athletes crossing the line just behind them, and then Calpe Rowing Club, crew 366. That's their B crew, just crossing the line as well.
We're from Chesterless Street Rowing Club now. This is crew 372. And another very tidy crew from the northeast. We mentioned St Leonard's earlier. I'm sure Chesterless Street has come up against some of the other crews from that neck of the woods at all of the local regattas building up to this British Rowing Championships.
And the A crew from Calpe Rowing Club, that's Calpe Rowing Club A.
So a big, strong finish here for crew 371 from Merchant Taylors. We've had some really good fights going on this morning in the time trials, and it's crew 374 that they're tussling against. Camus in the far side lane in the green, just going for one last ditch attempt to get a little bit closer to the crew from Merchant Taylors, but it's going to be Merchant Taylors over the line ahead of Camus. Final few 100 metres here for crew 368, which is the crew from Trafford Rowing Club. This is their B crew. Again, another club with 2 crews at least in this open junior double sculls event. And they're being followed by the crew from Falcon Rowing Club. That's crew 367.
Number 375, Dart Totteners Amateur Rowing Club. Barman longingly looking over his shoulder, trying to see where the finish line is. And chasing them down was crew 376, which was another crew from Trafford Rowing Club. That was their B crew. And then crew number 379 coming all the way from Lochwinnock. It's Castle Semple Rowing Club.
And another crew here from the Windsor Boys School. This is their only boat in this open Junior 18 double sculls event. And to round this off is the crew from George Watson's College, crew 381. And with that final round off, we're going to hand over to Howard, who's with some of the guys from Visit Sarasota.
Of the British Rowing Junior Championships, of course. Rob, outside your very, very cool VW camper van, I must say, this is the second year you've been here. How are the events comparing?
Well, this year it's great to see more vendors. The vendor village has really picked up this year. It seems there's more competitors, so that's exciting, and just an overall a great feel here.
What about the weather, though? I mean, I feel a bit embarrassed, actually. I can't even see the sun. This is a summer's day.
Well, for me, this is a nice break because it's about 95 degrees back home and very hot and humid. So I'm enjoying the temperature. Could use a little more sun, but it's pretty nice for me.
Tell us about Sarasota County.
Right, Sarasota County is great. I mean, we have the #1 beach in the United States, Siesta Key. We're also home to Nathan Benderson Park, which is, in our opinion, the finest rowing venue in North America.
And the pictures I've seen, it's just an amazing beach. The sea looks so blue, lovely temperatures. I'm feeling very envious.
Yeah, it's a great place to live.
Well, fair enough. And the venue for the World Championships, of course, you mentioned Nathan Benderson Park and the lake there. Tell us about that. Describe the venue for us.
Right, so it's very similar to this, except we have a return lake. We just finished construction of the finish tower, which is a beautiful all-glass complex. We're really excited to show it off to the whole world. Hosting the World Championships in a couple months. It's our first major international event, and we're extremely excited.
And you're expecting lots of people to come to watch as well. You've sold such a beautiful place to us.
Well, we'd like for everyone here to come visit, and of course all of England. or all of Great Britain, sorry. And, you know, we're expecting around 8,000 people a day, so from all over the world.
And that takes a lot of preparations. How are they going for the championships and for the Masters Regatta next year?
The preparations are coming along great. Beyond the actual rowing event, the whole event is going to be a festival atmosphere. We have a craft beer day. A lot to offer for everybody. Competition's going to end early enough in the day that everybody can get out in the community and experience our great beaches and great restaurants and shopping.
It sounds fantastic. Where do I sign?
I'll talk to you after this.
That's Rob Wells. He's Director of Sport for Visit Sarasota County, who are going to be hosting, of course, the World Championships in September later this year.
So great to hear from the guys at Visit Sarasota County, of course, who are sponsoring the whole event here this weekend. And on to the next set of athletes to head down this track this morning. We've got the next time trial already on the course, and that's for the Open Junior 16 single sculls. This, again, will have the first 12 through to the AB semi-finals, and then the rest of the crews will contend the minor finals this afternoon. So plenty of boats to look forward to, plenty of racing, and some very competitive boats coming down, all vying to be in that top 12 so that they get through to tomorrow's semi-finals. And the first crew that we'll see will be crew 383. That's Mr. Tame of Star Club.
So the first of our scullers in the Open Junior 16 single sculls is into the last 250 metres of his effort in the time trial. And our first sculler should be number 383, that is Tame of Star Club. And if you'll excuse the terrible pun, he is definitely not rowing tamely down the lake today. Tame of Star into the last 40 metres. And getting really long around the front end, really extending well around the catch. Good arc angles on that, on his stroke. And across the line with 364, City of Bristol Rowing Club B, that is Potter. Nice strong lean back on his stroke there, and he comes across the line to finish his time trial.
Next up, we've got the sculler from Peterborough Rowing Club, crew 305, and I'm really enjoying the new Peterborough Lycras, actually. They're a little bit different from when I last saw them, so very much appreciated. And their sculler, Mr. Masterson, again, really nice long strokes. A little bit tired through into the finish, and you can see there just how much effort that took to get down that course. And when there's only 12 spots available, you really do have to give it everything. So next up, we've got crew 386, Mr. Brown from Henley Rowing Club. This is Henley Rowing Club A. I suspect we'll have some more trucking down the course a little bit later on.
Very smooth and elegant stroke from this Henley Rowing Club sculler. He's really pushed out a big advantage on the boats that started behind him. You obviously don't know how big the gaps were when they went through the timing marker at the far end of the lake. But the Henley Rowing Club sculler has certainly left a big gap. The next sculler we have coming down is from the Notts County Rowing Association. It's Notts County B, sculler number 387. So there we have sculler 387 from Notts County coming across the line. If things stay as they are, the next boat we should see coming across the finish line is number 388, the sculler from Pengwern Boat Club. That is Mr. Brewis. He's just moved into the Red Boys now, so he's got less than 100 meters to go. Been really impressed by the level of technical sculling we've seen from these Junior 16 scullers, as Mr. Brewis winds up the race in his last 50 meters, really going for it, trying to knock a second or so off his time the last few strokes. And across the line he goes. With number 389, that is Mr. Main of Bewdley Rowing Club, just a short distance behind.
And a roar of noise from the stands here on the tower side of the lake for this crew from Reading Rowing Club. This is crew 390, Mr. Pratt, and looking very strong. A small glance over the shoulders we've seen from most of these scullers as they head into the final few strokes. Still very relaxed, and the boat movement underneath this sculler from Reading is absolutely phenomenal. So I would suspect to see good things from Mr. Pratt later on throughout the course of the weekend. And it's crew 391 that follows him up. That's the A crew from City of Bristol, Mr. Kilgore. Good to see two City of Bristol crews contesting this Open Junior 16 single sculls event.
All of our scullers seem to be coming down in pairs. We now have a sculler from King's School, Ely. Number 392, that is Mr. Tomlinson. He is the B crew from King's School, Ely. And directly behind we have the C sculler from Henley Rowing Club. Really great entry from Henley Rowing Club this year, and that is Mr. Sidgwick.
Make sure you follow British Rowing on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube for the very latest from this year's event. At British Rowing, use the hashtag BRJC17. That's hashtag BRJC17. And do keep a lookout over the course of the weekend to see if you're featuring on social media. And if you spot yourself or your friends, make sure to tag yourself in. At British Rowing on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube with the hashtag BRJC17.
Saw crew 397 about 30 seconds ago from London Youth Rowing Tradesmen, and now we have 398 crossing the line. That is Gruff of Rob Roy Boat Club and Phillips of Hollingworth Lake sculler number 396. And 395 now, Notts County Rowing Association A, that is Mr. Hayes. Just crossing the line now.
So just a set of results whilst we have a tiny bit of a gap in racing. So this morning's time trial for the Open Junior 15 Coxed Quadruple Sculls event, the semi-finalists AB will be as followed. Crew 318, Clare's Court School A. Crew 303, Sir William Borlase Grammar School. Crew 308, Walton Rowing Club. Crew 313, the Windsor Boys School A. Crew 310, Henley Rowing Club A. Crew 315, Rob Roy Boat Club. Crew 299, AB7 Rowing Club. Crew 296, the Tideway Sculler School A. Crew 305, Chestnut Street Amateur Rowing Club. Crew 307, Clare's Court School B. Crew 309, the Tideway Sculler School B. And Crew 316, Abingdon Rowing Club. And through the line now, we've got Crew 400 from St Peter's School. And another set of results to bring you from this morning's time trials for the semi-finalists, the AB semi-finals for tomorrow. Crews will be as followed. Crew 291, Cambridge 99 Rowing Club. Crew 269 at the Lady Eleanor Hollis School. Crew 272, Tyne Rowing Club. Crew 274, Llandaff Rowing Club. Crew 275, Walton Rowing Club. Crew 281, Reading Rowing Club. Crew 293, the King's School Ely A. Crew 283, Yarm School. Crew 279, the Tideway Sculler School B. Crew 289, the Grange School. Crew 273, Twickenham Rowing Club. And Crew 287, Monmouth Comprehensive School. Back to the course now, and we're within 10 strokes of the line with the Hereford Rowing Club single sculler. That's crew 399, Fraser. Bit of a pirate going on there. Always remember Hereford Rowing Club with their blue and white striped one pieces. So very distinctive. Look out for them across the course of the weekend. And he's been followed up by crew 401 from Rowing Club.
Still a good handful of open junior 16 single sculls come down the course. The next one coming through the finish line will be number 402. Mr. Millard of King's School Ely, the King's School Ely A crew. Henley Rowing Club B, some fantastic sunglasses on, is Mr. Yolland, Henley Rowing Club. And number 404, just coming up to the finish line now, that's Mr. Mohamedi of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club.
Big call for Group 405 from Marlow Rowing Club, Mr. Bicales. Plenty of support through the line and a really strong set of strokes there to take him through. Looks absolutely exhausted. But again, as we've said, when there's only 12 spots into the semi-finals, everyone in this time trial should be racing to the best of their ability in an attempt to post a good time. Crew number 407, Milne of Glasgow Academy. It's bright fluorescent single scull, very composed, slamming the side of the boat, I think in happiness rather than frustration as he crosses the line. Followed by 406 is Kirk of Norwich Rowing Club.
Yeah, Bobby, there's one kid. Good girl. Keep pushing her away. Keep pushing them away. Well done, Bobby. You're moving on. Good girl. Well done, Eddie. Right. Legs on, next 1,000.
King's School Ely C crew now. That is White of King's School Ely, number 408. that is the last of our Junior 16 single sculls. The next event we will have coming down the course is the Women's Junior 18 single sculls. We've got more than 40 crews competing in that event.
So we're on the course now with the Women's Junior 18 single sculls, another big event here at this championships, and always a really good level of competition contesting this more senior junior event. And the first sculler to pass us here in the tower will be from St Paul's Girls' School. That's crew 409, Miss Dews. Great to see St Paul's Girls' School here in a number of the events across the regatta. We've seen the composites, and we've seen the sculling boats and rowing boats. So a lot of depth across the board.
Hello? B, that's on. Is it on? Yeah. Is it on?
Tarshish of Kings Ely, crew number 410, crossing the line. With number 411 and 412, that is Reading Rowing Club Scriver and Chester Street Forster. I'm going to give you one quick set of results from race number 216, the Women's Junior 15 single sculls. The following 12 crews will go through to AB semi-finals tomorrow. Crew 330, York City Rowing Club. 324, Tideway Scullers School. 322, Abingdon Rowing Club A. 334, Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. 346, George Watson's College. 341, Leicester Rowing Club. 356, Exeter Rowing Club. 340, AB7 Rowing Club. 339, York City Rowing Club A. 343, Camas Rowing Club. 351, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. And 344, Rob Roy Boat Club. As we just had crew number 414 cross the line. That is Alexopoulos from Walton.
through the line, we had Merchant Taylors, Miss Almond, and also Agecroft, crew 416, Mr. Dooley.
And one more set of results for you from the Open Junior 18 double sculls. The following 12 crews will progress through to AB semi-finals. Crew 370, Leander Club A, 372, Chester Street Amateur Rowing Club, 382, the Windsor Boys School, 373, Calp Rowing Club A, 364, St Leonard's School, 365, Maidenhead Rowing Club B, 369, Gloucester Rowing Club, 375, Dart Totnes ARC, 374, Camas Rowing Club, 381, George Watson's College, 379, Castle Semple Rowing Club, and 363, Pixie Sculling School. We now have two more scullers approaching the line, number 417 and 418. First we have Price of Thames Rowing Club, followed just a short distance behind distinctive tartan leggings is Larson of Chester Street D.
And now we have crew 419, which is Reading F. So a lot of single scullers in this WJ18 Women's Junior Single Sculls event. 6 scullers at least that Reading have got racing in this event, so fantastic. Reading Rowing Club, well done for producing so many wonderful scullers here over the course of the next few days. I think from where I can see here in the commentary, we've got a sculler from Yarms School. And there she is through the Red Boys. So that'll be crew 422, Anderson of Yarms School. And on one of the near side lanes, we also have the crew from Warrington, Graham Smith, that's crew 421. Crew 425 now from Trentham Boat Club. That's Hallsworth. Trentham, not that far to travel here to Nottingham. sculler here approaching us in the tower. It's Wallingford Rowing Club's Miss Bird. Nice and relaxed. And sometimes actually in a really competitive event, keeping that composure in a single scull lets the boat just run underneath you and keeps yourself in your own race. And I think that's exactly what Miss Bird's doing right here through the final set of boys. Really relaxed, just leaving that boat through the line.
Into the last 100 metres now is Rob Roy Rowing Club B, number 429. Harmon is the sculler there from Rob Roy. Neat and tiny puddles, not too much check on the boat, running nice and smooth. Just a little look over the stroke side shoulder, seeing where the finish line is, and there goes the buzzer. Job done. Evans of Evesham Rowing Club now, number 431, into the last 10 metres. To look a little bit laboured towards the last few strokes. With Ross Rowing Club Taylor, number 430, just a short distance behind that.
Here we have crew 432 from Broxburn Rowing Club. We're about halfway through the time trial now for these women's junior 18 single sculls, women's junior single sculls. 12 to go through, remember, to those A, B semi-finals. And little look up to the sky there from the Broxburn sculler. She's put absolutely everything into that to make sure that that could be her tomorrow. And it's the A sculler from Reading Rowing Club. We've already commented on how many Reading scullers we've got here in this event this afternoon, and that was the A sculler, also the 6 that we know that they have contesting the event. And absolutely fantastic to see a sculler from Hexham Rowing Club here. They were on the same stretch of water as Queen Elizabeth High School up in the northeast. Only 700 metres long, so Hexham also host one of the busiest one-day regattas in the country on that 700-metre stretch of water. So great to see Miss Dolman of Hexham here contesting a time trial that's actually much longer than that. So
.435 Derwent Rowing Club crossing the line with 2 singles side by side, and to the last 60 metres we've got Inverness Rowing Club on the far side and Mossbourne Academy number 437. Inverness sculler is 436. Mossbourne just pushing away from Inverness. Inverness sculler just looking over her shoulder, trying to see if she can make up any ground, but I think it was the Mossbourne sculler pushing away.
And yet another sculler from Reading Rowing Club. I would assume this is Reading Rowing Club B, crew 441, Miss Fennick. So there is the Reading Rowing Club sculler, Reading B. And the following sculler to approach the line will be from Rob Roy. That's Rob Roy there on the course through the line. Rob Roy A, good. So if you are tuning into the YouTube, there's some more shots, as we heard earlier, from Tyne Rowing Club, who are watching via streaming on their phone. You too can tune in to some of the YouTube stuff, but here on the course we've got the final few strokes for the sculler from Strathclyde Park, Miss Payne. So that's Miss Payne through the finish there, rowing in the boat The Hobbit. And fun fact for you, all of Strathclyde Park's boats are actually named after films, so keep an eye out for Strathclyde Park around the regatta. See how many films you can spot. There's one, The Hobbit.
Norwich Rowing Club is Dyke, crew number 440. Yet another sculler from Reading Rowing Club. This is number 441. Fenwick, this is Reading Rowing Club B. And crew number 443, sculler from Globe Rowing Club. Notts County Rowing Association, this is Jenkins, sculler number 444. Looking very, very good, pushing away from Wallingford Rowing Club B, crew number 442. They're finishing in the same lane, which I'm not entirely sure if they started in the same lane. And I'm now welcoming Jack back to the commentary position as we just have a few more scullers left in this women's Junior 18 single sculls event before we move on to our next event, which will be the women's Junior 16 coxed fours.
Great to be back. So coming through the line now, on the far side, we're looking at the Strathclyde Park B sculler. And that is crew number 446. And on the near side, London Youth Rowing Tradesman, number 447. She looks like she's pushed herself hard through this time trial.
And Lee Rowing Club number 445. It is Miss Balcom.
And here comes boat number 448 from Reading Rowing Club. And they go through the line to finish their time trial in the women's junior single sculls.
Last two singles in this women's Junior 18 single sculls event. Crew number 450 is the A crew from St Paul's Girls' School. It's Kate Lawless. And 451, Lady Eleanor Hollis.
So the next time trial to come down the course now, the women's junior 16 coxed fours. This is race 220. All these crews are going through to the A-B semi-finals, but they'll be racing as fast as they can to get the best lanes for those races. We seed the lanes in the semi-finals. This means the fastest crews are given the best water on the course, and that ensures they've got a better chance of going through to the finals. So all important to race a fast time in these time trials to get the best lanes in those semi-finals tomorrow. The first two crews in this time trial just coming into their last 250 metres now. On the near side, crew 453 from Stratford-upon-Avon. And on the far side, in the bright orange, crew 454 from Lee Rowing Club.
.453 Stratford-upon-Avon Rowing Club crossing the line with Lee Rowing Club A 454 chasing them hard.
And the next boat coming in towards the finish, crew number 455 from Yarm School. And they're going into their last 50 metres now to finish their time trial. Nice bright yellow high-vis caps on.
We now have number 456, Sir William Borley School, followed very closely by the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in the lane to their right. You can see Aberdeen really pushing up, trying to get level with Sir William Borley's. It's really helpful to have a marker like that to really drive you on in the last 500 metres. And in fact, those two crews, 456 and 457, cross the line basically neck and neck. Good work from Aberdeen Schools there to close down on the William Borley's crew.
Now well into the summer holidays for many of the Scottish crews competing here, so they would have been training hard over the last couple of weeks with no school to get in the way. So great commitment shown by many of these crews from Scotland. Next boat just coming into their last 100 metres now, number 458 from Worcester Rowing Club.
Right, 2 more crews left in the Women's Junior 16 coxed tours. Number 459, Great Marlow School. Finishing off their piece. And then approaching the Red Boys now, we have the last crew of the Junior 16 coxed tours time trial. That's Lee Rowing Club B, number 461. So we now have the Women's Junior 15 coxed quad sculls on the course. The first of the crews we're going to see coming across the line is London Youth Rowing Tradesman A, number 462. And number 464, that is York City Rowing Club.
And just coming through the finish now, number 466 from Stratford-upon-Avon. And they finished their time trial.
And we now go back towards 100 metres or so to go. Tideway Scholars School, number 463. Just one crew out of position. They are quickly approaching the finish line. Looking very impressive there, in fact. And they're followed down by Queen Elizabeth High School A, number 465.
And the next crew just coming into their last 100 metres now. This is number 467, City of Oxford.
Number 468, St Leonard's School, making the journey down from County Durham. Followed by number 469, Pengwern Boat Club.
Also into their last 100 metres and just coming on towards the finish line now. Number 470 from Maidenhead Rowing Club.
Number 471, Henley Rowing Club B. A strength and depth of the Henley Rowing Club junior scene, especially on the women's side, is really impressive to see this weekend. They've had really competitive looking crews in pretty much every event we've seen.
Next into their last 100 metres from Marlow Rowing Club, it's number 472.
Falcon Rowing Club, number 473. Like they've really left everything out on the line in their time trial. They've got about 5 strokes to go. And across the line they go with Chester Street Rowing Club 474 just behind them.
The GB rowing team Paralympic coaches are looking for PR3 rowers, formerly LTA, to race at the 2017 World Championships being held at Sarasota, Florida. If you take your rowing seriously, then you could be competing on the world stage this year. To find out how to book your seat on the plane, get onto the British Rowing website and search Para Rowing Talent ID.
And just coming in towards the finish line, back to that time trial. Crew number 477 from Perkins School. They're followed by crew 476 from Mossbourne Academy. And close behind them, crew 475 from London Youth Rowing Tradesmen, and that's their B crew.
Durham Amateur Rowing Club, Cessford, number 478, crossing the line.
Coming into the finish line, two more crews in the yellow boat. It's number 479 from Queen Elizabeth High School. This is their B crew. And behind, number 480 from Nottingham and Union. Those two crews now finish their time trial. And they'll find out later if they made it through to the A and B semi-final that will take place tomorrow, or the minor finals that will take place today.
Number 481, Lee Rowing Club, into the last two strokes of their time trial.
Just coming across the line now, number 482. And they are from Sir William Borlase School.
Very tight finish between 484 Monmouth Comprehensive and 483 Derby Rowing Club. The 484 over on the further side of the course, out in the middle. Just pushing ahead of Derby Rowing Club at the end of their time trial there.
And approaching their last 100 metres now from George Watson's College, it's number 485.
Number 486, Northwich Rowing Club crossing the line there.
Next in towards the line, number 487 from Maidstone Invicta. And they are followed by Aberdeen Rowing Club, number 488.
Number 490, Henley Rowing Club A. Saw their B crew a little bit earlier on. The A crew also looking very, very well drilled. Just one last crew left in the time trial of the Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quad Sculls. And indeed, that is crew number 489, Canterbury Rowing Club.
We're now on to the next time trial for the Women's Junior Coxless pairs. And the first crew's just going through the finish line, number 492, the A crew from Lady Eleanor Hollis.
The women's junior 18 Coxless pairs continue. We now have crew number 494, and that is Glasgow Academy. Glasgow Academy, a very successful program over the last few years, led by Ian Summerside and Mary Massaro.
Coming into the last 100 metres, Tyne Rowing Club, number 496, finishing off their time trial for the women's junior coxless pairs. Behind them, just going through the finish line, a composite from King's Rochester and Maidstone Invicta, number 493.
Number 498, St Andrew Boat Club. These juniors from St Andrew have had a great year, really strong performance at the women's head of the river, winning the junior and the novice club pennant. 498 crossing the line there. And crew number 497, Royal Chester B, crossing the line. And number 501, Lady Eleanor Hollis B, just a short distance behind them.
And there they go across the line to finish their time trial. Number 501 from Lady Eleanor Hollis. Next into the red boys that indicate the last 100 metres. Number 502 from Greater Marlow School. This their A crew.
One quick set of results I'll give you from the women's junior 18 single sculls. The following 12 crews will progress through to AB semi-finals. Crew 416, Agecroft Rowing Club. 418, Chesterless Street B. 439, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club A. 437, Mossbourne Rowing Academy. 412, Chesterless Street A. Yarm School, 432. 414, Walton Rowing Club. 425, Trenton Boat Club. 447, London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. 443, Globe Rowing Club. 415, Merchant Taylors School. And 431, Evesham Rowing Club.
And as we bring you that result, just going over the line in their time trial for the women's junior coxless pairs, number 503 from Maidstone Invicta.
Number 506, London Youth Rowing Tradesmen, into their last 30 metres now. With number 504 just behind them, Royal Chester A. One more set of results to give you from the Open Junior 16 single sculls. The following 12 crews will go through to AB semi-finals, the remainder to minor finals. Crew 407, Glasgow Academy. 396, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. 405, Marlow Rowing Club. 404, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. 403, Henley Rowing Club B. 391, City of Bristol Boat Club A. 404, Calpe Rowing Club. 398, Rob Roy Boat Club. 384, City of Bristol Boat Club B. 406, Norwich Rowing Club. 402, King's School Ely A. And 400, St Peter's School.
So we've announced some results there. If you're looking for the full results of any of the races today, go to res.britchamps.org. That's res.britchamps.org. Coming into the finish now, the Open Junior 18 quads. All these crews going through to the AB semi-finals, but they'll be racing for the fastest lanes, looking to get a good seed. And through the line, number 507 from Northwich Rowing Club, finishing their time trial now.
Number 508, Hinksey Sculling School coming up to the line. This Open Junior Quads event will be one of our fastest events of the weekend. Highest age category and one of the fastest boat classes. Number 509, Lee Rowing Club, following Hinksey Sculling School through the finish.
The run on some of these quads is very impressive to see. If you've got all 4 crew members in time, that boat just lifts and it soars through to the finish. Coming through, Warrington Rowing Club, number 510, now finishing their time trial.
A massive thank you to all the amazing volunteers who made it possible. If you would like to volunteer in rowing, anything from being an umpire to a club official, then head to the British Rowing website right now and find out how you can get involved.
And coming through to the finish line now, number 511 from Derby Rowing Club.
Number 512, Marlow Rowing Club, being chased down by the Pink Palace. Number 513, Leander Club.
Two more crews in this time trial for the Open Junior 18 quad sculls. First of all, number 515, Hinksey Sculling School, B. Following them in, number 516 from St Leonard's School. These two crews now in their last 100 metres for the time trial for the Open Junior Quad Sculls.
Do make sure you follow British Rowing on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube, with all the latest from this year's event at British Rowing with the hashtag BRJC17. That's hashtag BRJC17. Do keep a lookout over the course of the weekend. You might well be featuring. And if you do spot yourself or your friends, make sure to tag yourself in at British Rowing on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube with the hashtag BRJC17.
Back to the course, and we have the first of our Open Junior 16 quad sculls crews coming down. This is race number 224. And this is crew 517 from Yarm School. Just 7 crews in this event, so the first 3 from the semi-final will go straight through to the A-final. Sorry, the first 3 from this time trial will go through to the A-final, and the remaining crews will go through to a semi-final tomorrow. So 517 Yarm School coming across the line. Number 518, Warrington Rowing Club in their distinctive orange boats, the Vespoli. And across the line they go.
Next to come into the last 50 metres, number 520, Monmouth Comprehensive School.
Crew number 521 from Walton Rowing Club. Crossing the line.
Next into the last 100 metres, it's Tideway Sculling School. Number 522. Coming into their last 50 metres, number 519 from Clare's Court School. And just through the line, the last of these crews competing in the Open Junior 16 Quad Sculls time trial, number 523 from Star Club. Coming into their last 100 metres, the first crew competing in the Open Junior 15 Double Sculls time trial, number 524 from Abingdon Rowing Club.
And approaching the finishing line now is the second boat in the Open Junior 15 double sculls, which is 525 from Rob Roy. And very rapid recovery, powering through the water, crossing the finishing line now.
And just coming in across the finish line, number 526 from George Watson's College. That's their B crew.
And they're being closely followed by Gloucester Rowing Club 527, who have a lovely, long, powerful stroke, nice rhythm. Gloucester turning out some very good crews, and obviously the link with Gloucester Hartbury College also helps there. So some good scullers coming out of Gloucester.
And here come Henley, number 528, through the finish line.
And coming down towards the finishing now is a double scull from Maidenhead Rowing Club. This sixth to finish in the Open Junior 15 double sculls. There are first 12 to semi-finals A and B in this time trial, the remainder to the minor finals. So it is important that they all get a good time in the time trial, and they cross the finishing line now.
Coming through the finish line now, number 530 from Trenton Boat Club.
And the rather striking kit from Warrington Rowing Club in their white, blue and gold kit. Rather nice all-in-ones they've got. Coming down now, number 531 with a good rhythm.
Coming across the finish line now from Falcon Rowing Club, number 532. Some great grunt in that boat, real shove off the end of the finish.
And side-by-side racing in the time trial here between two crews. They are George Watson's on this side, and is that what 533 Mossbourne Academy on the far side? Sorry, very close spot, absolutely neck and neck as they cross the finishing line. I think they both enjoyed having a bit of a challenge on the way down, and it's probably pushed their times up by a few seconds just having that challenge. And Trent Rowing Club coming down towards the finishing line now, number 535.
Here we go, crew number 537 from Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe, coming in to finish their time trial. It's the lovely sounds of Kate Nash if you're here in the park. If you're at home, we're sorry we can't afford the license to play it over YouTube.
So coming down now is double scull from Tideway Scullers School, number 534. Conditions looking fairly benign out there at the moment, although I gather it's quite lumpy up at the start. But I think if anything the wind has dropped, and certainly in terms of direction, it's not giving anybody any unnecessary side forces.
Through the line go number 538 from Peterborough.
Followed by 541 Tideway Scullers. Well, either they started ahead of the pack or they've come through strongly. So that's 541 from Tideway Scullers. Tideway Scullers B. Scullers have 3 crews in this event.
Here come Tyne United Rowing Club coming into the last 50 metres. Their crew number 543.
And some fine sculling by this crew on the near side. Is that Leander? Leander 545. And it's Hinksey Sculling School. They've just passed number 542. So Hinksey Sculling School, another successful junior sculling club, and has some good results, successes over the years. Good to see them back here again this year.
Great to see the spectators out in force on the south side bank and over on the grassy green. It's a lovely day to be watching the racing here at the British Rowing Junior Championships on the Saturday. Coming into the finish now, number 544 from Monmouth Comprehensive.
Crossing the line now is Lee Rowing Club, crew number 546, We're coming to the end of the Open Junior 15 double sculls time trial, and now coming down is Tideway Scullers A, 548.
So we're now moving on to the Women's Junior 16 double sculls, race 226. The first 12 of these crews will go through to the AB semi-finals tomorrow. The remainder will go to a C final later on today. First crew coming into their last 100 metres now, number 552 from Warrington Rowing Club.
I think, Jack, it's pretty obvious we've got some very high-class scullers at this event today, and remarkable. Every year we come back to do this, and the standard just seems to get better. The standard of coaching, the standard of sculling seems to be on the up. So that hopefully will be reflected in the results today and in the results in future national and international regattas. Looks like British rowing has a continued strong future.
Always nice to be looking out on tidy rowing, and of course with our new Omnium events that we've been carrying out at the British Rowing Junior Championships for the last 2 years, we're testing those basic skills that all rowers should be developing, making sure that sequencing is spot on and you've got the right drive phasing to really get that speed in these races that we'll start to see over the weekend.
And Maidenhead Rowing Club now coming towards the line in the Women's Junior 16 double sculls.
That is London Youth Rowing going across the finish line there, number 553.
Well, some very vigorous support coming from the stands here for this next crew. 558, is it? Would that be William Perkins School? I think that sounds like William Perkins School. Are they getting the prize for the loudest support so far, Jack?
Not quite the loudest. We had some pretty loud ones yesterday for the finals of the Women's Junior 14 Cox Quads, the Men's Junior 14, but certainly the loudest for a time trial of the event.
Yep, if they're that excited now, heaven knows what it's going to be like tomorrow. Castle Semple now approaching the finishing line, looking a little bit more refined.
And into the last 100 metres now. Like the blue of Strathclyde Park, number 559, coming to the end of their time trial.
And one of two composite crews in this event, Kings Ely and Rob Roy, number 562. Quite contrasting kit, red and blue, both sculling with Kings Ely blades. And the other composite now coming down, which is 561, Camus and Hexham in the time trial for the Women's Junior 16 double sculls. Just to remind you, the first 12 in this time trial go through to semi-finals A and B, the rest to the minor final, to final C.
Coming into their last few strokes, number 564. And they're from Northwich Rowing Club.
Inverness Rowing Club crossing the finishing line now. Number 563.
coming through the line now from Marlow Rowing Club, number 551.
And one of those crews that's looking rather a bit above average in terms of their technique and style, and not looking too fatigued as they cross the finishing line. So I think we can expect Marlow to probably progress into the semi-finals A and B. The usual wisdom is if it looks good, it is good. 565, that's Calpe from Gibraltar, 565. I saw a couple of male athletes from Calpe earlier strutting around in the grandstands area. They were huge, so certainly they've got the size to give them some power. Let's hope they've got the technique to go with it. They usually do from Calpe.
I once rode in a composite with Calpe, a competition where they were short and athlete. It's great fun. And number 556 just going through the finish line there. 556 is from Star Club.
And a double scull from Tyne Rowing Club coming through now. And that looks like the last one in that particular, that concludes the Women's Junior 16 double sculls. We've now got a massive event in the shape of the Women's Junior 18 junior double sculls with 568, 595, just under 30 crews in this next event.
Weekend's the largest entry we've had ever at the British Rowing Junior Championships. And it gives us some great racing to see over the rest of the weekend. These time trials all the more important to ensure that crews get placed into the A and B semi-finals and have a chance at competing for the British Rowing Junior Champion of their category.
So we can expect to see some very high standard sculling in this next time trial. Women's Junior 18 double sculls. So they are at the top of their game as junior athletes. Aiming to do well here and then move on to the under 23 category. Under 23s on their way out to the World Under 23 Championships this weekend. So we have 568, that's Nottingham Rowing Club, rowing on their home water, or certainly home territory, coming through first in the Women's Junior Double Sculls.
Next, number 570, City of Oxford, looking very speedy indeed as they come into the last 30 metres of their time trial. Some great rhythm in that crew.
So, two young ladies from Llandaff coming through now in the women's junior double sculls. Crew number 571. Quite possibly involved in the junior international trials for the Welsh team last weekend.
Boats coming thick and fast now in this time trial number 572. They are from London Youth Rowing Tradesmen.
Closely followed by 573 Castle Semple Rowing Club.
Next into their last few strokes, number 574 from Thames Rowing Club.
That is Marlowe coming through now, 575. Always expect a high standard from Marlowe, and this crew's no exception. Really nice, crisp catches, smooth finishes, power it and drive through the water.
Here come number 576. Last couple of strokes to get over the line from Isle of Ely Rowing Club.
Keep on it, and
577 at Dart Totnes, just approaching the finishing line now. And a very good looking crew from Gloucester Hartbury coming through now, crew number 578, yes. They've got a very good performance development system at Gloucester Hartbury and turned out some excellent athletes in the last few years. Several of them going on to international honours.
So it's a little bit more spread out now as we carry on with this time trial for the women's 18 junior double sculls. We can see a composite crew coming into the last 100 metres now. This must be George Watson's College and Strathclyde Park, crew 580, with just about 5 to 10 strokes to go.
Two crews coming down here now, number 579, that's Runcorn, and a strong finish from 582, Tideway Scullers School. I think Runcorn are just about going to hold on to it, but Tideway Scullers looking very, very polished and strong as they approach the finishing line. Runcorn looking across, just making sure they stay ahead. Okay, now coming down towards the finishing line with 3 strokes to go is 584 Rob Roy Boat Club. So fairly well spaced out now, but looking up the course, I think everybody's on the course anyway. So we've just got, after this, one more time trial and then we'll be on to the racing proper.
Oh, well, most of the crews are well spaced out. We have got 3 in quick succession just coming in on the finish line now. First off, number 587, Paul's Girls. And then 2 crews neck and neck as they come in. I can see Inverness on the near side, number 583. And over on the far side, Rochester, number 581, coming in to finish their time trial. Two more crews going across the line there. Number 585 from Marlow Rowing Club, followed closely by number 589 from Merchant Taylor's School. Another crew coming in over the finish line, number 588. They're from Exeter Rowing Club. There go 591. They're from Walton Rowing Club. Nice blue and white boat.
And is this 595 Llandaff Rowing Club? And Jack just admiring the finishes. There's certainly a lot of power going through those finishes, and they're actually generating quite a lot of speed. So well done, Llandaff.
Here comes Chesley Street in the lovely bright colours. 592.
.569. So this one's definitely out of sequence. They're number 569. They're from Royal Chester. Not sure they've had a full-blown row down the course. Well, they've had a technical problem. It's not. There's another one from Tideway Scullers, which is probably number 593. Yes, it is.
Looks as though that wraps up the women's junior double sculls.
So there's going to be some fairly brutal cuts in that that field, I think. Jack, aren't there? Because only 12 going through to the semi-finals A and B, and they started with just under 30. So there's a lot of people going to be disappointed, but hopefully everybody gave it their all, and the right crews get through to the senior finals.
Well, no reason to be disappointed, really, if you're going through to those minor finals. Still another race and still a great opportunity to rank within the British Rowing Champions and see how you compare to the other crews at today's event. But, of course, everyone does want to make it through to Sunday's racing. But good luck to all the girls competing in this event, and we'll see who has made it into that top 12 later on this afternoon.
This year's British Rowing Indoor Championships will be taking place on Saturday the 9th of December at the Lee Valley Velo Park in London. Head to the British Rowing website for more details. We get a note of that date in the diary. Saturday 9th of December for the British Rowing Indoor Championships taking place at the Lee Valley Velo Park. See you there.
So coming down the race track now, the last time trial of the day, the Open Junior 18 eights. For this race, 3 crews go through to the A final. The remainder go through to a semi-final. There are 7 crews competing. 6 will make it through to the A final eventually. but those not in the top 3 will have to go through a semi-final later on this afternoon or tomorrow to qualify for that A final.
I must admit, I really love seeing powerful men's 8s coming through and women's 8s coming through on these events. And that's a very good-looking crew from Gloucester Hartbury coming through first in the time trial, 596. And we've got, as Jack says, another 6 to come. But they'll all be moving fast, full of power, full of length, full of strength. Got mostly schools coming through now, just a couple of clubs represented.
Next in over the finish line, number 597, Hampton School, bright yellow.
And always a very powerful squad from Hampton School. That looks right on par with what we'd expect from Hampton, so interesting to see how they do in the overall time trial.
These 2 first 8s generating quite a gap as they come in over the finish line.
So this is Great Marlow School. Another very nice together 8. Bloke was setting a good rhythm. He now looks in some state of exhaustion or euphoria, I'm not sure what.
And into their last 100 metres, it's the boys of Sir William Borlase School. About 10 strokes left to go. They'll be glad to have the time trial over and behind them. They can look on to other racing over the weekend.
Four of the 7 crews in this event row on the Thames. And obviously there's a hotbed of junior rowing in the Upper Thames area. That's Tideway Scullers coming across now. They have some tricky water to contend with, but today is pretty well flat calm, so I hope they enjoyed that nice smooth row down.
So 2 more boats to come in at the end of this time trial, and that'll be the end of the longest time trial in British Rowing Junior Championships history, we think. Over 600 boats in the time trial this morning. It's taken us a while to get through them all, but we've enjoyed watching them, and we look forward to seeing many of these crews racing later on today.
And as the penultimate crew comes down, this is City of Bristol, looking good. Putting on a good, they've raised the rates to something like 32 as they come down towards the finish.
And behind them, here come the Scottish contenders. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, affectionately known as ASRA, coming in towards the finish line. Some real shunt on the end of their oars. Really fast hands around the finish there.
Well, that marathon effort from the time trials is concluded with that last boat, so we look forward to a short break, and then we'll be back with you for the side-by-side racing at approximately 3:30.
I can bring you a few sets of results now that we've finished the time trials. first of all, race number 222, the women's junior 18 pairs. And of this race, all crews are going through to the AB semi-final, but I'll read you through the crews who've made it through. Lady Eleanor Hollis School, number 492. Glasgow Academy, 494. St Andrew Boat Club, 498. Lady Eleanor Hollis again, number 501, that's their B crew. Tyne Rowing Club, number 496. Greater Marlow School A, number 502. Maidstone Invicta, number 503. London Youth Rowing Tradesmen, number 506. Royal Chester Rowing Club B crew, 497, and their A crew, 504. And then King's Rochester, Maidstone Invicta Composite, number 493. All through to the AB semi-finals.
And some more results for you for the time trial women's junior 15 coxed quadruple sculls. There are 12 crews going through to the A and B finals, semi-finals, and they are the following crews. 490 Henley Rowing Club, 463 Tideway Scullers School, 470 Maidenhead Rowing Club, 484 Monmouth Comprehensive School, Marlow number 472, City of Oxford number 467, Henley Rowing Club 471, Pengwern 469, Sir William Perkins School 477, Abingdon Rowing Club 488, Chester Street 474, and Stratford upon Avon Boat Club 466. Those crews will go through to the semi-finals A and B, the remainder to the minor finals.
I'm on the water with umpire Emma Lyons. Emma, nice to meet you. What got you into umpiring?
Well, first off, I started off rowing for about 10 years and decided to give something back and get into umpiring as well. So local umpiring course at my local club. Signed up, and that went from there.
And what does your job entail?
It can be all sorts of things, really. I was just on the finish, doing finish timing. You can be on the start, doing the actual starts. You can be in one of these launches following the race, making all sorts of race decisions. It can literally involve anything.
Is it difficult?
It can be a long, challenging day, but actually it's really good fun. So every challenge comes with success in the end, so yeah, it's good.
And you do get some of the best seats in the house as well.
You do literally get to watch some of the best rowing going, so yeah, you get the best seat.
Up close and very personal. Now, there's a real push, isn't there, for more umpires, female umpires in particular?
Yeah, there is. I think it's like rowing traditionally has been quite a male sport, but so we're trying to get more female rowers, more women into sport in general, so now more women into the officials part as well. Yeah, it's a proper drive for that.
So you're a bit of a trailblazer, eh?
I wouldn't say a trailblazer, there's plenty of women here as well today, but yeah, we're just trying to encourage more.
So as a volunteer umpire, what's in it for you?
A good day of fun, really, or a weekend of it, if like this weekend. get to watch literally some of the best rowing in the country. There's the British National, the Junior Championship. So yeah, anything. It's a really good fun day.
And something I've noted between the sort of the rowers, the clubs, towards the officials, there's a real respect, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a respect for the officials. It's really good to see that people know, what they're expecting from us, and they know that we're not there to be critical. We're just there for safety and fairness at the end. Yeah.
So it sounds like a really enjoyable job. But what would be your message to anyone thinking of taking up umpiring?
Do it. It's really good fun. It's really easy to get involved. You can just literally be supervised doing here. You don't have to do any qualifications to start with. Then you can do your qualifications, do any job here at the lake. So, yeah, it's really good.
And do you feel part of a team, if you like? There's obviously all the clubs here, but do the umpires feel like a team together?
Yeah, it's a massive team. Lots of umpires on the water, lots of umpires just generally around the lake. Everyone's really friendly, really welcoming. So just get involved if you can.
And where will we see you on the course next?
On the course next, I think I am doing control commission down at the far end.
Multi-skilled, multitasking. Emma Lyons, our female umpire. down on the patio lawn in the retail village with John from Filippi Boats and Croker Oars.
An Italian boat manufacturer, provide oars for a number of clubs, a large number of clubs in the UK, and a large number of national teams, including the Kiwis are at the moment are one of our best clients, obviously due to the number of wins they have. We also provide boats for the GB team within the lightweight scheme.
Great stuff. And coming up very soon, we've got the British Rowing Offshore Championships, haven't we? You're involved in this.
Yeah, this is a new event for British Rowing this year. They're running this event down on the south coast for people to try the FISA standard of coastal rowing. Filippi are providing all of the boats to be used in this event, and Croker are also providing a number of oars which can be used for the event.
Tell us how the offshore boats are different from the boats we're seeing here on the water at the National Water Sports Centre.
I mean, the boats we're using here are generally fine boats, so they're a lot thinner, and they're sort of relatively fragile. The coastal boats are a lot wider. They're also a little bit resilient because they obviously have to take more knocks. Also have an open stern, which means basically as the water comes in, because obviously it can get a bit wet and a bit wavy out there, can go straight out the other side. So keeping the rower dry-ish.
Interesting though, they're different boats but same oars.
Exactly the same oars, yeah. Slightly stronger, but people do use a standard oar for the same events.
That's fascinating. And what have you made of the Junior Championships here?
No, it's been a really good event. It's great to see so many young rowers. They are the future of rowing within the UK, and hopefully, many of these people will be aspiring to become members of the GB team in the future.
Let's hope so. John, nice to meet you. That's John from Filippi Boats.
No problem.
quadruple sculls. This is between Tyne United Rowing Club in lane number 5, Kingston Grammar School in lane number 6. Just for context, the lanes go 1 to 6 from the tower side across to the trailer park side. So lane 1 is on the side with the tower and the water sports centre.
Yes, I'm grateful to Camilla for that helpful reminder, because I often get it the wrong way around. When we commentate at Dorney Lake, of course, it is the other way around. But the time trial system of sorting out the order of racing really works well in terms of getting good competitive side-by-side racing, because it matches up crews of similar standard and performance together, and then they are raced off in up to 6. This race has just got the 2 competitors, Tyne United and Kingston Grammar School. And for those of you watching online, you'll realise that our cameraman is just having a few teething troubles with getting actually the race on the screen. We think that Kingston Grammar School is some distance away ahead of Tyne United Rowing Club. Early stages of the race, but it could well be that Kingston Grammar School have put their marker on it already. Meanwhile, we have a lovely picture of some geese. Sorry for those of you who are not watching online, but you can. I'll just let you know that the race is going on, and the Canada geese are in the lead. No, Tyne United some 5 to 6 lengths back from Kingston Grammar School.
So through 500 metres gone, and it's still Kingston Grammar School that lead Tyne United Rowing Club by, as Robin mentioned, some 5 to 6 lengths. Kingston Grammar School crew over in lane number 6. Appears to be a composite with Molesey Boat Club. You can see, if you're watching on the live stream, Molesey Boat Club in the 2-seat there, the big M and black and white lycra. So this is the Kingston Grammar School crew. Currently leading the C final of the Women's Junior 16 quadruple sculls.
So if you're in your club or school marquee over on the bank on the far side, this is when things start to get exciting. If you've got crews coming up in the C, D and E finals, then you'll be looking forward to some exciting racing this afternoon. And we'll be going through till about 7 o'clock this afternoon.
So you join us with 750 metres to go left of this C final of the Women's Junior Quadruple Sculls, and it's still Kingston Grammar School who have led from the off in this C final against Tyne United Rowing Club in lane number 5. A really commanding lead that this Kingston Grammar School crew have had over Tyne United for the majority of this race. Looking very together, and this crew will have probably only just missed out on the AB semi-finals from the time trials earlier on. So a really good quality crew. Of course, into the final 500 metres, usually where we start to see the athletes putting on a bit of a sprint and winding up the rate. And I think Kingston Grammar School, regardless of the lead that they do have, are still following their race plan, still starting to push the rating up and wanting to win this C final by as much as possible. So really starting to, the stroke girl there's really starting to wind things up.
She's actually setting a very nice rhythm, isn't she, Camilla? I think that you know, it just shows that the standard of the sculling at this regatta is very good right across the field. And it may be the C final, but they're still sculling beautifully, and they should be very proud of what they're achieving. I'm sure their coach will be giving them encouragement and congratulating them for their performance, and urging them on to train over the winter and come back next year and perhaps achieve greater heights.
Absolutely, and you know, to win the C final here this year, they're obviously still J16, so they've got the Junior Quadruple Sculls event potentially next year to contest. And of course the year after that as well, with 2 years of their J18 years left to come. And as they pass through the last set of red boys, that's the Kingston Grammar School Women's J16 Quadruple Scull over the line, and in the first position, we'll obviously wait for the confirmation of results, but they look pretty pleased with themselves there. They pushed themselves the whole way, regardless of the lead that they had. So well done, Kingston Grammar School, a great race there in our first final of this afternoon's racing.
And along come Tyne United, also looking quite neat. Perhaps not physically as large as the Kingston crew, but some good technique in this crew, and they're moving the boat well. And I'm sure they'll be pleased to have accomplished what they have done today, and they'll go back and work on their performance, their fitness, their technique for next year.
So we should be on the course now. The final E of the Women's Junior 15 Double Sculls is underway, and we join it now here 500 metres in, perhaps a little bit further along. Just to give you a quick runners and riders, in lane 1 we've got Penguin Boat Club, lane 2 North Staffs Rowing Club, in lane 3 Henley Rowing Club C, in lane 4 Leicester Rowing Club, lane 5 Hinksey Sculling School, and in lane number 6 Penguin Boat Club B. So as it seems to me at the moment, it's the crew from lane number 2 North Staffs Rowing Club that appear to have about 3 lengths lead over the rest of the field, Robin, but
yes, they're actually moving the boat very nicely. They've got a good steady rhythm, not overrating. They are in that wonderful position where they can look back on the rest of the field and hopefully draw some comfort for the fact that they're 3 to 4 lengths ahead of most of the field. Although just looking across, is that crew on the far side?
So that's Penguin Boat Club B. I think obviously with the angles of the cameras and that we're looking at here to provide some of the results to you, it's actually also the crew in lane number 5, Hinksey Sculling School, who are only about a length and a half off the crew from North Staffs. And then behind them we've got in lane number 1 Penguin Boat Club A. So through 1,000 metres gone, it was North Staffs over Hinksey Sculling School by about a length. Penguin Boat Club A, about 3/4 of a length back on them. Penguin B there just through the 1,000 metre marker over Henley Rowing Club in lane number 3. And then completing the lineup, we've got the crew from Leicester in lane number 4. So as it stands at the moment, it's North Staffs, but only by just clear water.
That's right, and I have to say I'm quite surprised to see Henley Rowing Club in the position that they're in. Obviously a crew in perhaps the earlier stages of their development, but good to see them here and competing in this E-final. But 2 crews also from Penguin, that lovely club on the 7 in Shropshire, Shrewsbury. I've enjoyed many a regatta at Penguin, and it's a lovely stretch of water with a lovely spirit in the club. Very sociable place. And 2 crews today from Penguin in this E-final of the Women's Junior 15 double sculls.
And it looks to me actually that Hinksey Sculling School is starting to creep up on the crew from North Staffs or on opposite sides of the lake. It is quite tricky when you're in that leading position to keep tabs on someone on the other side of the lake if they're starting to mount a bit of a challenge, Robin. So also just to let everyone know, we've got our next final of the starts, the D final of the WJ 15 double sculls again are underway, so that's final D of this same event is off the start.
Well, this is exciting, and it looks like Hinksey Sculling School leading now. We'll be able to give you an accurate description when they cross the next stage. Will that be the 1,500 metre mark? Yes, but looks like Hinksey Sculling School have pulled ahead of North Staffs, and neither crew seem to be rating particularly highly, but Hinksey still tapping it along ahead of North Staffs, but it's pretty close. It's pretty close, Camilla. Look at this. As they come towards the line,
I think it is still North Staffs, and still by about a length. So North Staffs holding on, but I think Hinksey really not letting them go. They've managed to hold the same speed through that middle section of the race, and as we've said before, actually 500 metres to go is where both crews will now start to sprint. So it'll be who's got the quicker sprint, I think, Robin, for this one.
Absolutely. Well, North Staffs will be hoping that their winter training is going to pay off. Hinksey Sculling School have a very good training regime, and they work on the squad as a whole right across the club. And let's just see who's got the greatest stamina and pulling power as they go down towards the finish.
And we can't forget, of course, we've got the A crew from Penguin still only about a length and a half to 2 lengths off the crew from Hinksey Sculling School as well. So quite a tight field in the first 3 crews of this E-final within the WJ 15 double sculls.
I'm just looking down at the smaller screen to see whether we've got some information on the D final, but it's hard at this point to say. I think is it lane 6 that seems to be leading. That would be Gloucester Rowing Club. Look to be leading the D final. Back to the E final. North Staffs actually really working well now. They've really found their rhythm in this final 500 metres, and I think they're going to hold on to that lead. But we'll just see as they come towards us now.
They are indeed. They're moving really well together, Robin, and I think that actually they've managed to pull away from Hinksey somewhat, and it's even Penguin now that are biting at the heels of Hinksey Sculling School. So it's still North Staffs in the middle of the lake who are pushing on. Great to see a crew that's led the whole way down the course and then still has the energy to kick on at the end. Hinksey Sculling School now being chased down by Penguin A in lane number 1. We've got Penguin B in lane number 6 and Henley fighting it out for the 4th spot. And that actually is probably the race within this race, Robin, because they're quite tight as they come through 200 metres to go. North Staffs, I think, have this sewn up. They've managed to create a good couple of lengths of clear water in front of Hinksey. Penguin A making a final challenge for that 2nd spot, but I think Hinksey might just hold on.
I think so too. Very good performance from this North Staffs double. They congratulate each other as they cross over the line. They've got some 3 to 4 lengths over Hinksey Sculling School, who themselves have a lovely rhythm as they approach the finish. In 3rd place, it's Penguin A, is it? In lane 1, crossing now. And yes, the battle for 4th place is absolutely neck and neck with Henley and, who is it over the far side? Penguin B. That's it, very, very tight indeed. But it looks to me as though Henley are going to get it just by about half a length as they cross the finishing line. Penguin in 5th, and in 6th place it will be Leicester Rowing Club.
So we're back up now with 500 metres to go in the D final of that same event, the Women's Junior 15 Double Sculls, and you join us with Gloucester Rowing Club just trying to bend off a crew from Tyne Rowing Club, and it's about a length as it stands at the moment, potentially even a length and a half over on the far side of the course. This is Gloucester's C crew, so actually this is their 3rd crew in this event, and currently leading this D final. So Tyne Rowing Club desperately trying to close the gap of clear water that Gloucester have created over them. It's probably about a boat length and a half as it stands at the moment. These two having a little bit of a fight out at the front has actually created quite a big gap down to 3rd position, which is George Watson's College in lane number 4, who again have created a really big gap between themselves and the rest of the field. So quite spread in this one, and then a tight race, in fact, going on between these 3 crews. So that's Tideway Scullers through the 500 metres in 4th, over lane number 2, Evesham, over Globe in lane number 3. So that was 4th, 5th and 6th going through with 500 metres to go.
And quite a spread across the lake here, which is a bit surprising, bearing in mind that these would have been sorted out by their time trial results, but still quite a spread. And it's over on the far side. It's Gloucester. No, it's Gloucester ahead of Tyne. Gloucester some 3 to 4 lengths ahead of Tyne, who themselves are 3 to 4 lengths ahead of George Watson's College. So really is quite a large spread.
So just to give you an update from the 1,000-metre marker of the following race, the C final, it's the crew from Rob Roy in lane number 6 currently leading a very tight field.
Yeah, that looks like a really good race, Camilla. I think we can look forward to some neck-and-neck competition and really some gut-busting power coming through at the end. As we get closer to the A finals, obviously the quality of the athlete gets better and the power of the athlete gets better, and we should have some really good racing. But just coming down now, it looks to be Gloucester maintaining a lead of 3 lengths over Tyne Rowing Club, and George Watson's in 3rd place, but it does get closer towards the back, but it looks to me as though it's at the back. It's in 4th place Tideway Scullers, in 5th it's Evesham, and Globe are in 6th place.
So a final push there from the Gloucester Rowing Club crew. There's so much support here at the Tower for this D final of the Women's J15 Double Sculls, and that's Gloucester over the line ahead of Tyne. It's going to be Watson's, I think, in the 3rd position, but Tideway Scullers starting to push hard. I think they've left it a little bit too late and they're going to run out of water, but they're pretty comfortably in that 4th spot over Evesham Rowing Club. And to complete the lineup, it's going to be Globe Rowing Club over in that 6th position. And we'll head back up to the C final. So this is the highest final we'll see here today. Of course, all of our A and B semi-finals will take place tomorrow. So this is actually the highest level final that we have here in this WJ15 double sculls today. And it is still the crew from Rob Roy but actually it's Ross Rowing Club in lane number 2 that's starting to press up. And I think Ross Rowing Club, in fact, may have even started to row through the crew from Rob Roy, who were early leaders. And Will's now joined me in the commentary box, so thank you, Robin. We'll hear from you again later.
That's my pleasure. We've now got the Will and Camilla double act, so that promises to be an exciting combination.
So yes, of course, Ross Rowing Club are indeed now about a length ahead of Rob Roy over in lane number 6. It's City of Bristol in lane 4. Lane 1, that's Hinksey Sculling School in 4th. We've got Walton in 5th and Queen's Park High School holding down the 6th position. But we've got about 400 metres to go left in this women's junior 15 double scull C final.
And it looks as though we're also off the start in race number 234, which will be the E-final of the Open Junior 15 single sculls. Have these women's junior 15 double sculls now coming? The leaders are coming up towards the last 250 metres or so. Here's it is still Ross Rowing Club in lane number 2, who have pushed through Rob Roy in lane number 6. Quite hard when you've got your main competitors over on the other side of the lake to sort of gauge yourselves against them. When you make a push, it's been quite hard to see how successful it's been. This Ross Rowing Club crew in lane number 2 have had a really strong second half of the course. They're into their last 200 metres now. It's put in a really strong performance in this C final of the women's junior 15 double sculls.
Yeah, a really mature race plan here from these girls from Ross on Y, especially at age 15, to be able to row through a crew like that in the middle section of the race. I think really well sculled from them. Rob Roy still holding down that 2nd position as it stands at the moment, so they've not completely fallen off, but they're being pushed on hard by City of Bristol over in lane number 4 for that 3rd spot, and the 3rd spot is a really tight race. So that's Ross over the line, Rob Roy holding down 2nd, but between 3rd it's going to be between lane 1 Hinksey and City of Bristol in lane number 4. And I think
Hinksey really pushing up.
Hinksey pushing up, City of Bristol just, oh my word, that was over the line practically together. I wouldn't like to call that one. Wow, what fantastic racing in this
Fantastic racing. Walton are going to come through in 5th position. And then finally we'll have Queen's Park High School coming through in 6th in the C final of the women's junior 15 double sculls. Really, really tight racing there for 3rd and 4th. We'll go back up the course in a second, where we should catch up with the E final of the Open Junior 15 single sculls. Indeed, here we are. Appears as though the crews in this E-final around about the 1,000-metre marker. Quick runners and riders in here. We've got Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club B fielding in lane 1. George Watson's Morrick in lane 2. Nithsdale Amateur Rowing Club Black in lane 3. Tideway Sculler School B Thompson in lane number 4, Ross Rowing Club Clatworthy in 5, and Twickenham Rowing Club Benton in lane 6. Interesting that we've got the 3 Scottish crews in this E-final all drawn together in lanes 1, 2 and 3. I'm sure these scullers would have been competing against each other at the likes of Strathclyde Park Regatta, Castle Semple Regatta, the Scottish Championships around about a month ago. And here they are up against each other at the British Rowing Junior Championships here in Nottingham.
So, Ross Rowing Club just won the previous C final in that women's J15 double sculls, and I think it is indeed Ross Rowing Club leading in this E final of the Open J15 single sculls, and indeed it is. Ross Rowing Club leading over Twickenham Rowing Club by about 2 lengths as they come into 500 metres to go. They're being followed up by the sculler from Tideway Scullers, who's about 2 lengths back on the Twickenham sculler in lane 6. And then the Scottish contingent fighting it out for places 4th to 6th with 500 metres to go.
The Nithsdale sculler in lane number 3 trying to push up on the Tideway Scullers School sculler in lane number 4, only around a third of a length separating them going to the 500 metre marker. Even just for bragging rights, it can be nice just to get that 1 extra position. Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club go through in 5th position. We should have George Watson's going through in 6th. Next race on as well, I believe we have both the D and C finals of the Open Junior 15 singles on the course.
So still Ross Rowing Club leading this E-final of the Open Junior 15 single sculls, and they're coming through now into the spectator enclosures, and a really tight race developing for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Nithsdale, who were in 4th, now starting to push up on Tideway Scullers School in lane number 4 for that 3rd spot, and I think it's in fact Nithsdale that are starting to hold that 3rd spot, but it's stroke for stroke as they come into the final 500 metres. And the Ross sculler recovering well, having just had a little bit of a mishap, but it's not phased him too much at all. He's really composed, really strong sculling here, and sculling, keeping an eye on the bank, making sure that he knows where the finish line is, that's for certain, and no one else around him, good clear water, and I think certainly he's got this one sewn up. But look at this race that's about to take place for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Twickenham just holding about a length over Tideway Scullers and Nithsdale. Tideway Scullers have now started to come back again. The Twickenham sculler just having a little bit of a mishap. Oh no, and that's cost him 2nd place. And it's Tideway Scullers now pushing through just about a canvas over Nithsdale. So it's going to be Tideway Scullers over Nithsdale from where I'm sitting. So unfortunate there for that sculler from Twickenham Rowing Club. Well recovered. Absolutely fantastic to see a recovery like that. Unfortunately, coming over the line in 4th place.
Now catching up with the D final of the Open Junior 15 single sculls. They're through 500 metres to go. We've got Merchant Taylors in 1, Stratford-upon-Avon in 2, Maidenhead Rowing Club C in lane 3, North Staffs in 4, Glasgow Academy in 5, and Maidenhead Rowing Club B in lane number 6. Also got the George Watson's sculler from the previous race just coming across the line now. Got another race here where the 2 leading crews are on completely opposite sides of the course. It's lane 1 and lane 6 battling it out. From this angle, I can't really pick it out. It's Merchant Taylors versus Maidenhead Rowing Club.
And I think it's in fact the sculler from Maidenhead on the far side of the lane number 6, who's underrating the sculler from Merchant Taylors somewhat, who's got about a length or so lead, but so hard to tell, as Will said, when they're on opposite sides of the lake. They'll both be trying to keep an eye on each other, but it's very tricky to judge. So I think Maidenhead just about leading over the sculler from Merchant Taylors, with about 100 metres to go now. And looking at the boys lining up, it is indeed Maidenhead, but Merchant Taylors starting to try and push through. I don't think he's got enough. The Maidenhead sculler has a real comfortable push left in him. Just keeping a nice eye, keeping Merchant Taylors at bay.
There's some good racing going on for third position as well. Stratford-upon-Avon in lane number 2. And Glasgow Academy in lane number 5 having a really good battle. Maidenhead Rowing Club crosses the line in first, with Merchant Taylors crossing in second. But it's Stratford and Glasgow Academy fighting for third.
And I think it's about a length as it stands at the moment, maybe 3/4 of a length to the Glasgow Academy sculler over Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club. And then Clearwater back, sculler from North Staffs Rowing Club. And then Maidenhead C to complete the field, taking his final few strokes.
And we should go pretty much straight back to the 1,000-metre marker, where I can just see the C final has just gone through the 1,000-metre marker. Couldn't quite catch who went through in the lead there. But we have Reading Rowing Club B, Globe Rowing Club B, Molesey Boat Club, Northwich Rowing Club A, Gloucester Rowing Club and Poplar, Blackwall and District in lanes 1 to 6. This C final of the Open Junior 15 single sculls.
So I believe from what we can tell here, it's lane 2 and lane 6 currently fighting out for that first place in these finals C to E in this Open Junior 15 single sculls event. So again, the highest final that we have in this event here today. And so in lane In lane 2, we've got Globe B, and in lane 6, we've got Poplar. So from what I can see here, it is still 2 and 6 battling it out. Just a bit of an update, we are off the start with the next set of finals for the Open Junior 18 single sculls. So the E final is off the start between Clydesdale, Queen Elizabeth High School, York, Swilliam Borlaze B, Warrington and Bewdley Rowing Club. But back now to 500 metres to go, and it's lane 6 still just leading. That's the crew from Poplar, Mr. Sloan, who is just starting to take control of the race with a couple of minutes to go over the person who's been pushing him down the course the whole way down, Hughes of Globe Rowing Club.
Indeed, and it is Poplar, Blackwall and District in lane 6, just coming through the 500 metres to go with a comfortable lead. It's actually quite tight for second position between Globe Rowing Club in lane number 2, as we previously mentioned, and I believe Gloucester Rowing Club in lane number 5 and Molesey in lane number 3. Then Northwich Rowing Club come through in 5th position, and Reading Rowing Club B in lane number 1 will come through the 500 metre marker to go in 6th. So it's the Poplar, Blackwall and District sculler who, if he can just keep up a strong rhythm in the last 500 metres, it's got a nice comfortable lead, which is always a really nice position to be in. You can just sit and just watch your competitors respond to their moves as they make them, and you can just gauge your effort against them.
So back now with 250 metres to go, and it's still the sculler in lane number 6, Mr. Sloan of Poplar Blackwell District, whose lead is slightly closed up, and it is the sculler in lane 2 from Globe Rowing Club, and also the sculler in lane 5 now from Gloucester Rowing Club that are starting to press up and have closed down the lead to only a couple of lengths. And the sculler from Gloucester really starting to push hard. You can see there really raising the rate to try and stay ahead of Globe, and actually that's pushing them closer to the lead. So a real contest for second, actually closing the gap on first.
Indeed, into the last 100 metres then for Poplar Blackwell and District, but as we mentioned, the main race is going to be for second position. Gloucester Rowing Club and Globe Rowing Club on opposite sides of the course in lanes 2 and 5. You can see the Globe sculler desperately looking over his right-hand shoulder, trying to see where the finish line is. I think he's just going to fall a tiny bit behind the sculler from Gloucester. Indeed, Gloucester takes second place by around about a canvas over Globe. We'll have Molesey Boat Club coming through in third position. Fourth position, my apologies. Northwich in fifth, and Reading Rowing Club in sixth position in that C final of the Open Junior 15 single sculls.
So we'll now join the E final of the Open Junior 18 single sculls, so the most senior of our junior events. And they're coming up to 500 metres to go, and it's lane 6 again in the lead. This is Beauty Rowing Club A, and certainly worth mentioning that I know that we've seen a lot of lane 6 crews leading over the course of these minor finals, and that's due to some of the seeding that takes place, of course. At the moment, crews are being seeded lanes 6 through to 1 based on their time trial time from this morning. So we would expect to see a nice straight line between a leading crew in lane 6 through to lane 1, just based on the conditions. So for anybody who wasn't aware of what was going on, so it's still Bewdley Rowing Club A leading in this E-final of the J18 single sculls. They're very close between lane number 1 and lane number 3. So lane 1, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, and lane 3, York City Rowing Club. And then we've got Queen Elizabeth High School and Sir William Borlase just off the back of this E-final as they approach 300 metres to go.
See now the commanding race that's been put on by a sculler from Bewdley Rowing Club A. That's Clifford of Bewdley Rowing Club. There's a sculler in lane number 3, however, from York City, who's pushed on a little bit since that 500 metre marker. He's maybe left behind the Clydesdale sculler in lane number 1 to cement second position. Fantastic support we're hearing from the spectators on the bank. William Borlase in lane number 4, pushing through the Clydesdale sculler in lane number 1. The Clydesdale sculler may have just pushed out a bit too fast.
And so it's still going to be Bewdley Rowing Club leading from start to finish over in lane 6. Over, indeed, the sculler in lane number 3 from York City Rowing Club. And Sir William Borlase in lane 4 has done an incredible job to push out to a length over the sculler from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, who held second position earlier on in this race. Clydesdale then over in 4th ahead of Warrington Rowing Club in lane number 5. And Queen Elizabeth High School sculling beautifully in lane number 2, but just not quite the speed to match up with the rest of the field, but absolutely glorious technique. So we'll finish off and round up with that E final and head back down to the D final of this Open Junior 18 single sculls.
Already through the 1,000-metre marker then for these Junior 18 singles. Merchant Taylors in 1, Notts County Rowing Association B in 2, Hollingworth Lake in 3, City of Bristol in 4, Star Club B in 5, and St Leonard's School in 6.
So approaching 750 metres to go. It's Hollingworth Lake in lane number 3 that currently leads over the rest of the field, but very tight between Notts County Rowing Association in 2, City of Bristol in 4, Star Club B in 5 for that second position. But I think it's just the sculler from Star starting to make a bit of a push to try and clamp down that second position. But City of Bristol not letting go, still got overlap, and Notts County, of course, going with them both. So a really good scull here from the Hollingworth Lake sculler, really relaxed and composed going through 500 metres. And it's actually Notts County that have managed to push through into second, and a real tussle going on between City of Bristol and Star. Really nothing much to choose between them. Maybe a canvas to City of Bristol in 3rd over Star in 4th. And again, a really good fight for 5th and 6th. St Leonard's, I think, just a bow ball ahead of Merchant Taylors in 1. But we'll wait for them to get a little bit closer, and they're through to 500 metres to go.
Great shot there for those of you watching on our YouTube stream of 4 of the leading scullers in this race approaching the finish area. Hollingworth Lake in lane number 3. There's Swithenbank of Hollingworth Lake, a really commanding scull. Some tricky conditions for sculling out there. We've seen a few near mishaps, had a few little crabs and caught blades. Fortunately, nothing too serious. These scullers who made it through to the D final of the Open Junior 18 single sculls, all very experienced and looking very at home in this water. Fantastic race, though, is shaping up for 2nd and 3rd position. Notts County, who were in 2nd position going through 500 metres to go, they did catch their blades a bit and have dropped back ever so slightly, but it's a great race between lanes 4 and 5, City of Bristol and Star.
And I think City of Bristol, who led through 500 metres by a whisker, are still starting to push ahead now by about a canvas over Star. That's Hollingwood Lake over in 1st, leading from start to finish. What a race from lane number 3. And it's City of Bristol now over ahead by about a length by the finish line. Star, Notts County over in 4th by about a canvas over Merchant Taylors. And then it's going to be the far side St Leonard's School that complete the lineup there for that D final of the Open Junior 18 single sculls.
And we're straight onto the C final of the Open Junior 18 single sculls now. Got Star Club A in 1, Queen Elizabeth High School B in 2, Leander A in 3, Emmanuel School in 4, Notts County Rowing Association A in 5, and Falcon Rowing Club in 6. These crews are approaching 500 metres to go, and it is Notts County Rowing Association in lane number 5, who have a around about 3-length lead, and then very tight from 2nd through to 5th. Got lane 1, then lane 3, then lane 2, then lane 6. So that is Star Club, then Leander A, then Queen Elizabeth High School, and then Falcon Rowing Club, with Emmanuel School in lane number 4 at the back of the field. So very tight, less than a length from 2nd through to 5th position with 500 metres to go.
So getting into 250 metres to go, the scullers probably starting to think about upping the rate for the sprint, especially with a field this tight. There's probably only about, 2 lengths separating second through to fifth, as Will just mentioned. So some grand racing if you're able to come down to the side and get watching, or if you're watching on our live stream, this is going to be a really tight finish, absolutely. So we've still got Notts County over in lane number 5 in that bright green one piece that you'll be able to see over on the far side of the lake. But then absolutely nothing to choose between lane 6, lane 4 and lane 2. So I think it's actually lane 6, which is Falcon Rowing Club, who are now starting to push with lane number 4, that's Emmanuel School, and lane number 2 now starting to push up, that's Queen Elizabeth High School, and I think, and lane 1, which is Star Club, in fact. And I, in saying that, think it's Star Club, Will, that are in second behind Notts County.
Indeed, I'd agree. In fact, Star are really giving Notts County a push for the line here. Notts County had around 1.5 lengths to 2 lengths with 500 metres to go, and Star have just laid on the power. Notts County is having to raise his rate over in lane number 5 to respond. I think he's still got a small advantage. It's going to be Star Rowing Club who will take second position behind Notts County. Queen Elizabeth High School will come through in third. Emmanuel School will take fourth, and then very tight between Leander and Falcon Rowing Club for fifth position in that C final of the Open Junior 18 single sculls.
So we can head back up to our next category on the course, which is the Open Junior 16 double sculls, and this is the D final, race 240. Only 3 crews contesting this event. We've got Clare's Court in lane number 4, Birmingham in 5, and Star Club in lane number 6. And I think it is Star Club, as we should probably expect from the seeding that's taken place, that are currently leading this event by about 3 lengths, perhaps 2 to 3 lengths, but very close in the next 2 lanes, lanes 5 and 4, between Birmingham and Clare's Court. Well,
absolutely, yes, very good thing going on here, and it's a result of the time trials that it means we get, even in these minor finals, some really tight racing going on. You're getting lots of crews of very equal speed who end up facing each other, and it doesn't matter what race you're in, every rower will tell you that they do not want to lose. No matter what race they're in, they're going absolutely all out to try and get every place they can. But it is still Star Club over in lane number 6 of this D final of the Open Junior 16 double sculls, who've pushed out ahead of Birmingham and Clare's Court in lanes 5 and 4 respectively. They're through around 750 metres to go. They're coming up towards the 500 metre marker now. We should be able to get a slightly more accurate look. I can see the next race is on the course. That will be the C final of the Open Junior 16 double sculls.
so yes, in this 3-boat D final, it's still Star Club with a comfortable lead over the rest of the field, but Birmingham and Clare's Court still tussling it out for that 2nd and 3rd spot. And I think as it stands at the moment, it's still Birmingham that lead Clare's Court by, only about a length as they come through 500 metres to go. So Clare's Court have a couple of minutes now if they're going to start to wind up to try and catch Birmingham. They've still got overlap, and I think it can still be done if they put on a push. Well,
absolutely. You can see just the difference in styles of rowing when you're side by side with the crew, and the adrenaline starts going up, and the nerves start getting excited. That the technical aspects just start dropping away slightly as you fight against the crew next to you. Whereas if we look at the Star crew in lane number 6, they're just able to be so much more relaxed and really control the race, just by being able to watch the boats behind them, respond to their moves as they happen, not take too many risks, don't have to risk blowing up or catching a crab. They can just really control the race from the front. and force everyone else to fight for the minor positions behind.
And I think actually Claire's Court now starting to make a really good job of mounting a bit of a challenge on Birmingham, and for the D final of this Open Junior 16 double sculls, with only 3 crews in, they've done a fantastic job to bring themselves almost back on terms with Birmingham. So Star Club still out in the lead. We mustn't forget what a fantastic job they've done to create such a lead over the other 2 crews in this event. A real testament to how well they've rowed, and I'm sure they must have been very close to getting into the C final based on their time trial and looking at how far they are in front. But what a race going on in this D final for 2nd and 3rd.
Absolutely, and Start Club, who had sort of been just staying a bit relaxed because they thought they had it sewn up, the other crews had come back towards them a little bit. Claire's Court, probably a bit undersized compared to the Birmingham crew, but it doesn't mean that they are lacking in fight, and they're really going for it, trying to close down on Birmingham. Star are keeping the rate low. They think they can still take the win, and indeed they are going to take the win by just around clear water. Birmingham Rowing Club are going to take 2nd position, and a really gutsy performance from Claire's Court School, who really try and get as close as they could to Birmingham Rowing Club at the end there in the D final of the Open Junior 16 double sculls.
Oh, what a race, and I really enjoy seeing races like that where a crew really puts their heart and soul into it, and to get within 3/4 of a length of second, I think that was a great performance from Claire's Court. So we're now joining the C final at 750 metres to go. This is the C final of that Open Junior 16 double sculls. In lane 1, we've got Falcon Rowing Club A. In 2, Castle Semple. 3, Evesham Rowing Club. 4, King's School Ely. In lane 5, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Tyne United Rowing Club. And I think it is Tyne United in lane number 6 that are currently about a length and a half ahead of the crew from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, but hot on their heels is the King's School Ely in lane number 4. That's still got overlap over Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club in 2nd. So all still quite tight for those first 3 spaces, and actually as they come through towards 500 metres to go, Clydesdale still have overlap over the crew from Tyne United.
So less than a length separating those top 3 crews. Tyne United in 6, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club in 5, and King's Ely in 4. There's Falcon Rowing Club, who went through 500 metres to go in 4th position, and then Castle Semple, maybe the canvas or so over Evesham for 5th and 6th. I really want to get back to what's going on at the front of this race between King's Ely, Clydesdale and Tyne United. I'm not sure what you think, Camilla, but I think Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, who were around half a length back with 500 to go, have made a big push, really pushed on and have come level, if not moved ahead of Tyne United in lane number 6.
I think you're absolutely right, Will, but still Tyne United putting up a big old fight, and it's stroke for stroke as they come into about 200 metres to go. Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club now starting to try and push out a little bit more water, push their puddles back towards Tyne United, and I think they have indeed managed to just about break them, and their bow ball now sitting ahead of Tyne United, and Tyne United are actually going to have to watch out for King's School Ely as well.
Absolutely. Really dominant last 500 from Clydesdale to push through. Really well composed race to know their speed, know their competitors' speed. King's School Ely have winded the rate absolutely through the roof. Tyne United looking over their shoulders, wondering what on earth is going on. King's Ely have indeed pushed through Tyne United. Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club are going to take the win in this C final. King's School Ely will take 2nd, and Tyne United, who were in the lead going with through 500 metres to go, have dropped back into third position. Falcon Rowing Club in lane number 1 again to take fourth. Castle Semple in lane number 2 will take 5th position, and Evesham Rowing Club in lane number 3, they will come through in 6th in this C final of the Open Junior 16 double sculls. And we will move on to our next race, which is race number 243, which is the D final of the Women's Junior 16 single sculls, which we can pick up as they're coming towards the 1,000-metre marker.
So you are joining us for the start of race 243 in the Women's Junior 16 single sculls, the D final. And we've got King's School Ely D in lane number 2, Hinksey Sculling School in lane 3, King's School Ely C in 4, Rob Roy Boat Club in lane number 5, and Camus Rowing Club in lane number 6. So we're through 500 metres now in this D final of the Women's Junior 16 single sculls, and it's lane number 6 from Camus Rowing Club currently leading the field by about a length over lane 2, King's School Ely D. It's then Hinksey Sculling, apologies, no, it's Rob Roy in lane number 5, Hinksey Sculling School, and King's School Ely C in lane number 4, just completing that field.
So with 1,000 metres gone in this women's junior 16 singles, it's Camas Rowing Club, then Hinksey Sculling School, King's School Ely C in third, Rob Roy Boat Club in fifth, and King's School Ely D in fifth position. A bit of a steering problem there for the Camas Sculler in lane number 6. She's back underway to get up to full speed. Hopefully that hasn't cost her too much time. The Sculler from Hinksey Sculling School in lane number 3 will be looking to pounce on that small mistake.
Yeah, and I think she certainly has taken advantage of that, actually. And I think it's now Hinksey Sculling School challenging for the lead over Camas. So that's Hinksey in lane number 3 over Camas in lane number 6 now. And what a move that has been from Hinksey to be able to capitalise on such a small mistake from Camas.
Absolutely. And we mentioned that these are challenging conditions, especially for single sculls. And it's not just about fitness and how fast your 2K is and how well you can row on flat water, but how well you can keep your nerve and keep your rhythm in tough conditions like this and not let it affect your steering or your balance, things like that. And indeed, it is Hinksey Sculling School who go through 500 metres to go with a lead over Camas, with King's School Ely in third position.
It's Rob Roy Boat Club in lane number 5 that come through in the 4th position, and it will be King's School Ely D that come through 500 metres. To complete the roundup, and as we head back up the course, it's still Hinksey Sculling School with 300 metres to go, leading over Camas Rowing Club.
So 200 metres to go for the leaders in this D final of the women's junior 16 single sculls, and it's still Hinksey Sculling School who've moved ahead of Camas Rowing Club. Camas have managed to get back moving again to cement second position.
So that's Hinksey Sculling School there in lane number 3 over the line. A good row to come from behind, and that's Camus there in lane number 6 over in second in this D final of the women's junior 16 single sculls. It's going to be Isle of Ely, King's School Ely, my apologies, in lane number 4. That's the C sculler from King's School Ely with 3 strokes to go. And the scullers from Rob Roy in lane number 5 and Isle of Ely, sorry, I keep doing that, King's School Ely in lane number 2. Please take my apologies. King's School Ely in lane number 2 that will finish off this D final of the women's junior 16 single sculls.
The C final of the women's junior 16 single sculls has gone through one of the markers. We don't have a sculler in. Oh, we do have the King's Ely sculler in lane number 1. So King's Ely in 1, Nottingham and Union in 2, Tideway Scullers A in 3, Trentham in 4, St Ives in 5, and Isle of Ely Rowing Club in 6. And it is Isle of Ely this time, I can confirm. So going through that marker, I believe that was the 1,000-metre marker. It was Isle of Ely Rowing Club, a lead over St Ives Rowing Club in second, Tideway Scullers School in third, Nottingham and Union in 4th, and Trentham in 5th position. So with 500 metres to go now in this C final of the women's junior 16 single sculls, it's Isle of Ely Rowing Club, and certainly is Isle of Ely Rowing Club leading over the sculler from St Ives in lane number 5, currently holding down second position. So with a couple of strokes through the 500 metre marker with Miss Dingwall of Isle of Ely Rowing Club, who's currently 2 lengths up over the sculler from St Ives Rowing Club. Tideway Scullers in lane number 3. This is the A crew from Tideway Sculler School, in a little bit of a void amongst the other scullers. It's then Nottingham and Union in lane number 2, currently in 4th position over the sculler from Trentham Boat Club, and King's School Ely B in lane number 1. Just heading through 500 metres to go now. So 250 metres left for our leading scullers in this C final of the women's junior 16 single sculls. And it's still the sculler from Isle of Ely. There's Dingwall of Isle of Ely over in lane number 6. The sculler from St Ives, Madison, in lane number 5, has kept her honest in the second half of this race. The sculler from Isle of Ely is still in control, however. Tideway Sculler School in 3rd position, Nottingham and Union in 4th. Then what's actually looking like an okay race between Trentham in lane 4 and Kings Ely in lane 1 for 5th position. Both leading scullers raising their rate in the last 50 metres. Isle of Ely sculler just checking where the finish line is. She'll be happy to find out she's crossing it right now to take the win in this C final. 2nd place for Madison of St Ives Rowing Club. It will be a 3rd position for Tideway Sculler School A. A 4th position for Nottingham and Union. 5th for Trentham, and Kings Ely will take 6th position. So that's it for the women's junior 16 single sculls. We're now, for the minor finals anyway, we're now going to move on to our next set of minor finals, which is the Open Junior 15 coxed quad sculls. And we're starting off with the E final. And I can confirm we've got a race on the course. It is the crew in lane number 6, Warrington Rowing Club, leading over Cantabrigian in lane number 5. And Mossbourne Academy, I believe, in 3rd position.
So it's Warrington Rowing Club heading towards 250 metres now ahead of the crew from Cantabrigian in this Open Junior 15 coxed quadruple sculls event. And Mossbourne Academy just entering the final 500 metres of their race in 3rd position over in lane number 4.
So that's Warrington Rowing Club leading in this E-final of the Open Junior 15 Coxed Quadruple Sculls. They're through the line now ahead of Canterbridge Rowing Club. And with 250 metres to go, it's Mossbourne Academy currently in that third spot. So the next race is currently on the course, and that's the D final of the Open Junior 15 Coxed Quadruple Sculls. Doncaster in 1. We've got Trenton Boat Club in 2. Queen Elizabeth High School A in 3. Kingston Grammar School in 4. City of Bristol in 5. And Maidstone Invicta in lane number 6. And it was City of Bristol that led through the halfway marker. And lots of support for this Mossbourne Academy crew who enter the Red Boys. Last few strokes of their race. Really well rowed from Mossbourne Academy in this Open Junior 15 Coxed Quadruple Sculls. Hopefully they'll be back next year with a good taste for racing. That's them through the line.
Visit Sarasota County are proud to be title sponsors of this year's British Rowing Junior Championships. Sarasota Bradenton on Florida's beautiful Gulf Coast with America's #1 beach at Siesta Key will be hosting the 2017 World Rowing Championships this September and the 2018 World Rowing Masters Regatta at the Nathan Benderson Park. Make sure you stop by their stand on the patio lawn to find out the best deals to head over to enjoy the rowing and a fantastic holiday in the Florida sunshine.
My thanks to Camilla Hadland for her commentary over the last couple of hours. We are now joined again by Jack up in the commentary box, back for another stint.
Glad to be back.
And joining us in time for the D final of the Open Junior 15 Coxed Quad Sculls. We've got Doncaster Schools Rowing Association in 1, Trenton Boat Club in 2, Queen Elizabeth High School A in 3, Kingston Grammar School in 4, City of Bristol in 5, and Maidstone Invicta in 6. The crews are through, 500 metres to go. And it is the City of Bristol crew in lane number 5, currently out in front. Hearing a huge amount of shouting from the bank, supporting these crews in the D final of the Open Junior 15 Coxed Quad Sculls. And it is City of Bristol in lane number 5, out in front, with Maidstone Invicta in second position. Wins their last few strokes, and City of Bristol are going to take the win in this D final of the Open Junior 15 Coxed Quad Sculls. Mason and Victor in lane number 6, chasing hard. They're not quite going to get there. They're going to finish in 2nd, with Tideway Scudder School will come through in 3rd, and Queen Elizabeth High School A in 4th position. We have Trentham Boat Club in lane number 2, crossing in 5th position, and Doncaster Schools Rowing Association in lane number 1, and we'll then now move on to the C final.
So for the C final, we'll run you through the lane order. In lane 1, we have Clare's Court. Lane 2, Birmingham. Lane 3, Queen Elizabeth High School. Lane 4, Henley Rowing Club. Lane 5, Windsor Boys. And lane 6, Royal Grammar School of High Wycombe. This race now coming in towards 500 metres to go. If you're watching on the YouTube stream, we've got cameras every 500 metres down the course. You can watch the races as they progress, and you can see the same view we're seeing in the commentary box. That's all live on the British Rowing YouTube channel. If you take out your phones, great way to stay in touch with the racing from down near the finish line. So we think this race is being led by lanes 5 and 6. That is, of course, Windsor Boys and Royal Grammar School of High Wycombe. Very tight between these two crews at the moment as they come in towards the last 500 metres. But it looks as though Windsor Boys in lane 5 might have that lead. Our camera angle's a little bit deceptive, but as it spins round, we can start to get a real sense at the 500 metre mark who has the lead there. And it's very close between these two crews. Can only be a canvas in it, if that. But it is indeed Windsor Boys School who have the lead there by about a canvas over Royal Grammar School of High Wycombe. That's the 1-2 in this C final. 3rd place looks like lane 2. That's Birmingham. And followed by Henley Rowing Club over in lane 4. Then Queen Elizabeth High School, and then lane 1, Clare's Court. So a lead for Windsor Boys, but very tight between them and Royal Grammar School. They're going to have to cling on as they come into these last 500 metres. It's going to be all about that final sprint for these two crews to determine who comes first in this C final.
Absolutely, and if you're looking on our YouTube stream now, you'll see those two leading crews in lane 6 and lane 5. Both Windsor Boys and RGS High Wycombe just trying to press on the power, press on the rate just a little bit, see if they have any energy left in the tanks.
Really hard for us to tell here, but it looks like these two crews are now very much neck and neck. That canvas lead for Windsor Boys looks as though it might have disintegrated in the last 250 metres. So as we come in towards the finish, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe really putting on the pressure in the outside lane to challenge Windsor Boys for that first place in the C final.
Absolutely fantastic racing, even in the minor finals. I mentioned it before, you put rowing crews on the water, no matter what they're racing in, who they're racing against, they do not want to lose. And Windsor Boys and RGS High Wycombe are proving that today. Windsor Boys have just pushed on a tiny bit over RGS High Wycombe. You can see lots of them looking over their left shoulders, trying to see what their advantage is, but it's still around about a canvas.
Windsor Boys clinging on towards the finish line. But no more than a canvas separating these two crews as they go through. Windsor Boys first, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe taking the 2nd place. Then it's lane 2, Birmingham coming through to take the 3rd now.
Those first two crews pulled away from the rest of the field slightly, but there's some other good racing going on. Birmingham take 3rd position over Henley Rowing Club, with Queen Elizabeth High School in 5th and Clare's Court School in 6th position. And with that over, we will go on to the E-final of the Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls, race number 248.
If we take you through the lane order for this E-final, in lane 1, we've got Beckett's Rowing Club. In lane 2, Ross Rowing Club. In lane 3, it's Calpe from Gibraltar. In lane 4, Doncaster. In lane 5, Pangbourne College. And in lane 6, it's Ross Rowing Club, their A crew. Mentioned earlier that the races currently are being seeded from lanes 1 to 6. Lane 6, the fastest boat in the time trial. That means we're expecting to see the crews on the far side of the lake getting the best results out of these races. But as we say, all the crews are racing these races hard, and there's no reason why it can't be another crew who get the pip them on the line as they come through these minor finals. So we're moving into these Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls. Now the race is going to get a little bit slower as we have the smaller boats. That gives us more time to see these developments happen as they come down the course. So our cameras are looking on from around about the halfway point in this race, and it looks like a comfortable lead for the A Ross crew over in lane 6. As the camera swings around, we'll get a little bit more of a sense of the distance between these crews. It can be a bit deceptive looking up the course, and once we look on parallel, we can really start to see the margins between these boats. We think the Gibraltar Scull is actually a little bit closer than we thought in lane 3. Gibraltar right up there with Ross A over in lane 6.
Doncaster Schools Rowing Association in lane number 4. Also trying to push onto the Ross Sculler, and Pangbourne College in lane number 5. Trying to hold on to the leading trio. As they come up to the 1,000-metre marker, it is the sculler from Calpe Rowing Club who goes through with clear water over Ross Rowing Club. Doncaster Schools Rowing Association will go through in 3rd. Pangbourne will go through in 4th.
Well, that's a lesson for me coming back into the commentary just now. These camera angles can be deceptive when you're looking on up the course. Calpe have the comfortable lead there, about a length separating them from Ross Rowing Club. And the far side lanes often look like they're further ahead than they actually are when the camera pans round.
And Ross Rowing Club B in lane number 2, also holding a small lead over Beckett's Rowing Club D in lane number 1 at the back end of the field.
These crews now all well into their 3rd 500. It's an important stage in any race, but never more so than in a single sculls race. You've just got to keep thinking in your head and pushing on through this 3rd quarter. This is where the pain starts to build. It starts to get quite hard work. And it's all about how hard you can keep your hand in the flame, how much pressure you can keep putting on other crews as they start to tire in the later stages of this race.
Calpe Sculler there doing a really good job to recover from a small crab in a single. That can be almost disastrous straight away if you're not able to respond quickly. Fortunately, she did, and she's still upright.
So as these crews advance towards the 500-metre mark, we'll be moving down to there, looking at the camera. Start to see these crews as they come in towards the last quarter of this race. Calpe in lane 3 still rowing strong. But has she held on to that lead she had at the 1,000 metre mark? How has her third quarter of this race been? Have the other crews put pressure on and started to move up on her position?
Calpe sculler maintaining a quite relaxed, long and powerful 25 strokes per minute.
So leading out this race, we know there's Ross over on the far side, Calpe in the middle in lanes 3 and 6. But how do these two rowers compare? The camera at the 500 metres now panning round as we come up close to the line with these two crews. And Calpe still has that lead. But now it's reduced. Both boats are in contact.
Yes, indeed.
It's shrunk, separating.
Yeah, shrunk down to slightly less than a length. That clear water advantage has disappeared. Doncaster Schools Rowing Association go through in third, with Pangbourne still in fourth. We will have Beckett, School and Ross in the final two positions, but just 500 metres to go. And can the sculler from Calpe hold off Ross Rowing Club in lane number 6?
So leading into the last 500, there's no doubt that you have a bit of an advantage. You can see those crews behind you. You can push off your other scullers, but nevertheless, it is hard work. Calpe will have fought hard to get that lead, and the question is, have they fought so hard they don't have the power to keep it in this last 500 metres? It's all about pacing in these races, keeping your powder dry as you come in towards the last 500 metres.
Calpe sculler refusally not raising the rate, still holding at strong 26. Perhaps as they hum towards the last 250 metres and the race gets a little bit tighter, we'll see those ratings go up.
Still an ongoing battle for that first place. Calpe had it at 500, but they're going to have to continue to work all the way. By no means is this race decided as we come into the last 250 metres. Two strong scullers leading out the pack and fighting with each other for that first place.
Our camera angle pan out. See the Ross Rowing Club sculler over in lane number 6. You can just see the puddles coming off the blades on the left-hand side of the screen if you're watching on our YouTube channel. Trying to push up onto the Calpe sculler as they go into the last 100 metres, but the Calpe sculler does still have around about a length, maybe a tiny bit more's lead over the sculler from Ross.
He's fought hard to hold off the Ross sculler. And in fact, she's developing a longer lead than she had at the 500 metres. That's a strong last quarter for this Calpe sculler. Look at how much that lead has expanded now. And as she goes to the line, looks about 3 lengths separating these two scullers. What a final 500 for the Calpe sculler. And she looks exhausted there, but boy, has she worked hard towards the last stages of this race.
Indeed, she has. Really, really impressive performance to show the maturity to recover from that crab and push back away. So Ross Rowing Club take the second position. Doncaster Schools Rowing Association take third. Pangbourne College will take fourth. And then we have the scullers from Ross Rowing Club B and Beckett Rowing Club D, who will take the final positions in this E-final. And we'll move shortly on to the D final of the Women's Junior 15 Single Sculls.
This afternoon we're working through all the minor finals, working our way slowly down to the C finals. The A and B finals taking place for all these events tomorrow over the course of the day. And here we go with the D final. of the women's Junior 15 single sculls. Picking this up as the boats come through the 1,000 metre mark.
Leads, we got Reading Rowing Club in lane number 1, Tyne Rowing Club in 2, Beckett Rowing Club B in lane number 3, City of Oxford in 4, Abingdon Rowing Club B in 5, and Durham School in lane number 6. Unfortunately, didn't quite catch the order as they went through the 1,000 metre marker, so we'll have to wait until they get a bit closer towards 500 metres to go before we can let you know who's out in front of this D final. It appears as though it's the two crews in lane 6 and lane 1 on complete opposite sides of the course who are out in front of this D final. In lane 6, that is Heslop of Durham School, and in lane number 1, that is Cookson of Reading Rowing Club. They're coming up towards the 500 metre marker now. 500 metres to go, that is. And it is Heslop of Durham School with... Actually, no, both crews pretty much level, going through 500 metres to go.
That's unbelievable. Lane 1 actually looked as though they might have had a lead there, about a canvas in it. And as our camera swings round, we always look at it. Lane 6 looks as though it's in the lead when you're looking up the course. But the further that camera swings round, these crews really start to bunch up when we're looking parallel onto the course. The number of times we think that Lane 6 has a comfortable lead, and as the camera spins round, really it's much closer than we thought. So at the front of the pack, a battle of Lane 1 and Lane 6. Reading Rowing Club taking on Durham School in this D final of the Women's Junior 15 single scull as they come in towards the last 250 metres.
With our two leading crews in lanes 1 and 6, Jack, I'm sure you'll know it can be really hard to gauge your effort in a race when the crew you're competing against is so far away from you, and you can make a move, but you can't really tell what you don't want to be looking at your boat too much to see what they're doing. So being able to work off that other boat can be quite tricky. You almost got to just keep your head in your own boat, row the best race you can, and see what happens at the end.
Single scull, it's very much a case of eyes in the boat. Let's push as hard as we can. And if I can't see the crews behind me, then I'm not doing good enough, and I've got to keep pushing on.
Absolutely. So we can see there on the YouTube stream a great shot of the Reading Rowing Club sculler. She's coming towards the last 250 metres now. Still very hard to tell between her and the Durham School sculler over in lane number 6. We'll have to wait until they get a bit closer towards us in the finish tower before we can say anything too definitively. In fact, as they come into the Red Boys now, it still looks very, very tight between both boats.
Great to have such close races in these minor finals, showing a real strength of depth within the field of rowers competing at today's event.
Durham School on the far side, they were a canvas down with 500 to go, and they have pushed through very strongly indeed. Durham School are going to take the win in this D final by around about a length over Reading Rowing Club.
Another example of how that third quarter and the last half of the race really crucial for deciding the outcome here. As things starts to hurt, it's the rowers who can push on and push through who get the best results in these races.
Here's as though it's going to be Beckett Rowing Club B. That's Barker in lane number 3 who's going to take the third position, with City of Oxford in lane number 4. They'll take the 4th position, and Abingdon Rowing Club B in lane number 5 will take 5th.
The water battle there in the D final of the Women's Junior 15 single sculls. A tight race from start to finish for those girls leading out this race between Reading Rowing Club and Durham School. Durham School pulling through in the final stages to take the first place in this D final. We move now to the C final of the Women's Junior 15 single sculls, and I'll take you through the lane order now. In lane 1, Loch Lomond Rowing Club. In lane 2, Llandaff. In lane 3, Kingston Grammar School. Lane 4, Royal Chester. Lane 5, Falcon Rowing Club. And lane 6, Nisdale Amateur Rowing Club.
So this C final of the Women's Junior 15 single sculls appears to be between Kingston Grammar School in lane 3 and Loch Lomond in lane number 1. They're about to go through the 500 metre to go mark, and it's a half a canvas to Young of Loch Lomond Rowing Club in lane number 1.
Laura Young taking a little look over there at the 500 metre point, sussing out her competition, thinking, what do I need to do in this last 500 to hold on to that first place?
Another great race going over on the far side of the course as well between Nithsdale and Falcon for that third position. There were only around half a length separating them with 500 metres to go. Interesting seeing in some of these smaller boats that the results from the time trials are being upended slightly, where we'd expect we would expect the crews in lane 6 to be the quickest based on their time trial results. But in fact, in some of these races, we're getting the crews in lane 1 and 2 putting in really strong performances.
Yes, if you're in lane 1 or 2 today, the way the race is seeded, this means you are one of the slower crews from the time trial. But that doesn't mean you can't pull out a cracker of a performance this afternoon. We can get some really fast times from these crews that come into the minor finals.
Another great race we have in store here. Loch Lomond in 1, Kingston Grammar School in 3, approaching the red boys now. It was Young of Loch Lomond who had half a canvas going through the 500 metres to go, but I believe it is Kingston Grammar School in lane 3 who's pushed on. Would you not agree, Jack?
Yeah, it looks certainly like that. Lane 3 leading out this race now as they come in towards the finish line. Again, a strong second half from the sculler in lane 3 of Kingston Grammar School.
Very composed racing, just especially as these races are taking quite a long time to know just to hold something back for that last 500, where as your competitors start to tire, you can really make some gains by being able to add a little bit of pressure on the footplate, maybe raise the rating by 1 or 2 strokes. So Kingston Grammar School takes the win. Loch Lomond will take second position.
And Nisdale going across in the third.
Llandaff take the 4th position, and Falcon Rowing Club will come through in 5th, with Royal Chester in 6th position.
The GB rowing team Paralympic coaches are looking for PR3 rowers, formerly LTA, to race at the 2017 World Championships, which are taking place in Sarasota, Florida. If you take your rowing seriously, then it could be you competing on the world stage this year. To find out how to book your seat on the plane, get onto the British Rowing website and search Para Rowing Talent ID.
So, just going through the 1,000-metre marker, we have our next race, which is the C final of the Open Junior 18 double sculls. Just 5 crews in this event. Taking you through from lane 2, we have Trafford Rowing Club B, Merchant Taylors in 3, Calper Rowing Club B in 4, Trafford Rowing Club A in 5, and Falcon Rowing Club in 6.
You reverse the order we've just read out of lanes. You get the order of the crews as they went through the 1,000-metre mark. Falcon Rowing Club leading out at the halfway point, followed by Trafford, Calpe and Merchant Taylors.
Yes, absolutely. Proving me wrong from what I was saying in that last race. That in this one, we've actually got the time trial results proving to be completely accurate. Fastest crews from the time trial currently leading this minor final as well.
These crews now fast advancing on the 500-metre point where we have our next camera. As they come through, we can start to get an update on where they are positioned relative to each other. Have Falcon held on to that lead? It looked as though it was quite comfortable at the 1,000-metre point, but nevertheless, other crews could be pushing on into this third quarter. All about the hand in the flame, how much you can keep up with that lactic acid as it starts to build into that third quarter of the race. And things start to hurt just a little bit as you push on towards the end of the 2K.
Still Falcon Rowing Club with 500 metres to go, with a comfortable lead over Trafford Rowing Club A, so lane 6 leading over lane 5, with Calpe Rowing Club B will come through in third position.
I reckon Falcon have extended their lead there in this third 500, a strong third 500 pushing on as they come through towards the final stage of this race, cementing that lead they have over in lane 6 and making them look confident to finish first in this C final. All the crews keeping that order. First place with Falcon, second with Trafford, third with Calpe, 4 Merchant Taylors and 5th with Trafford Rowing Club in lane 2 on the near side. So if you're here on the bank near the finish line, you can start to see this race properly come into view as they come in towards the finish of the 2K. Hear a lot of cheering going on outside. Falcon Rowing Club further extending their lead in this last 500 metres. Looking very comfortable as they go through to finish their 2K. They've extended their lead onwards and onwards from the 1,000 metre point. A very strong second half for this double scull.
Indeed, really impressive to start strong and just keep extending away through the race. Stratford Rowing Club A in lane number 5. They're going to take the second position with Caliper Rowing Club B. They will come through in third. They're in lane number 4. Have Merchant Tailors taking 5th position, and Trafford Rowing Club B will come through in 5th. Our next race is on the course. It's the D final of the Open Junior 16 single sculls. That's race number 254, and we will catch up with that very soon.
We'll take you through the lane order for this D final of the Open Junior 16 single sculls. If you're watching on YouTube, you can start to see it on your screens. Lane 1, London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. Lane 2, King's School Ely. Lane 3, Penguin Boat Club. Lane 4, King's School Ely, this is their C crew. Lane 5, NCRA. And lane 6, Hereford Rowing Club. And NCRA are Nottingham County Rowing Association.
Going through the 1500 metre marker, it appeared to be Penguin Boat Club in lane number 3, who had a lead with Notts County Rowing Association B and Kings Ely C also in the hunt, and Hereford Rowing Club over in lane number 6 as well. They're coming up to the 1000 metre marker now. We should be able to give you a slightly better indication of what's going on and who's started to make their move, who maybe went off the first 500 a bit too fast and has hit that lactic acid wall a bit earlier than they would have liked. Notts County Rowing Association, in fact, in lane number 5, like they've pushed on over Penguin in lane number 3. I believe going to the 1000 metre marker, it is going to be Notts County Rowing Association in those vivid green lycras.
As we come into this third quarter, it looks like Notts County have really pulled away from Penguin. We're pretty sure Penguin had the lead at the 500 metre point, but now as we come to halfway, Notts County rode through there, and good clear water between these boats, probably about a length and a half ahead there. Notts County over Penguin, who in turn about half a length ahead of Hereford over in the far side lane. Kings Ely B going through in 4th position. And then Kings Ely C and London Youth Rowing Tradesmen in 5th and 6th. London Youth Rowing Tradesmen we saw gritting his teeth as he went through the 1000 metre mark. He'll be looking to move on up on the rowers ahead of him in the course. Yeah, we're enjoying his facial expressions on the camera. If you're watching us on YouTube, you can see just how hard lane 1 is working here to regain contact with the other crews in this race. Good work from London Youth Rowing in lane 1, pushing on all the time.
See the sculler from Notts County Rowing Association, that really nice long stroke, just gliding through the slightly ripply water. And it's that sort of maintaining control over the boat that's allowed him, I think, to push out over the Penguin and Hereford sculler in that second 500. As they come up towards 500 metres, we'll see if he's been able to extend his lead a tiny bit further.
Those vital rowing skills can always make a crucial difference, especially in a headwind. A nice tight race over on the far side. The two crews in lanes 5 and 6 can see each other clearly. It allows the sculler from Nottingham County Rowing Association to really push off that crew in lane 6. You can see Hereford behind him, and he knows he's got to keep pushing as he comes on through this race. Pole position, a great opportunity to look back on the other scullers on the course and really set out your pace against them to regain your position, to keep that lead as you come through the course.
It's still clear water for Notts County, but Hereford Rowing Club have pushed through Pengwern. I think Pengwern might have gone out a bit hard in the first 500 metres, and they're paying for it now. They've dropped back into 3rd position, and Hereford Rowing Club in lane number 6, now looking in a good position to push up on Notts County. Kings Ely B in lane number 2 go through in 4th position. Just waiting for Kings Ely C in lane number 4 and London Youth Rowing Tradesmen in lane number 1.
2,000 metres, a long way to go, particularly in a single scull. You can see just how important pacing and strategy is for these scullers. They really need to think about how their race is going to play out, where they're going to make the moves, where they're going to settle into their rhythm, and how they're going to keep that momentum through the race to hold on to their position and really push through the 2K and get the best performance they can.
So into the last 200 metres, and Hereford Rowing Club in lane number 6 really has tried extra hard in this second 1,000 metres to push up onto Notts County Rowing Association. I think we're at the point now where there's overlap between the two crews. Little look over from the Hereford sculler. But I think Notts County still has around a canvas lead. Not enough to be safe. Still going to need to really push on in the last 100 metres.
A real battle going on there in those far side lanes. Nottingham desperately clinging to the half a length lead they have there.
Oh, and a big sprint from Notts County there. He just suddenly turned on the burners. Wasn't going to be losing that one in a hurry, and he just took a length out of Hereford in about 5 strokes. Pengwern drifted. Oh no, actually they're doing okay. Thought they drifted across their lane slightly. Pengwern sculler, who had been in the lead going through 500 metres gone, will take 3rd position. King's School Ely B in lane number 2, they'll take 4th. We'll then have King's Ely C in lane number 4 and London Youth Rowing Tradesmen coming through in 5th and 6th position.
Make sure you follow British Rowing on social media. If you're on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube, you'll get all the latest from this year's event at British Rowing with the hashtag BRJC17. That's hashtag BRJC17. Do keep a lookout over the course of the weekend. You might well be featuring there. And if you do spot yourself or your friends, make sure to tag yourself in at British Rowing on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube with the hashtag BRJC17.
Now coming through the 1,000 metre mark is the D final of the Open Junior 16 single sculls. Just had the E final the race before. Taking you through the lane order, in lane 1 we have London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. In lane 2 we have King's School Ely B. In lane 3 we have Pengwan Boat Club. Lane 4 King's School Ely C. Lane 5 Notts County Rowing Association. And lane 6 Hereford. Sorry, I was calling out the previous race. To take you through the crews correctly this time, my apologies. Lane 1 Reading Rowing Club. Lane 2 Star Club. Lane 3 Henley Rowing Club. Lane 4 Bewdley Rowing Club. Lane 5 Peterborough. And lane 6 Henley Rowing Club A. My apologies for miscommunicating there.
We've all been behind the microphone a lot today, so surely excuse us having a small brain hiccup once in a while. It looks as though, as they approach 500 metres to go, Henley Rowing Club A in lane number 6 is putting on a commanding performance. He's maybe perhaps slightly disappointed not to have finished higher up in his time trial and been competing in the A and B semi-finals tomorrow, trying to make amends by laying a bit of a smackdown on the rest of the field in this C final of the Open Junior 16 single sculls. So it is Brown of Henley Rowing Club A in lane number 6, who is currently the only crew in the picture going through 500 metres to go. Really dominant performance from him. Bewdley Rowing Club in lane number 4 are going to come through in second position, with Star in lane number 2, followed by Henley in 3, Peterborough in 5, and Reading in 1. So very tight actually for second to fifth position, as Henley Rowing Club just row away from the rest of the field.
They've had some really strong scullers at today's event, and this one certainly is no exception. Brown really pushing on as he comes into the second half, or the third quarter of this race. The final quarter of this race as he's pushing through into the last 500 metres there. You can see him on screen as he comes through towards the last 250 metres there. What a gap he has generated over this course. Behind him it's Bewdley Rowing Club in lane 4, who's holding that second place. But things are a lot closer the further back in the pack we go. Doesn't look like Peterborough in lane 5 is far behind Bewdley, and we know Henley Rowing Club in lane 4. Their Sea Crew and Star are also right up there. But it's going to be very tight for the second, third and fourth places in this race.
Star Rowing Club in lane number 2, trying to push up onto Bewdley in lane number 4. As we see Brown of Henley Rowing Club A in lane number 6 just cruise away from the rest of the field. He's going to take the win in this C final, but the main intrigue is happening slightly further back on the course. So we still have Main of Bewdley Rowing Club in lane number 4 is out in second position. A huge amount of cheering going on from the banks. Star Rowing Club and Peterborough fighting out for that third position.
Looks like Star Rowing Club just has slightly more in his legs there to push through.
So Bewdley takes second position. Star will come through in third. Peterborough is going to come through in fourth, with Henley Rowing Club in fifth and Reading Rowing Club in sixth.
We're moving into the Junior 18 categories now. The oldest rowers at today's event. And this, the Women's Junior 18 Single Sculls E final. Race 256 next on the course. In lane 1, we have Rob Roy Boat Club. In lane 2, Broxburn Rowing Club. Lane 3, Derwent Rowing Club. Lane 4, Strathclyde Park. Lane 5, Kings Ely. And lane 6, Reading Rowing Club. Going through the halfway point, Strathclyde Park, Dixon has the lead. Second place, Fenwick from Reading Rowing Club over on the far side of the lake. And then very tight for third place between Broxburn Rowing Club in lane 3 and King's School Ely Tarshish in lane 5.
So all of our crews through the 1,000-metre marker in this E-final of the Women's Junior 18 Single Sculls.
So a reminder of the order at the 1,000-metre mark. It was Strathclyde Park leading in lane 4, Reading Rowing Club in lane 6 in the second place, but then very tight for the third places between King's School Ely, Tarshish in lane 5 and Broxburn Rowing Club Hodge in lane 2. As they come through the next 500-metre point, how this positioning has changed. And who's got the best third 500 really pushing on in that third quarter of this race. Robin now rejoining me in the commentary box. So we move on with this E-final of the Women's Junior 18 Single Sculls.
So E-final of the Women's Junior 18 Single Sculls, race 256. Looks like Reading in the lead.
The Strathclyde Park now look to be further back in the pack as we come through the 500-metre mark with Reading Rowing Club on the far side, Fenwick leading out. So a strong third 500 for Reading Rowing Club. Strathclyde Park perhaps a little bit spent in the middle of the field there and falling back into second place, just peeking ahead of Kings Ely and Broxburn Rowing Club as they came through the 500-metre mark. Should be trying to hang on to that second place through the last 500 metres.
And this is pretty close racing for E-final. Usually they get spread out a bit over the field, but this is closer than most. And looking down the course now, continues to be Reading Rowing Club, which is in the lead. In second place, who have we got? Strathclyde Park, just holding on.
Looks like, however, the crews on either side of Strathclyde Park might be pushing up on that boat. I'm not sure that Strathclyde Park's still holding on to her second place there. She's going to be really struggling, really trying to push on with these two crews either side of her. Kings Ely on her left-hand side in lane 5. And on her right, it looks like Derwent Rowing Club is really putting on the pressure as well in lane 3.
It looks to me as if lane 2's doing pretty well as well. Broxburn Rowing Club. Is that right?
Yeah, she's right up there too.
She's right up there too. So we've got some really close racing for second, third and fourth. Very exciting as they come down towards the finish. But as we look across the park to the far side, it's Reading Rowing Club B leading by some 4 to 5 lengths. In second place, it looks to be Kings Ely. But
Kings Ely just pulling fast Strathclyde Park there.
That's right. And as they come down towards the finish, Fenwick of Reading Rowing Club B crosses the line first, ahead of Kings Ely Tarshish. Very close for third, but it looks to be like it's going to be Dixon from Strathclyde Park, ahead of Dolman from Derwent Rowing Club.
Lane 3 put on a bit of a sprint there in the final stages, but not quite enough to clinch that third place.
And completing the field is Hodges of Broxbourne. So we've got up the course now again to the D final of the Women's Junior 18 single sculls. In lane 1, Reading Rowing Club. In lane 2, Inverness. In lane 3, another Reading Club, Reading Rowing Club, that's A. In lane 4, it's St Paul's Girls A. Reading C in lane 5 and Reading F in lane 6. So this is pretty well a Reading. Now I was up in the Umpire's restroom a few minutes ago, and there are actually 4 of the world-class start rowers from Reading Rowing Club all competing in this D final. I think they're coached by Steve Gunn, and it's very interesting to see they've all within a couple of seconds of each other as they are lined up in this event. So Shriver, Bates, Lawless, Harris and Wimble, all from Reading, and all competing. It'll be a real needle match between these guys. They're all in the world-class start. We think it's probably Harris of Reading C who's in the lead, just ahead of Wimble of Reading F. But it is very, very close as they come past the 500-metre mark. And it's still looking close as they come down into the last 300 metres. Lane 5 looks to be in the lead now. This is Harris of Reading, Reading C, ahead of lane 4, which is Lawless of St Paul's Girls School. And Setford from Inverness, probably in 4th place. So as they come down, it's still lane 5, Harris of Reading Rowing Club, ahead of Lawless from St Paul's Girls A. And actually, considering they're all 4 Reading girls are in the world-class start, they were very close in the time trial. There's quite a distance in between them. It's a needle match for first and second between Harris of Reading and St Paul's Girls Lawless.
Lane 4 putting on a real spurt as we come into the last 100 metres there. Challenging lane 5, challenging Harris of Reading Rowing Club as they come in towards the line.
And it's very, very close. There's not more than a canvas in it as they come towards the finishing line, but it looks to me as though Harris of Reading C just got it over Lawless of St Paul's Girls School.
That was less than half a canvas in it there by the time they got over the line. A real push there from the St Paul's girls sculler, but probably not quite enough to take the lead in this D final.
Over on the far side, it's Wimble of Reading F, crossing just ahead of lane 3, Bates from Reading A, and lane 2, Inverness Setford. And that completes the... no, it doesn't quite complete the field, because we've got Shriver of Reading D, who seems to have dropped back considerably and is just tapping it along. We now go up the course to the C final of the Women's Junior 18 single sculls. In lane 1, Dowse of St Paul's Girls. In lane 2, Price of Thames Rowing Club. In lane 3, it's Dyke of Norwich Rowing Club. In lane 4, Fuller of Tyne Rowing Club. Lane 5, Jenkins of Notts County Rowing Association. And Evans of Evesham is in lane 6. And looks to me to be Evans of Evesham leading this C final, ahead of Jenkins of Notts County Rowing Association. So approaching the 500 metres to go mark, it's Sophie Evans of Evesham ahead of Jenkins of Notts County Rowing Association by a little under a length. So it's all to play for in the last 500 metres. In third place, it's number 3, which is Dyke of Norwich. And the gap now to lane 4, which is Fuller of Tyne Rowing Club. These rows now well spaced out. Price of Thames Rowing Club comes through in 5th place. But as they come down through the last 500, it's Evans of Evesham Rowing Club being pushed now strongly by Jenkins of Notts County Rowing Association. It's going to be nip and tuck all the way. Jenkins has been pushing her all the way, and it just depends on who's got the bigger finish. Evans is had a pretty hectic last week. She was in the Wales trials last weekend and qualified for the quad for the home internationals next week up at Strathclyde. But it looks as though Jenkins of Notts County Rowing Association may have drawn level with her now as they come down towards the finish. It's Evans and Jenkins, Evesham Notts County Rowing Association, with Dyke of Norwich in 3rd place. Norwich pushing through now and certainly challenging for 2nd place. And it's Evans of Evesham and Jenkins of Notts County Rowing Association. Both these athletes really pushing on now. And I think that Jenkins of Notts County may have just edged ahead. It's very, very close. Pushing strongly now is Dyke of Norwich, ahead of Price of Thames Rowing Club and Dowse of St Paul's Girls. Notts County is just rating above Evans of Evesham, and the Notts County Rowing Association sculler Jenkins has a strong finish, and she's now pulled to be perhaps 3/4 of a length ahead of Evans of Evesham. Pulling that out to a length, very strong finish by Jenkins of Notts County Rowing Association. Also good row from Evans of Evesham Rowing Club. In third place, coming through now, it's Dyke of Norwich. Fourth is Fuller of Tyne Rowing Club. Very, very tight between her and lane 2, which is Price of Thames Rowing Club. So good racing in this C final of the Women's Junior 18 single. Lane 2 is coming through. It's going to be very close on the finish, but it's just taken by...
That's definitely photo.
That was a photo finish, apparently. I'm not allowed to say which I thought it was, which is fair enough. And completing the field in lane 1 is Dowse of St Paul's Girls' School.
Some of those finishes we're getting here in the minor finals far too close for us commentators to call. We'll wait for the official line from the umpires downstairs in the finish tower. It'll determine who the correct crew to take the places are. The next race on the course is the Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quads, the E-final. In lane 2, we have London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. In lane 3, Mossbourne Academy. Lane 4, Maidstone Invicta. Lane 5, Canterbury Rowing Club. And lane 6, Queen Elizabeth High School. These crews just coming in towards the last 750 metres as we speak. This is the first of the bigger boats we're seeing now, the Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quads. Makes for a bit faster racing, means things can happen a lot more quickly in these races. Boats will move beyond each other at a much faster space. It looks as though Canterbury have the lead there in lane 5 over Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 6. And then it's Maidstone Invicta in 3rd place. And 4th place, Mossbourne Academy in lane 3. It's being led over on the far side, but not by lane 6. Canterbury in lane 5, leading out the course at the moment, with a few lengths separating them and Queen Elizabeth High School B. Crews now coming in towards the 500-metre mark, pushing on through the 3rd quarter of their race. And as the camera pans around, it looks like a sizable lead for Canterbury Rowing Club in lane 5 over Queen Elizabeth High School, who in turn have good water between them and Maidstone Invicta in lane 4. Comfortable row from Canterbury there. Just pushing on as they come into the last 500. They can see the crews behind them. They know what they need to do. They've just got to keep them there, keep them in their view, and push away through the final quarter. Coming through the 500-metre mark now, that's Queen Elizabeth High School over on the far side. But in contact with them now is Maidstone Invicta in lane 4. Only about half a length separated now, so Maidstone Invicta pushing on in that 4th lane to challenge Queen Elizabeth High School, who are over on the far side. Mossbourne Academy in the 4th place, with a few lengths separating them and Maidstone Invicta. But out in the lead, Canterbury with some comfortable water between them and Queen Elizabeth High School, over on the far side of the lake. Great row from the girls at Canterbridgian in lane 5. So a battle developing in the final stages, as we saw, between Maidstone Invicta and Queen Elizabeth High School. But it looks as though Queen Elizabeth High School may have pulled away as they come into this last quarter, now approaching 250 metres to go. But still quite tight between these two crews. Maidstone were really challenging at the 500 to go mark. Robin thinks they're still challenging now. I think they probably are too. The angle's certainly a lot tighter, and as these crews come up on us, we can see that the distance isn't really that far apart at all. But Canterbridgian looking comfortable in lane 5, just throwing a nice steady rhythm in towards the line. They know they've done what they need to do, and they're quite happy sitting at that pace to come through the finish. Maidstone taking the rating up as they come into the last 100 metres. The Red Boys signifying the near finish of this race. But it looks like there's probably going to be clear water separating Maidstone and Queen Elizabeth High School, who've managed to pull away a little bit as we come in to this last 500. Maidstone still pushing on to the finish, though. They're not going to give up. Up in that rate into their last 5 to 10 strokes. So they push on towards the line. About 1 length separating these two crews, with Queen Elizabeth taking the 2nd place, Maidstone and Invicta taking the 3rd, but hard fought from Maidstone, who pushed on all the way to the line there. Mossbourne Academy in lane 3 are going to come through in 4th, and London Youth Rowing Tradesmen will take the 5th place in this E-final of the Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quads. Let's do go do it, Rob.
And on the course now is the D final of the Women's Junior Coxed Quads, with in lane 1 Falcon, lane 2 London Youth Rowing Tradesmen, in lane 3 George Watson's College, lane 4 St Leonard's School, lane 5 Queen Elizabeth High School, and Nottingham Union in lane 6.
A massive thank you to all our amazing volunteers who've made this event possible over the weekend. If you would like to volunteer in rowing, anything from being an umpire to a club official, then just head on to the British Rowing website to find out how you can get involved. Be a volunteer.
And it looks like a very close race in this D final of the Women's Junior 15 Cox Quads, with perhaps Queen Elizabeth High School just edging slightly ahead. Could be St Leonard's as well. So lanes 4 and 5, St Leonard's and Queen Elizabeth High School just edging ahead of lane 1, that's lane 6, that's Nottingham Union, and lane 3, that's George Watson's. So definitely an accident on the far side on the Northern and Scottish crews. But St Leonard's now pushing on and just about a canvas down on Queen Elizabeth High School, do you reckon? Or George Watson's now pushing ahead, and as they cross the 1,000 metre line, it looks like George Watson's in the lead over St Leonard's School, with Queen Elizabeth High School in 3rd place. 4th place is 2, that's London Youth Rowing Training, and 6th place it's Falcon Rowing Club.
A tight battle at the front of this race between Watson, St Leonard's School and Queen Elizabeth High School. All 3 crews very close there at the front of the back. Our camera angle's a little bit deceptive, but it looks as though Watson's have the lead there as they came through the 1,000 metre mark.
And it's the tightest race of the afternoon so far as I can see, between George Watson's College, St Leonard's and Queen Elizabeth High School in lanes 3, 4 and 5. Over on the far side, Nottingham Union in 4th position, just ahead of London Youth Rowing Tradesmen, and just a bit further back it's Falcon Rowing Club. Now Jack thinks Watson's are clinging on to it. It looks extremely close to me, but yes, Watson's look to perhaps have half a length lead now over Queen Elizabeth High School and St Leonard's School. But this is great racing. If you like a bit of close racing in coxed quads, this is what you want to watch. Come down to the bank. If you're still there, come down to the bank and watch this. Give them a cheer. We think that Queen Elizabeth High School has now pushed ahead of St Leonard's School, and George Watson's College now having a lead of about a length over those two, but it's really, really close for 2nd and 3rd. Looks to me as if it's St Leonard's School just ahead of George Watson's College. Sorry, Queen Elizabeth High School. And as they cross the 500 metre to go mark, George Watson's College has a lead of 2 lengths over St Leonard's School, and Queen Elizabeth High School now being pushed by London Youth Tradesmen. Nottingham Union in 5th place. So it's really tight for 3rd and 4th place here. George Watson's, unless barring a disaster, look to have secured the 1st place at the moment, but it's anybody's race for 3rd and 4th. George Watson's maintaining their lead. QEH are challenging St Leonard's for second place, but I think it's going to be very close between St Leonard's and QEH. George Watson's maintaining their lead. There's a lot of cheering going on out there. I'm glad you've come down, you've taken my suggestion and come down to watch this great race. London Youth Rowing have now overcome Nottingham Union. George Watson's College maintaining their lead. St Leonard's may just have got the edge on QEH, but it's pretty close. Looks to me as though... Yep, the Watsons are actually being pushed by these crews now. They had 2 lengths, it's now down to just over a length. Can they cling on to the lead as they come through the final 10 strokes? I think they can. Very good performance by George Watson's, but in 2nd place it's definitely St Leonard's School. London Youth Rowing Tradesmen in 3rd place ahead of Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 5, with Nottingham Union in 5th place, and completing the field it's Falcon Rowing Club.
Hello? Hey, it didn't work. Well, that's just pretty gay, isn't it?
Next race coming down the course, the Women's Junior 15 Coxed Quads. In lane 1 we have Lee Rowing Club. In lane 2, Sir William Borlase School. Lane 3, Derby Rowing Club. Lane 4, York City Rowing Club. Lane 5, Durham Amateur Rowing Club. And lane 6, Northwich Rowing Club. We think Northwich have the lead over in lane 6. Then it's Durham in lane 5. And then Derby in lane 3 over York City, we think. But very close there for 3rd and 4th between Derby and York City as they came through the last 500 metre point. We're now approaching 500 metres to go, so the last point was at 1K when we saw them. What looks to be quite a comfortable lead over on the far side for Northwich in lane 6 over Durham Amateur Rowing Club in lane 5. As the camera pans around, if you're watching on YouTube, it looks as though we've got quite a sizable gap between these two crews in the far side lane. We pan round, the other crews behind Northwich just cut out of the shot, demonstrating the distance Northwich have over their competitors in this C final. Looking really comfortable out the front there. They can see all the other crews spread out behind them, and they can respond to any challenges that are mounted. Just coming into shot, if you're on YouTube, and coming through the 500 metre mark now at Durham Amateur Rowing Club. Again, they've got clear water over the other crews behind them. Lane 2 in 3rd place. William Borlase School pushing up there with Derby, York City sitting about 2 lengths behind them in the 4th place. And then lane 1, Lee Rowing Club in the 5th, about a length back. Then Derby Rowing Club we're expecting in lane 3, just going through the 500 metre mark now. But Northwich Rowing Club at the 500 metre point looking very much in a class of their own out the front of this field. Still a sizable gap, but perhaps it's shrunk slightly. Lane 5, Durham Amateur Rowing Club, also looking good. Perhaps being pushed by Sir William Borlase School in lane 3. That gap looking a little bit tighter than it was a few minutes ago. But Sir William Borlase in turn being pushed by York City behind them. Only a length or two separating these crews at the 500 metre mark. That might have got a little bit tighter as we come in towards 250 metres to go. But Northwich running first, Durham second. We think it's Sir William Borlase School in third, but tight with York City. York City also being challenged by Lee Rowing Club on the near side in the bright orange, who are moving up the field. But Northwich Rowing Club looking very comfortable over on the far side in lane 6 as they row into their last 50 metres. A sizable gap between them and Durham Amateur Rowing Club, who in turn have quite a sizable gap over Sir William Borlase School. So quite spread out at the front of the pack in this C final.
Northwich looked really good, Jack, as they crossed the finishing line. Very, very strong performance. Ahead of, Durham Amateur Rowing Club. Durham also tapping it along nicely. The rest of the field quite spread out now. In lane 2, it's Sir William Borlase School coming through in third place. Lee still challenging, but I don't think they're going to catch up with in lane 4 York City. York City take 4th, Lee in 5th place, and completing the field, it's Derby in lane 3.
But what a row there from Northwich Rowing Club in lane 6 with a sizable lead throughout this race and looking really stylish as they come through the finish there.
We're on the pontoon bankside here with Nathaniel Riley O'Donnell. Let me just tell you about this fella briefly. 2 times world champion. He was out in Rio as a spare in the men's squad. He's on the British rowing board. He's a director there. Hey, good to meet you. And what an amazing weekend this has been.
Yeah, it's been good to come down. I haven't been to the junior champs since 2006 when I was a junior. So it's been pretty cool to come and see, and yeah, it's been enjoyable to see everyone enjoy it as much as I used to.
And the amount of people here, I mean, you've got some incredible stats for us.
Yep, there's over 1,500 competitors racing in over 2,222 seats. This morning was one of the biggest time trials in the UK. It was over 600 crews took part in all the time trials. So it's a big effort. There's a lot of people that make it run so smoothly. And I'm always surprised actually how calm all the backroom staff are. It's all very, yeah, well run.
Competitive but fun though for the athletes.
Yeah, I think so. There's a good balance of that. I think, of course, there are crews here that come with big hopes, and there are some crews that kind of just want to come and test themselves. And it's striking that balance between having that competitive edge, but kind of being relaxed with, you know, they'll come and do your best performance, and it'll be what you can do.
And it's a bit of a family affair for you here, because I think we've just seen your sister rowing.
Yeah, my sister Emily was racing, yeah. And my brother Paddy's been coaching the crew here, so yeah, I came here to sort of give them a bit of moral support too.
And it's a big rowing family that you come from.
Yeah, I'm the eldest of 5. We've all rowed, and my mum used to row as well, my cousins. So yeah, it's something we've all given a try, and we've luckily enjoyed it all. Everyone's enjoyed it.
And probably know how competitive you are. What's that like in the family then?
I think it was my brothers quickly sort of have decided to take me on other things. So yeah, we have all sorts of battles going on in the house. But I kind of have, you know, held the rowing one down as my little forte. But no, it's good fun. It's a competitive family. We enjoy it.
Great stuff. Tell us what we're looking forward to tomorrow then.
There's the big finals for tomorrow for many of the crews that have made it well into the semi-finals. They'll be wanting to progress into that. It's the big point in their season, so there'll be lots of people who'll be excited, nervous, not quite sure what will come and what they'll bring. But yeah, I think if I was a crew there, I'd be chomping at the bit.
And a top tip for those competitors who will be following this on the YouTube channel and getting really excited about tomorrow. They want to do their best. Let's have a tip from the top.
Not to be shy, to get on the work, pace your race properly though, but to get on it. Don't wait and regret it at any later point. Just put as much as you can into it.
Give it some welly, eh?
Give it some welly.
Great to chat to you, Nathaniel Riley O'Donnell. On the course now is the D final of the Open Junior 15 double sculls, with in lane 2 Tideways Scullers School in C, in lane 3 Tideways Scullers School B, RGS High Wycombe in lane 4, Maidenhead in lane 5 and Rob Roy in lane 6. And we're looking up the course. It looks as though High Wycombe, RGS High Wycombe, are leading from Tideways Scullers School in B in second place. Very close. In third place, it looks like it's Rob Roy, and fourth, Maidenhead. I think we may have slightly missed. And as they cross the 1,000 metre mark, 500 metres to go, it's Maidenhead leading Tideways Scullers B, and in lane 6 Rob Roy Boat Club. So that's the first three. Tideways Scullers B and Rob Roy very evenly matched. Maidenhead with a lead of about a length. So, our current reckoning is Maidenhead lead with Tideways Scullers B and Rob Roy in a very close race for second place. In fourth place, it's Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. And Maidenhead now being challenged strongly by lanes 2 and 3. They're the two Tideways Scullers crews, Tideways Scullers C and B. And it looks to me as though Scullers C are now pushing ahead into the lead. Very strong second half by these Scullers crews. Maidenhead trying hard to maintain their lead, but it's Scullers B who are pushing them hard. Scullers C also, and over on the far side, Rob Roy
may well be up on them as well. So Maidenhead, having maintained their lead throughout the first half of the race, really having to battle it out to hold on to it. They're being pushed all the way by Rob Roy, and it is very close. Rob Roy within a canvas now, and it's going to be close on the line. I'm not going to judge that one. I'll leave that one to the judges. In third place, it's Tideway Scullers School C, ahead of Tideway Scullers School B, with Royal Grammar School High Wycombe completing the field. Great racing, well done. I'm sure they'll be told to sit up because they're not supposed to be lying down in the boat.
The next race coming down the course, race 265, the C final of the Open Junior 15 double sculls. In lane 1, we have George Watson's B. In lane 2, Mossbourne Academy. Lane 3, Trent Rowing Club. Lane 4, Hinksey Sculling School. Lane 5, Falcon Rowing Club. And lane 6, Trentham Boat Club. These boats just coming in towards the last 500 metres. And we think it's lane 6, Trentham Boat Club, who have the lead here. Looks like actually it could be quite a sizable lead as this camera starts to pan for us. We're looking out from the 500 metre mark up the course as the crews come in towards their last quarter. Trentham Boat Club looking comfortable over in lane 6. Falcon Rowing Club behind them in lane 5. Probably a good 3 to 4 lengths separating these two crews, if not more, as they come in to the last 500 metres. Trentham Boat Club looking dominant in this C final over Falcon Rowing Club in second place. Going to be interesting to see where the crews sit for third and fourth. Just coming through the 500, there go Falcon in second place. Third is Hinksey, about a length and a bit back. Fourth is lane 3, Trent Rowing Club, sorry. And then if seeding is correct, but seeding isn't correct, it's George Watson's B who come through a length ahead of Mossbourne Academy, who are in 6th place. But the lead is with Trentham Boat Club, with some comfortable water of them in front of Falcon Rowing Club. Hinksey, quite close to Falcon, but again, clear water between these crews. But Hinksey really being challenged by Trent Rowing Club, with George Watson's B and Mossbourne also pushing up on the back of a pack. So over on the far side, this race, the C final of the Open Junior 15 double sculls, being led out by Trentham Boat Club, followed by Falcon Rowing Club, and then it starts to get a little bit tighter. Close on Falcon Rowing Club's heels are Hinksey Sculling School in lane 3. Bit more of a gap now between Hinksey in lane 3 and Trent in lane 4. Hinksey clearly pulled out a little bit as they come in towards the final stages of this race. These boats showing the echelon formation. You can see the seeding in action here. The fastest crews from the time trial placed in the lanes over on the far side, and they're showing that performance in the race. Trentham Boat Club looking dominant over in lane 6. A little bit closer between Falcon Rowing Club and Hinksey Sculling School though. Still water separating these boats, we think, so more than a length, but quite tight in comparison to distance between Falcon and Trentham Boat Club. Hinksey Sculling School just putting on the pressure in the final stages, but Falcon Rowing Club responding to keep their lead there as both come through the line. First place was, of course, Trentham, second Falcon, third Hinksey Sculling School, who did move up on Falcon in the final few strokes there.
And some great racing there from Trentham, really strong, powerful. they took control and they enjoyed it all the way. They're still sitting up. They hardly look as if they're broken sweat, but no doubt they put a lot of effort into it. But the rest of the crews look a bit decimated by comparison. And coming down the course now, it's the C final of Women's Junior 16 double sculls. Just 3 crews competing. In lane 4, it's Liverpool Victoria. Lane 5, London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. And in lane 6, it's Tyne Rowing Club. And it looks as if it's a tussle between Liverpool and London Youth Rowing. We have the considered opinion that it's Liverpool Victoria in the lead, certainly over Tyne. And it's Liverpool Victoria with a comfortable lead over London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. Not one of the more exciting races of the afternoon, but it is the C final of the Women's Junior 16 double sculls. And so well spaced out on the water now, but Liverpool Victoria leading with a comfortable lead over London Youth Rowing Tradesmen and Tyne Rowing Club completing the field. And coming across the line now with a very, very comfortable lead is Liverpool Victoria in the C final of the Women's Junior 16 double sculls. I wouldn't like to quantify that lead, but in second place it's London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. And some way back, again, is Tyne Rowing Club. And we're actually running ahead of schedule now with race H268, the D final of the Women's Junior 18 double sculls, with in lane 1 Royal Chester A, lane 2 Tideway Scullers B, lane 3 Inverness Rowing Club, lane 5 Runcorn Rowing Club, and lane 6 London Youth Tradesmen, London Youth Rowing Tradesmen.
So, as they come in towards the halfway point in this D final of the Women's Junior 18 double scull, it looks to us as though Runcorn have the lead over Inverness and Tideway Sculling School. But behind Tideway Sculling School sit Royal Chester. Just 4 boats in this race. Marlow and London Youth Rowing Tradesmen, who were due to be in lanes 4 and 6, not in attendance. The Runcorn Rowing Club in lane 5, or with the bow number 5, have the lead here with comfortable water before Inverness, rowing with the number 3. Using these numbers because I think they've moved the boats to be in lanes next to each other. And behind Inverness sit Tideway Scullers School, rowing with the number 2. And behind them, Royal Chester, their A crew, with the number 1. But tighter than we thought between Inverness and Runcorn Rowing Club. We see as the camera pans round, these two neck and neck as they go through the 1,000 metre mark for the halfway point. So it's all going to be about hand in the flame from this point onwards. Clear water, though, before Tideway Scullers School, and then more distance before Royal Chester. So a battle between Inverness Rowing Club and Runcorn for the lead of this race. Very close to call between these leading crews. It's going to be all about who has the best third 500, who can keep their hand in the flame through this third quarter to see who wins out in this D final of the Women's Junior 18 double sculls.
Yeah, after that very strong start by Runcorn, the Inverness crews really stormed through, and I think they've possibly taken the lead now, Jack.
Yeah, definitely. There was a strong challenge being mounted there at the halfway point. It looked as though Inverness might already have been peaking ahead at that point where they came through the 1,000 metres. But if not then looking at how strong they're rowing now, there's a good chance they could be as they come through the next 500 metre marker with 500 to go. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, camera angles can be deceptive. And as the camera starts to spin round, we might see that Inverness is a lot closer than it looks at the moment looking up the course. Looking now, you'd think Runcorn had a comfortable lead. We know that at the 1,000 metre mark, Inverness and Runcorn were neck and neck. It'll be interesting to see when they sit, where they sit as this camera comes round. They're now just coming into the last 750 metres. I might start to place my bets and say I think Runcorn might have pulled out a bit from Inverness here. And might be a bit more distance separating these two. They were neck and neck at 1,000. As our camera spins to show us the 500 metres, that distance looking potentially a little bit bigger between Inverness rowing with the number 3 and Runcorn rowing with the number 5.
Yes, Runcorn seem to have a really storming start, then fall back a little bit, and now they seem to be pulling ahead again. Still difficult to tell, but as they come towards the 500 metres to go mark, Runcorn have a lead of 2/3 of a length over Inverness. So Inverness have been pushing all the way. Runcorn found a little bit extra and have just pulled it out in that third quarter.
Yeah, so absolutely neck on neck on the 1K, but a little bit more distance there. Runcorn starting to push away, but still very much in contact, these two. Lane 2, Tideway Sculls School just went through the 500 in third place. Some distance behind them before Royal Chester, who bring up the rear of this D final. But a real battle going on there between Inverness and Runcorn. Runcorn had the advantage at the 500, but they're going to have to really cling on to that. Those two crews battling for every single inch as they come in towards the last 250 metres. From the finish tower, it's impossible to call with 300 or so to go.
Inverness have just taken their rating up significantly, and I think that could have pulled them level with Runcorn again.
Yeah, Inverness looking like they're rating a little bit higher than Runcorn. Runcorn could have the power on, but it looks like Inverness have got a good chance of pushing them here. Really mounting a strong challenge in the last 250 metres. If they can keep that pace. But Runcorn still looking strong there. It's so hard to call from the angle in the tower. Robin saying on the water it looks like Inverness. I think he might be right as we come round towards the last 100 metres. So tight between these two crews. Runcorn can see Inverness, Inverness can see Runcorn, and it's all going to be about how hard they can push in this last 100. We're trying to count the boys here in the finish tower, but it's absolutely impossible to call as they come round. They've been neck and neck since the halfway point, pushing on all the way through the second half. So tight between these two. Inverness really pushing on strong there. I think Inverness might have it just, but that's going to be so close to call. That's less than half a no. There's about a canvas in that. It looks like Inverness might have got it. I say might because I think we need the finish judges to confirm.
What a cracking race, Jack, that was. I mean, four crews in a D final, you would not expect such a competitive and nail-biting race. They swapped the lead several times. Runcorn kept on pushing on. They held the lead at the start. They were level at the halfway. And at the end, they just didn't have quite enough to hold on to Inverness.
Neither crew was going to give up on that one. They've been pushing since the halfway mark. It would be very easy to go, oh, all right then, we'll let you go through, but neither crew was willing to do that. They wanted to push on all the way to the line, and great to see crews racing these D finals as fast as they can to get the best ranking they can at the British Rowing Junior Championships. Shortly expecting Royal Chester A crew to come through to complete this race. We can start to look on to the C final that will be coming down the course in just a moment. And this is the last race of the day. I'll let Robin take you through the lane order.
And in lane 1, this is the Women's Junior 18 Double Sculls C final. In lane 1, Llandaff Rowing Club B. In lane 2, Rob Roy Boat Club. Lane 3 is Exeter. Lane 4 is clear because Gloucester Hartpury Gloucester are not in it. Walton Rowing Club are in lane 5 and Dart Totnes in lane 6. And Jack's just jotting down what he thinks is the order. He reckons it's Exeter in the lead over Walton in lane 5 with Rob Roy third in lane 2. The swapping of the lanes may have got us slightly confused because we reckon that Totnes may well be up there as well. So it looks to us as if Walton are in first place, Totnes second, Exeter in third, Rob Roy in fourth. But who knows? Okay, yeah, we've been slightly perplexed by the swapping of lanes due to the dropping of one of the crews, but that looks to me like a Walton boat in the lead by some 3 to 4 lengths over Exeter and Totnes. Gloucester Hartpury are in there. They are actually H4 from the previous final. And as they come down towards the finish, it's a very strong row by Walton. Totnes in second place, then Gloucester Hartpury. Very close for second and third. Totnes, I think, just holding on, but as Walton crossed the line first ahead of Totnes. And in 4, Gloucester Hartpury. In fourth position, it's Exeter. 5th position, Rob Roy and Llandaff complete the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that concludes the action for today at the British Rowing Junior Championships. Racing starts again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We look forward to welcoming you back. Thanks for your fabulous support today. And as is the tradition at British Rowing events, please can I ask you all to take a moment and stand for the national anthem.